What? With this word, the entire audience was shocked. It wasn't just the Saint Empyreans, but even the human Empyreans were lost for a moment. Empyrean Divine Dream's rejection had been too sudden. Her words had carried a tone implying that she had no plans of bargaining. The good fortune Saint Sun's smile was frozen for the briefest moment before he coldly sneered. Are you not satisfied with the conditions? We can hash out the details. Empyrean Divine Dream indifferently looked at the good fortune Saint Sun, contempt thick in her eyes. There is no need to discuss anything. I refuse any and all contents of this treaty. Hearing Empyrean Divine Dream's words, the good fortune Saint Sun's complexion became increasingly dark. The human Empyreans were all panicked and began to constantly discuss amongst themselves with true essence sound transmissions. Divine Dream was too forceful. Although this brash nature made many of the human Empyreans feel proud and elated, they still lacked courage when thinking back to how formidable the saints were, and they also feared that they had offended the good fortune Saint Sun and taken this too far. Divine Dream, do you know what you are saying? The good fortune Saint Sun's hands both grasped his fan. As the end of his fan scraped across the stone table, it made a high-pitched squeaking noise. The good fortune Saint Sun had originally given space in the conditions to bargain with Empyrean Divine Dream. But he never imagined that she would not bother bargaining at all and would flat-out refuse him. Divine Dream, Skyrend Godlord and Empyrean Vast Universe spoke to Divine Dream with a sound transmission. They were afraid that such an absolute rejection would provoke the Saint race too far. If an all-out battle broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Divine Dream, you must endure the sword above your head. Showing the necessary patience is what we must do here. Although we will shoulder the sins of humanity, that isn't anything compared to the fate of humanity. As Skyren Godlord said this, he and the others didn't say anything more. Then, Empyrean Divine Dream actually waved her hand. I understand. These words left Skyren Godlord and the others without any avenue to speak further. Even so, they had no confidence about what was happening here. Is this what they mean by saying it is better to live as pieces of jade than to live as tiles on the ground? The good fortune Saint Sun demonically grinned and stood up. Beside him, the 4 Saint Race Protectors also stepped forwards. Astral essence swirled about their bodies, causing the earth to vibrate. The human side refused to admit to being inferior. Although the 100-plus Empyreans here were weaker overall compared to those from the Saint race, they still had the support of Mount Potala's array formation. If a true battle began, even if they were defeated, they would be able to cause deep losses to the Saints. With Divine Dream at the lead, there were also the Great Masters Skyren Godlord, Emperor Xianxia, and Great Limitless Buddha. Ka. The void shook. The 4 great masters of humanity stood in sharp opposition to the 4 protectors of the Saint race. The 8 auras smashed together. Of these, Divine Dream's icy blue aura was the largest and most magnificent. With her strength alone, she forcefully withstood the pressure of 2 protectors. As for Skyren Godlord, Emperor Xianxia, and Great Limitless Buddha, the 3 of them joined forces and withstood the aura of the remaining 2 protectors. How interesting! The black-armored leader of the 4 protectors diabolically grinned. The astral essence swirling about him became increasingly wild. At the same time, from between the 4 of them, a golden shining Dermic will took form and began spinning below their feet. The human side refused to show weakness. Great Limitless Buddha smashed his staff against the ground. With a loud peal of thunder, the floor made of timeless God's stone exploded beneath the staff. A massive amount of golden energy began to gather towards him from all direction, turning into Buddhist seals and symbols that gathered towards Great Limitless Buddha's body. For a time, Buddhist prayers echoed throughout the world. It was like a great bell had been rung, enlightening all. This was the power saved within Mount Potala's array formation and now directed by Great Limitless Buddha. By borrowing the battlefield of Mount Potala, he could multiply his strength. Even if the 4 Saint Protectors joined together in an array formation, it was impossible for them to shake Great Limitless Buddha's aura. The black-armored man's complexion changed. He hadn't truly started fighting. He had only used his aura to probe his enemies' respective strengths. The human Empyreans were far stronger than he had imagined. This also meant that if they were to truly fight, it would be hard for either side to gain an advantage. Such a situation had never appeared since the negotiations had started. They had lost control of the negotiations. Once the negotiations fell apart, the Saint race would be unable to obtain any benefits. They didn't want to fight here, nor did they dare to fight upon returning. Like this, the Saint race's plan to put forth their strength and threaten humanity would completely fail. The good fortune Saint Sun's complexion grew increasingly gloomy. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ming. Recalling the previous events, when the Saint race had revealed their great strength, the humans had already acquiesced. Even that Skyrend Godlord had tacitly agreed to sign the treaty and was ready to bargain about the details of the treat. Even Empyrean Divine Dream hadn't opposed this. But then, Lin Ming had appeared from nowhere and had spoken some unknown words with Empyrean Divine Dream in a true essence sound transmission. Following that, Empyrean Divine Dream's attitude had taken a complete 180-degree turn, and she had ended up rejecting all conditions that the Saint race had put forth. If someone said that none of this had anything to do with Lin Ming, the good fortune Saint Sun wouldn't believe them at all. Brat, just what have you said to Divine Dream? A deep cruel light of hatred flashed through the good fortune Saint Sun's eyes. This peace treaty with the humans involved a tremendous amount of benefits. If they signed it, then that was the same as grasping all the benefits of the divine realm without losing a single soldier. Not only did this affect the benefits of the entire Saint race, but to a certain degree it also affected the final result of the war between the Saints and the Spiritas. And, most importantly, the vast majority of the benefits would have flowed into Good Fortune Divine Palace, where he would have been able to use them. These benefits would have become a stepping stone that paved the way for him to become a true divinity in the future. Now, because of Lin Ming's appearance, all of this had disappeared in a puff of smoke. How could he not hate Lin Ming? And faintly, the good fortune Saint Sun had a premonition that this Lin Ming would become a scourge upon him in the future. If he were to ruin the long-laid plans of the Saint race once, he might do it again in the future. As the good fortune Saint Sun thought of this, he took out the demon bead from his spatial ring and began to galvanize its strength with his bloodline. With a horrifying roar, the phantom of a demon king flew out from the demon bead, hurtling straight towards Lin Ming. This was not the good fortune Saint Sun's strength, but was the power that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had sealed within the demon bead. The good fortune Saint Sun had only spurred this power, but with his current strength, he was only able to animate a tenth of this energy. Even so, a tenth of this energy was amazing enough. The good fortune Saint Sun's plan was simple. These negotiations were not going to progress anywhere, and since the humans dreaded a battle just as much as the Saints did, it was impossible for them to start a battle first. Even if he did anything too excessive, the humans wouldn't do anything to him. If this was the case, he might as well be excessive to the limit and kill off Lin Ming. At this time, Empyrean Divine Dream and the others were all resisting the pressure of the Saints. Even the other Empyreans had joined the fray. No one thought that the good fortune Saint Sun would launch a sudden attack, and that his goal would be Lin Ming. Seeing that black demon phantom rush towards him, Lin Ming was greatly shocked. He rapidly drew backwards, extracting the phoenix blood spear from his spatial ring at the same time. He could feel a terrifying strength approaching him, just hundreds of feet away. Lin Ming felt as if all the blood essence within his body was being pulled out. His body began to crack, as if he would be mercilessly crushed to death under this pressure. Lin Ming. On the human side, the many Empyreans were shocked. But at this time, most of them weren't able to extend a helping hand. At this critical moment, a white-clothed middle-aged man's figure flashed like a bolt of white lightning in front of Lin Ming, facing this black demon phantom and punching out with his fist. Bang! With a terrifying explosion, the timeless god stones all around him completely disintegrated. Horrifying shockwaves surged outwards. This was a collision on the level of Empyrean masters. Even though Lin Ming was protected behind this white-clothed person, he felt his blood vitality tumble within him, feeling as if his body would explode at any moment. Pong! Lin Ming thrust out his spear, breaking down several true essence shockwaves. Even so, he was still sent flying backwards until he roughly crashed into a wall. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely white. In that single move just now, he had been severely injured. Just what sort of character was the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign? Even if his boundary had dropped, and the Good Fortune Saint's son had only used a tiny portion of the power he left in the demon bead, the might of that attack was beyond reckoning. Once this strength locked onto Lin Ming, even though there were people around him to block it, he was still wounded underneath that tremendous swallowing force. In the end, Lin Ming was far too weak. At the divine transformation realm, he was equivalent to a half-step holy lord. But in this meeting hall, that level of strength was the same as an ant. Even the relatively weak Good Fortune Saint's son was still dozens and hundreds of times stronger than Lin Ming was. Moreover, the Good Fortune Saint's son had a true divinity powerhouse protecting him. All sorts of resources and magical tools were freely supplied to him. This was not something that Lin Ming could hope to compare with. I'm too weak. Lin Ming touched his own chest, examining his injuries. His internal meridians and blood vessels were in a complete mess, ruined by a dark energy. Without 3 to 5 days of rest, it would be extremely difficult to restore himself. In this meeting hall, if there was any kind of intense collision, it was possible that Lin Ming would be sucked into the mess and perish in the aftermath. This was why Skyren Godlord had opposed Lin Ming entering the meeting hall at the start. This was the sorrow and pity of the weak. I must succeed Empyrean Primordius' final wish and retake the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. I have to reach the peak of martial arts and inherit the will of Empyrean Divine Seal, leading humanity to cross this great calamity. But right now, I am weak to the point of shame. Even the aftermath of any attack here can ruin me. So what else is there for me to talk about? Lin Ming clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. He needed to become stronger, and he needed to become stronger much faster. This peace between the saints and humanity would only last for perhaps 1,000 years. During this 1,000 years of time, if couldn't grow strong enough, just what qualifications would he have to say he would accomplish the dreams and wishes of those that came before him? Lin Ming, are you okay? Empyrean Vast Universe grimly said as he protected Lin Ming behind him. Empyrean Vast Universe's situation wasn't too good right now. After frontally colliding with the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's power, although he wasn't injured, he was left in a distressed state. Empyrean Vast Universe angrily glared at the Good Fortune Saint's son. This was a meeting for negotiations, and yet he had attacked with a killing move without even giving a warning, all in order to eliminate Lin Ming. You blind and reckless little beast, to think you would dare to kill others during negotiations. Our human race will never tolerate someone like you. Empyrean Vast Universe blew up into a violent rage, immediately raising this matter to the level of his entire race. This caused the atmosphere in the meeting hall to become even more tense. Ha ha ha! The Good Fortune Saint's son recklessly laughed. What did you just call me? What gives you the right to speak to me like that? You are simply nothing at all. In 10 million years of life, you've only managed to become a middle-ranked Empyrean, and in the future, this is all you will ever be. In my eyes, you are nothing but garbage. Thousands of years from now, you will truly be nothing but an animal to me. If I want to kill you then, it will be no different from slaughtering a chicken. It won't take me any strength at all. What did you say? Empyrean Vast Universe raged. His entire body swelled with blood energy as he neared the point of launching an attack. The Good Fortune Saint's son thought little of it. He sneered. Are you too stupid to understand what I just said? If you have the courage, then we can engage in a life or death battle 300 years from now. Do you dare? The Good Fortune Saint's son's words were aggressive and arrogant. Empyrean Vast Universe stiffened and all the blood in his body seemed to rush to his face. He certainly remembered that at the start of these negotiations, Fire God had also come into conflict with the Good Fortune Saint's son. The Good Fortune Saint's son had proposed a death match several hundred years later, and Fire God had almost agreed. However, he had been stopped by Empyrean Divine Dream. If Empyrean Divine Dream had done so, that was because she believed that several hundred years from now, Fire God wouldn't be a match for the good fortune Saint Sun. And Empyrean Vast Universe held a high degree of faith in Empyrean Divine Dream's judgment. As for Empyrean Vast Universe's potential, he was even faintly worse than Fire God. Now that he faced the good fortune Saint Sun's challenge, he was left in a dilemma. If he agreed, then there was an 80 to 90% chance he would die in battle. But if he didn't agree and chose to shrink back, then in this sharp and tense atmosphere where his actions concerned his own personal dignity and as well as the glory of humanity, he would weaken the momentum of the human race and also shame himself. Humans had a sense of bravery and they also tried to live with dignity. This was especially true for those that had reached the level of an Empyrean. At this time, Empyrean Divine Dream and the others were focused on facing the four protectors. Empyrean Vast Universe grit his teeth, nearly agreeing to this battle. But at this moment, Lin Ming raised his Phoenix Blood Spear and stepped forwards until he stood in front of Empyrean Vast Universe. He wiped the blood from the corners of his lips and said, "Senior Vast Universe, if it's going to be a 100-year duel, then allow this junior to participate." Lin Ming's tone was casual, as if this battle was no big deal to him. Empyrean Vast Universe was stunned. He didn't immediately respond. Lin Ming looked at the good fortune Saint Sun and pointed the Phoenix Blood Spear straight at him. On the spear point, a cold light sparkled, blinding to the eyes. "How about you and I duel instead? I don't even need 300 years. 100 years is fine. In 100 years, let us battle to the death. Do you dare to follow me?" Lin Ming grinned as he spoke, revealing white teeth stained with blood. This caused everyone to be shocked. Lin Ming wanted to fight with the good fortune Saint Sun in 100 years? For a time, even the confrontation between the Empyreans seemed to simmer down. No one here doubted Lin Ming's talent. But in the eyes of many people here, a Divine Sea martial artist fighting a Divine Lord Master was much easier than a Divine Lord Master fighting a World King. In other words, Lin Ming was inferior to the good fortune Saint Sun. And the good fortune Saint Sun also possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, a divine tool of the highest magnitude to help support his training. Moreover, there was also the good fortune Saint Sovereign, a true divinity powerhouse that was pouring all sorts of resources and inheritances upon the good fortune Saint Sun without limit. Such a character only surpassed others. There had never been a time when others had surpassed him. And Lin Ming actually wanted to battle him in 100 years. To overtake the good fortune Saint Sun in a mere century. Just what sort of bold courage was that? "Lin Ming, don't be rash," Empyrean Vast Universe hurriedly said. He knew that Lin Ming was stepping forwards for him. Lin Ming wasn't someone that liked owing favors to anyone. When Empyrean Vast Universe had blocked that strike for Lin Ming just now, and now Lin Ming was receiving this challenge for Empyrean Vast Universe. A favor for a favor. "You want to duel me in 100 years? Ha ha ha." The good fortune Saint Sun wildly chortled, his eyes flashing with contempt. "I admit that you are talented. To come in second place in the humans' first martial meeting can be considered decent, but what a pity, compared to me you still fall far short. If our cultivations were swapped right now and you were at the late Divine Lord realm while I was at the early Saint Transformation realm, you might have a chance of winning. But unfortunately that isn't reality at all. My cultivation is over a large boundary and a half higher than yours. Let alone 100 years, even 1,000 years or 10,000 years from now, you will never surpass me. Instead, the difference between you and me will only continue to grow larger." Between Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun, one was at the early Divine Transformation realm, and the other was at the late Saint Lord realm, equal to the human late Divine Lord realm. This difference in cultivation was simply too great. For a normal genius, it would be extremely difficult to rise from the early Divine Transformation realm to the late Divine Lord realm in 100 years, especially in a situation where Lin Ming had to overtake the good fortune Saint Sun while he was at it. 100 years from now, it was likely that the good fortune Saint Sun would have reached the Holy Lord realm and would even have traced the threshold of the World King realm. At that time, his strength wouldn't be too far away from that of an Empyrean. The difficulty of this feat could be imagined. "That boy has gone crazy," He actually wants to duel my race's saint's son in 100 years. It's as if he wants to die. A Saint Empyrean coldly scoffed. He. Does he think that the good fortune saint's son is casually chosen from nowhere? The saint's son is the next appointed saint sovereign of my people. From birth, he has gathered the destiny of my saint race unto him. With such a destiny supporting him, how can he not be lucky? Yes, my race's saint son has entered countless life or death situations. And not only has he not died, but he has obtained innumerable treasures. Now, he even has the Grand Mist Spirit bead with him. In terms of fortuitous events, no mere human can compare with him. And in terms of inheritances, he is number one in the world. As for resources, there is no need to mention them. And, as for natural martial talent, he possesses the bloodline of the good fortune saint sovereign as well as the saint heavenly demon princess. From birth he has been soaked in baths of heavenly materials, and there is even the essence embryo of a god beast fused into his body. His foundation and his bones are far superior to all others. In the future, he will definitely become a true divinity-level character. Haha! How could this stupid little boy know all of this? Does he think he is invincible just because he obtained second place in some silly little human divine realm first martial meeting? As the Saint Empyrean spoke, they didn't bother hiding their words with true essence sound transmissions, instead choosing to bluntly speak in front of the human Empyreans. With every word that fell into the ears of the human Empyreans, their complexions became that much uglier. The good fortune saint's son possessed the bloodline of the good fortune saint sovereign as well as the saint heavenly demon princess. There was also the great destiny of his entire race supporting him, and fused in his body was the essence embryo of a god beast. There was no need to mention the various inheritances and resources he enjoyed. How could such a character come to be? What did it mean to be the next appointed saint sovereign of the saint race? Did this mean that in every generation of the saints, there would always be someone that appeared on the level of the saint sovereign? Even those that believed in Lin Ming's potential, such as Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe, felt that Lin Ming had been too reckless this time. Lin Ming, Empyrean Divine Dream, took a deep breath. Why did you settle on a duel in 100 years? I know that you have some great heaven-startling secret that you are hiding, but it is impossible for that to surpass the Grand Mist Spirit bead. In terms of lucky chances, I fear that you are also inferior to the good fortune saint's son. Moreover, this good fortune saint's son has a great destiny swirling about him. If you wish to fight at some appointed date with him, I won't oppose you because in the future you and him are destined to battle sooner or later. But to set the date 100 years from now is far too soon. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Before he put forth this 100-year date, he didn't know that the good fortune saint's son would be so lucky. Even so, he didn't regret anything at all. I thank Senior Divine Dream for the advice, but this junior has already set forth a date of 100 years. It isn't because I am arrogant, but because I wish to place enough pressure on myself. Any temporary peace between the saints and us humans will last no longer than 1,000 years. It might even be much shorter than that. When the true great calamity finally erupts and I still do not possess the strength of a half-step true divinity, what use is there in thinking I can do anything to help humanity resist this tribulation? Lin Ming's words caused Empyrean Divine Dream's heart to skip a beat. Reach the same level of strength as a half-step true divinity within 1,000 years. It had to be known that Divine Dream herself, Emperor Xianxia, and the other leaders of humanity were only half-step true divinities. They had used innumerable years to reach this step, and now Lin Ming said he wished to reach this level in just 1,000 years. If this was said out loud, who would believe him? But if he wished to play a prime role in this great calamity, becoming a half-step true divinity was the most basic step. This was a war that involved the fates of two races. Empyreans could be considered the backbone of the forces, world kings were soldiers, and as for holy lords, they were nothing but cannon fodder. Lin Ming didn't wish for his own destiny to be controlled by others when the great calamity truly erupted. Even becoming a half-step true divinity wasn't his final goal. What he wanted was to become a true divinity, someone that could frontally contend with the good fortune saint sovereign. Only like this could he truly bring about a change in the war. Lin Ming, well said. Empyrean Divine Dream suddenly said with a true essence sound transmission. Geniuses should be bold and filled with determination, ready to make decisions that shake the heavens and earth. For us who walk down the road of martial arts, we did not do so to be defeated. Since you have recognized that this is the path you wish to take, Divine Dream Heavenly Palace will support you to our fullest capabilities. For Lin Ming with his Divine Transformation Realm Cultivation to challenge the late Saint Lord Good Fortune Saint's son in 100 years was indeed a decision that would shake the heavens and earth. In several days, whether it was the saint race or human race, this matter would spread throughout both of them. Lin Ming, hee. The Good Fortune Saint's son looked at Lin Ming, a joking smile on his face. Since you wish to duel me, very well then, let it be so. Let us form a heart-demon-soul contract with a transcendent divine might. 100 years from now, if one of us dares to back out, then he shall suffer a backlash of his heart demons. His meridians shall be torn to pieces, and his soul will evaporate into nothing, never to enter samsara. As the Good Fortune Saint's son put forth such a vicious and cruel oath, a demonic smile split his face. He wanted to rid himself of Lin Ming. Since it was no longer possible for the saints to coexist in the divine shifting heavens, exterminating Lin Ming could be considered a consolation prize. Towards this type of genius that was sure to become an extreme Empyrean in the future, the Good Fortune Saint's son only thought of killing him off to end all potential troubles. Fine. Lin Ming readily agreed. He and the Good Fortune Saint's son bit down on their fingers and flung out a drop of blood essence. These 2 drops of blood essence connected in midair, forming patterns of blood-colored seals. These seals seemed to burn like red-black flames. Then, these seals turned into curse seals that sank into Lin Ming and the Good Fortune Saint's son's bodies. Seeing this, all of the human Empyreans present were shocked. Once this heart-demon-soul contract was signed, it meant that after 100 years, only one of these 2 geniuses would emerge alive. Signing this sort of contract required a titanic amount of courage and confidence. Lin Ming. Could he win? Who? All of the blood vitality began to condense within Lin Ming's body. The transcendent divine might curse seal formed a black-red mark on Lin Ming's chest that slowly hid itself away. The contract had been formed. As the Good Fortune Saint's son saw this, he diabolically grinned. He knew that the goal of today's negotiations would not come to fruition. If they continued this stalemate, there would be no meaning to it at all. No matter what the humans had learnt, it was impossible for them to give in any longer. Killing Lin Ming in 100 years was the only harvest of today. We're leaving. As the Good Fortune Saint's son spoke, he immediately turned and flew away. Behind him, the many Saint Empyreans also followed him and left. The array formation of Mount Padala was torn apart once more. Then, the 100+ Saint Empyreans tore through the void of the divine realm, disappearing from sight. The human Empyreans looked at each other, speechless. Negotiations had concluded like that? In these negotiations, they had all thought that they would have to make concessions, otherwise death and war would spread through every corner of humanity. But everything had ended just like this? In the end, the saint race hadn't come at all. They had come in with a threatening posture and a menacing air, but in the end they left without anything at all. From start to end, the saint race seemed reckless and wild, but the truth was that they never started an all-out war at all. Rather, they had tried to intimidate the human race, but once that intimidation failed, they were instead defeated. This was proof that the saints dreaded something. They were afraid. Even their powerful lineup was merely a mirage meant to threaten them. But even so, it was true that the momentum of the saint race had been extremely horrifying. If it weren't for Divine Dream insisting until the final moment and defending their bottom line, then perhaps they might have truly signed this treaty with completely disastrous conditions for humanity. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Divine Dream and then looked at Lin Ming. They certainly knew that before Divine Dream's attitude had undergone a complete change. She had conversed with Lin Ming using a true essence sound transmission. Divine Dream, what did Lin Ming say to you? The one who asked was Skyren Godlord. He couldn't imagine just what Lin Ming had said to change Divine Dream's mind. Before this, Many Empyreans were puzzled as to why the saints didn't dare to start an all-out war. It was as if they dreaded the human race for some reason. But those were only speculations. The saint race had at least one true divinity powerhouse as well as many half-step true divinity masters. They were far more formidable than humanity in terms of overall strength. In a crucial moment that involved the life or death of the entire human race, who among them would dare to draw some conclusion based on some random information? Divine Dream shook her head. Nothing. Lin Ming only gave some suggestions. Divine Dream was being specifically ambiguous in her wording. She clearly didn't want to reveal too many details. This was to protect Lin Ming's secret. The less people knew, the better it would be for him. Skyrend Godlord hesitated for a moment and finally didn't ask again. He knew that Divine Dream didn't wish to explain herself. Like this, the negotiations that involved the survival of humanity had ended. Following this, the saint race didn't act out in shame and rage, nor did they begin a large-scale invasion of the divine realm. Rather, they stayed in the bright luster great world. Humanity also didn't send out Empyreans to retake the bright luster great world. This was the best result possible. They didn't cede further territory, they didn't pay any compensation, and they also didn't lose sovereignty of the divine realm. In this situation, humanity even gained a moment of peace. Empyrean Divine Dream was aware that the saint race dreaded humanity right now. But if humanity were to force them to desperation, they would truly engage in a war where both sides perished. This was something that neither the humans nor the saints wished to see. Thus, no Empyreans could be sent out in this war. Battles would be limited to the World King level. Like this, a brief lull of peace appeared between humanity and the saint race. The bright luster great world was temporarily occupied by the saints. For now, every human in the divine realm was cheering for the magnificence of the many Empyreans. And at this time, news of Lin Ming challenging the saint race's good fortune, Saint Sun, also spread out, traveling through the entire divine realm like a tide. In contrast to what the Empyreans thought, most human martial artists thought that Lin Ming challenging the good fortune Saint Sun was an extremely grandiose and wonderful feat. After humanity was forced back again and again, suffering the sorrow of repeated losses, they sorely needed a hero to appear, a figure they could use to encourage themselves. They needed a hardy and vigorous battle with their enemy, one that could give them the courage to continue resisting the saints. And Lin Ming jumping ranks to challenge the good fortune Saint Sun had undoubtedly accomplished this. This caused many human martial artists to feel proud and joyous. Even the common mortals of the divine realm vividly painted a scene of Lin Ming challenging the good fortune Saint Sun at the negotiation table. Of course, this all came from their imaginations. In their imaginations, Lin Ming appeared like a hero from the dark skies, suppressing everyone present and overwhelming the world. But the reaction in the saint race was the complete opposite. They heard stories where Lin Ming was casually struck by the good fortune Saint Sun to the point of vomiting blood. As for the duel between the good fortune Saint Sun and Lin Ming in 100 years, everyone took that as a joke. As their future saint sovereign, how could he possibly be defeated by a little divine transformation realm boy? In the blink of an eye, a month passed from the negotiations at Mount Padala. The saint race continued to have their armies on standby. They didn't withdraw from the bright luster great world, nor did they continue their expansion outwards. After several days passed, the saints sent out a messenger, bringing forth a personal letter from the good fortune saint sovereign. The summary of this letter was that for 500 years, humans and the saints would not break out into a great war. There would be occasional battles, of course, but all of this would be limited to the level of holy lords at most. World kings and Empyreans would not participate in any fights. The saints would also not withdraw from the bright luster great world. The bright luster great world would become the sole battlefield between humanity and the saints. All influences of the saints would send their disciples to temper themselves there, immersing themselves in the thick of the slaughter. However, after leaving the bright luster great world, humanity and saints could not freely slaughter each other. The only exception would be a life or death battle which both sides mutually consented to. Whether it was a human or a saint, if anyone violated this restriction, Then both races would join together to hunt down the criminals. Once this treaty was signed, the conditions had to be followed, otherwise one would suffer a backlash of heart demons. In the text of this treaty, there were 50 joint signatures from extreme Empyrean-level characters of the Saint race. If humanity were to agree to these conditions, then they would also need 50 extreme Empyreans to sign it. This included Divine Dream, Skyrend Godlord, Emperor Xianxia, as well as many others. The good fortune Saint Sovereign wants to use the bright luster great world as a tempering field. Divine Dream quietly said after reading the letter. Yes, the saints need their geniuses to grow quickly, but so do we humans. The future bright luster great world will be a land filled with blood and death. Those that perish there will often be heroic young elites. But these constant life or death battles also come with opportunity. If our geniuses go to the bright luster great world to gain experience, they too will grow much quicker. To set aside a battlefield like the bright luster great world was advantageous to both the saints and humans. As for restricting all battles to below the world king level, that was also something that humanity hoped to see. All in all, this was an equal treaty. Both the humans and saints wanted to sign it. Empyrean Divine Dream was silent for a long time. Then, she signed her own name on it. After Empyrean Divine Dream signed it, many other Empyreans followed suit. When a full 50 Empyreans signed the contract turned into a black flame that slowly sizzled out in the air. For such a contract, once it was broken, although it wouldn't take one's life, it would still damage one's cultivation. To an Empyrean, this was already an extremely heavy price, so they naturally wouldn't violate the terms. Like this, a strange and awkward peace formed between the human race and the saint race. In the bright luster great world, the slaughter there actually became increasingly intense. Many youths, filled with courage and gusto, hated that their lands had fallen to the saints, and a violent battle would quickly break out with just a few words. Moreover, many influences also sent their own young disciples to temper themselves on this bright luster great world battlefield. As for the world kings and Empyreans, they did not intervene. If these young geniuses truly possessed sufficient strength and destiny, then they would be able to save their own lives. In the North Sor Great World, there was a large planet. This planet was called the Bright Sor Planet because it was located at the border region of the North Sor Great World and the Bright Luster Great World. Many martial artists of the divine realm had to pass through this world to enter the Bright Luster Great World and adventure. This also caused the usually idle and not too prosperous Bright Sor Planet to become extremely busy. Great throngs of martial artists would pass through this planet every day. At this time, in an opulent restaurant on Bright Sor Planet, 7 or 8 martial artists were gathered here, drinking and conversing with each other. They were all young elites of humanity that were headed to the Bright Luster Great World to adventure. Of those that dared go to the Bright Luster Great World, the weakest among them were geniuses of Holy Land level sects. Normal 8th grade sect geniuses would not dare to go because it was far too easy for them to die on the treacherous battlefield of the Bright Luster Great World. As these martial artists spoke, they became increasingly excited and animated. They spoke about the current situation between the humans and the saints, the state of the Bright Luster battlefield, as well as the negotiations that happened on Mount Padala just several months ago. Finally, they shifted the topic to the 100-year duel between Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun. At Mount Padala, Lin Ming had jumped over a boundary and a half to challenge the good fortune Saint Sun. This had already become a glorious topic of discussion that had spread throughout the divine realm. Even body transformation realm martial artists had heard of it. Most martial artists of the divine realm had never seen Lin Ming before. But only a pitiful number of martial artists had never heard of Lin Ming's dazzling feats. To dare sign a life or death dual contract with the good fortune Saint Sun, such a proud and daring character caused all of humanity to be filled with pride. I heard that Lin Ming is soon about to break into the middle divine transformation realm. That's normal. He has already been at the early divine transformation realm for 3 years now, so he should be able to break through at any moment, but he simply doesn't wish to right now. For a genius like Lin Ming, making breakthroughs is an extremely simple matter. The only problem for him is that he needs to consider whether or not his foundation is solid. Haha, after making a breakthrough, Lin Ming's strength will rise by a large margin. If he continues growing at this rate, then who knows what degree he will reach in 100 years. That good fortune saint's son was simply too arrogant. I've long since found him sickening to my ears. The good fortune saint's son is definitely talented. According to common sense, it should be difficult for Lin Ming to defeat him 100 years from now. But Lin Ming has a great destiny on his body, and he has continued to create miracles all the time. I believe that he will definitely bring about another miracle this time. Do you really believe that this little Lin boy will be able to create a miracle? At this time, in a corner of the restaurant, a voice of disagreement sounded out. This person's voice was halting as he spoke the language of the divine realm. It was clear that he wasn't skilled in it. Several young elites frowned. They turned to the corner of the restaurant to see two men and one woman. The man who was sitting at the head wore embroidered robes. He had skin the color of wheat, and although he wasn't handsome and even seemed a bit strange, his eyes were particularly deep to the point that one could drown in them. Sitting near this man was a young girl in a robe of feathers. She had a beautiful appearance and her figure was slender. A charming little smile hung on her face. She pulled on this man's arm as if she were his lover. As for the last man, he was skinny and tall like a bamboo pole. His hands were also thin and gnarly like the claws of a chicken. The sockets of his eyes were sunken in to an extreme degree, making him seem quite dreadful. These three people all wore clothes different from those of humans. In addition to their halting use of the divine realm language as well as their hostility towards Lin Ming, when this was combined together, it was clear that they all came from the saint race. It's devils of the saint race. These three saint race devils, to think that they dare run outside of the bright luster great world. They are simply looking to die. The 7 or 8 youths were about to pull out their weapons, but a white-clothed man stopped them. Stop being so reckless. This is no longer the bright luster great world. According to the agreement between humanity and the saints, once one leaves the domain of the bright luster great world, one cannot slaughter at will. If you want to fight, then both parties must agree. Otherwise you will be punished for violating the rules. That's right, Big Brother is correct. Don't be impulsive. Otherwise, even if you killed the 3 of them, we would still have to be buried with them. As the several young elites spoke, the skinny saint man and the woman began to laugh as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. This laugh was reckless and without end. The young human elites frowned. Just what are you laughing about? I'm laughing at your ignorance. The feather-robed woman stood up. You barbarians are ridiculously stupid. You don't even know what our status is, and yet you think you can just kill us if you want? How laughable. You should be thankful that there is a treaty between the saints and the humans. Otherwise, we would have already lopped off your heads for your disrespect just now. The humans referred to those from the saint race as saint devils. As for the saints, they referred to humans as barbarians. In accordance with their words, they thought of humans as nothing but uncivilized slaves, pigs that could be butchered at any time. Although there was a temporary peace between the two races, they would still exchange insults with each other. Humph! Just what nonsense are you spouting? Since you can't do anything at all, then you might as well blabber on as much as you want. My human race's second-ranked genius Lin Ming is not someone that the likes of you could ever imagine. The martial artist who spoke swept over the cultivation of these 3 saints. These 3 saints all had a cultivation at the middle and late saint transformation realm. There was no need to fear this level of cultivation. Just what is Lin Ming? What gives him the qualifications to fight with senior apprentice brother Saint Sun Wuma? In the eyes of senior apprentice brother Wuma, that Lin Ming is simply a rabid barking dog. It was only that the situation at the negotiation scene was special that senior apprentice brother Wuma would care about that idiot. Haha, you can't say it like that. That boy Lin Ming can still be considered a decent genius amongst the humans. Since he wants to die, then senior apprentice brother Wuma might as well pass him a helping hand. This only means that the humans will be even weaker 100 years from now. Wuma was the surname of the good fortune saint's son. If these martial artists could refer to the good fortune saint's son as senior apprentice brother Wuma, then that definitely meant they had some relationship with the good fortune saint's son. As these people heard them dismiss Lin Ming in such a manner, all of them were enraged. "Just who are you?" The leader of the human youths asked, his voice gloomy. If this person could refer to the good fortune Saint's son as senior apprentice brother Wuma, then it was likely that they came from the same sect that he did. In other words, a true divinity-level influence of the saint race. If they were core disciples of that true divinity influence, then their talent must be incomprehensible. The three people looked at each other. Then, the feather-robed woman chuckled and said, "Then let me tell you, listen well, we are both lower disciples of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. My senior apprentice brother Naki is the first-place champion of the most recent Saint C first martial meeting of the saint race. As for me, I was sixth." As the feather-robed woman spoke, she pointed towards the embroidered robe youth amongst the three of them. As all the young elites of the human race heard this, they felt their hearts skip a beat and drop to their stomachs. The first-place and sixth-place champions of the saint race's Saint C first martial meeting. The Saint C realm was equal to the human Divine C realm. Whether it was humans or the saints, the Divine C and Saint C realms were both times when one's cultivation had reached large success. Taking humans as an example, after experiencing the 9 stages of life destruction, their true might in the laws would manifest. Thus, holding a first martial meeting for all heroic young elites at the Divine C realm was the most persuasive show of potential and strength. This was also the same for the saint race. To be able to obtain first place in the Saint C realm first martial meeting, the talent of this youth could be imagined. After all, the geniuses of the saint race surpassed those of humanity in both quantity and quality. For this point, even if the young elites of humanity didn't want to agree with it, they couldn't deny it either. Without a doubt, although this youth in front of them was only at the late saint transformation realm, in terms of true strength he was likely comparable to a weak holy lord. If such a character were compared to the good fortune saint's son, then perhaps the only difference between them would be their age and the destiny upon their bodies. It was no wonder that he dared to speak like this. He was a disciple from a true divinity holy land, and also the first-place champion of the saints' first martial meeting. The young human elites glanced at each other, dismay in their eyes. Just what sort of concept was a true divinity disciple? They only had to think about the difference between an Empyrean descendant and a world king descendant. The disparity between a true divinity descendant and an Empyrean descendant would be even greater than that. As the human elites thought of this, they felt their hearts race in their chest. They wanted to once again repeat that they believed in Lin Ming, but the difference between humanity and the saints was far too great. Let alone someone like the good fortune saint's son, even this youth in front of them was not someone easy to deal with. As the feather-robed woman saw the shock and dread on these young human elites' faces, she smiled. "Senior apprentice brother Naki possesses the title of Imperial Prince from my saint race. Do you lot even know what the words Imperial Prince mean? That is a reward personally handed down from the good fortune Saint Emperor. If it weren't for senior apprentice brother Naki being much younger than senior apprentice brother Wuma, then perhaps the title of good fortune Saint's son might have fallen into senior apprentice brother Naki's hands. Humph, with the arrival of the great calamity, the destiny of my saint race has been affected, and now 2 great geniuses have been produced in my generation. Senior apprentice brother Naki and senior apprentice brother Wuma are the 2 most brilliant supernovas in this vast world, and the only disparity between them is due to their age. It was clear that this feather-robed woman worshipped this saint youth to a ridiculous degree. Her words caused all of the young human elites present to feel a tremendous amount of pressure. The recent first martial meeting of humanity was the most splendid and prosperous one for the last 100 million years. In addition to Lin Ming, there was Xiao Maxian, Frost Dream, Hang Qi, June Blue Moon, and Dragon Fong, 6 great geniuses. And this sort of situation had appeared because of the impending great calamity. Since this had happened to humanity, how could it not be said that the destiny of the saint race wouldn't also be affected by the great calamity, and they would also produce geniuses that hadn't been seen in 100 million years? Moreover, the inheritance of the saints was far superior to that of humanity. If they had anomalies appear within their ranks, then these geniuses might even be stronger than those of humanity. Let's go. We're returning to the bright luster world first to continue tempering ourselves. Afterwards, we're going to take a little visit to humanity and see just what level the young elites of humanity have actually reached. The youth named Naki casually said. Then, he picked up his weapon from the table and left the restaurant with the man and woman in tow. Senior Apprentice Naki, are you saying that we are going to test the young elites of humanity? The tall and dark-skinned man behind Naki licked his lips, his heart beating faster. Yes, sooner or later the great war between my race and humanity will finally come to a head. Since the Empyreans cannot fight now, we shall start first. After all, since we're going to war in the future, we might as well start destroying their confidence now. If we can beat them now, then after 1,000 years there won't be a problem at all. Moreover, this is also a great inspiration to my saint race, Naki slowly said. Not only did he want to become famous throughout humanity and the saint race, but he also wanted to take this opportunity to increase the momentum of the saints. Haha, Senior Apprentice Brother Naki is right. Because Senior Apprentice Brother Wuma's cultivation is too high, those other geniuses of humanity cannot follow him. That leaves only us to take action. If we can beat up all of their geniuses, then how will those humans have any courage left to fight with us? When that time comes, our fame in the bright luster great world will rapidly rise. Perhaps the Saint Sovereign might even give us a great reward, the thin man said without any scruples. As he spoke, the human martial artists had an extremely ugly complexion. These people had no respect for anyone at all. They treated all the human martial artists here like nothing but empty air. Let's leave. The several young saint elites left. Their goal was the bright luster world. After the negotiations between humanity and the saints ended, Lin Ming had gone into seclusion at Mount Padala. Mount Padala had a long and glorious history. In terms of background and inheritance, they were without a doubt the #1 ranked influence throughout all of humanity. The various mountains, gardens, towers, corridors, monasteries, everything was covered with array formations. These array formations could be used to support one's training and even had the use of repelling evil spirits. Even the gardens amongst the ravines that had many spiritual plants arranged within them were layered with multiple array formations. If Lin Ming cultivated here, it was no worse than cultivating at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, Highest Ancestor invites you to an audience. A martial path monk in loose linen robes appeared in front of Lin Ming. His palms were gathered together in prayer as he recited Buddhist chants. Highest Ancestor? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. The one who managed most daily matters at Mount Padala was not Emperor Xianxia, nor was it Great Limitless Buddha. Rather, it was Grandmaster Soulsense, someone with a half-step Empyrean cultivation. The two other eminent monks had already gone into seclusion to deeply meditate on their martial arts. Of them, one was called Highest Ancestor and the other was called Highest Master. Highest Ancestor naturally referred to Great Limitless Buddha. He had become renowned throughout the world 100 million years ago, and was the highest-ranked and most storied character of the current Mount Padala. Highest Ancestor has heard that Junior Apprentice Brother Lin will soon break into the Middle Divine Transformation realm, so he would like to personally extend an invitation to Junior Apprentice Brother Lin to go to the irreproachable stupa to enlighten yourself upon the Emperor will, as well as accept a baptism of the Buddha will. Emperor will, Buddha will. Lin Ming had never heard of these terms before. He nodded and said, "Then I ask Senior Apprentice Brother to lead the way." Mount Padala had far too many ancient buildings. These ancient sites were often hundreds of millions of years old, or even billions of years old. The disciples of all previous eras of Mount Padala had constantly reinforced the array formations here and repaired all the structures, preserving their full form and dignity. Now, not only was there no sense of decay at all, but there was instead an atmosphere of the endless river of time, making one feeling awe in their heart. Lin Ming followed the martial artist through many winding corridors before he arrived at a large and spacious garden. The courtyard was paved with thick, weather-beaten bricks, each brick seeming like a thick tome that recorded the long and solemn history of Mount Padala. "We're here." The martial monk grasped his beads, spoke a few Buddhist mantras, and then slowly retreated backwards. In front of Lin Ming was a forest of gray pagodas. These pagodas each had different numbers of layers, and each one was hundreds of feet high. They did not have the magnificent beauty of being carved from jade or crystal, but they still emitted a deep sense of dignity and virtue. Before this forest of pagodas was an old monk. He wore loose linen robes and had a golden kasaya draped over his shoulder. His feet were covered with straw sandals, his earlobes were large and round, and his 2 white eyebrows were a foot long. He leaned on a thick monk staff with his right hand, and he held a string of Buddhist beads in his left. There were 7 of these Buddhist beads in total, 6 small and 1 large. Among them, the large one was pale white with a tint of red, as if there was blood surging deep within it. It actually resembled an eyeball somewhat, making it seem a bit shocking. This old monk was only casually standing there, but it seemed as if he had merged into one with the world around him. If Lin Ming didn't use his eyes but instead only used his sense, then he would never have discovered the existence of this old monk. Even though he was close at hand, it was impossible to sense him. This was an extremely strange and beguiling feeling. This white-browed old man was great limitless Buddha of Mount Padala. Even if Divine Dream were to see him, she still had to politely refer to him as Senior. Junior Lin Ming greets Senior Great Limitless Buddha. Lin Ming respectfully nodded. Great Limitless Buddha looked at Lin Ming and slowly nodded in return. Then he simply said, "Starting from today, for 7 through 7 for 49 days, you will stay here." Great Limitless Buddha's tone was elderly and his pace of speaking was extremely slow. If one listened to him, they might think he had some difficulties speaking due to his age. "This place is..." Lin Ming remembered that the martial monk who led him here had referred to this place as Irreproachable Stupa. "This is a cemetery of Mount Padala, a burial ground where all previous Buddhist monks and masters of Mount Padala who stepped into the Empyrean realm are interred. In these last 3.6 billion years, when eminent monks of Mount Padala have died, they have been cremated and their ashes condensed into relics. These relics are placed in pagoda boxes, buried together with their life magic tools. Thus, this forest of pagodas is named the Irreproachable Stupa as well as the Burial Stupa." As Great Limitless Buddha spoke to hear, Lin Ming was startled. The graves of all previous eminent monks of Mount Padala. Mount Padala had a history of 3.6 billion years. In this vast period of time, it was impossible to calculate just how many extraordinary characters had appeared in their ranks. Only those great and highly accomplished Zen masters had the qualifications to be buried at the Irreproachable Stupa after their deaths. With so many outstanding characters buried here, even if they had died so many years ago, their Buddhist will and laws still existed here, never to fade away. At some unknown time, Great Limitless Buddha had already floated away. Lin Ming was left by himself, quietly feeling the surging will left behind in this pagoda forest. He took several deep breaths, adjusting his mindset. Then he bowed before the Irreproachable Stupa several times, his heart filled with sincere gratitude. A martial artist could disrespect the heavens and defy the earth, but they had no choice but to respect the past heroes. There was a total of 72 of these Buddhist pagodas. This was a predetermined number. When the number of eminent monks buried here surpassed this number, then 2 of them would be buried in one pagoda. Looking at this arrangement of Buddhist pagodas, it actually had a faint similarity to the 72 sorcerer pagodas of the Sky Spill Continent's southern wilderness. Of course, this Irreproachable Stupa was countless times more profound and intricate. This also proved that the sorcerer of the southern wilderness originated from a Buddhist background. Moreover, he came from a subordinate sect of Mount Padala, one that shared their roots. Some pagodas were high and some pagodas were low. The height of the pagodas also indicated the achievements of the monks buried within. Lin Ming was well aware that this place where all previous eminent monks of Mount Padala were buried was absolutely its most sacred holy grounds. With so many great monks resting here in peace, normally no one would be allowed to disturb them. If it weren't for the arrival of the great calamity and the unique situation brought about by that, then Great Limitless Buddha would never have allowed him here to enlighten himself upon the Buddhist will of so many past seniors of Mount Padala. After adjusting his mindset to an ethereal state, Lin Ming walked towards the forest of pagodas with respect and dignity. One step at a time, Lin Ming's speed was extremely slow. After 9 steps, Lin Ming would stop for a long time, allowing his heart to feel and take in everything around him. 1,000 feet, 800 feet, 500 feet. Lin Ming came closer and closer to the forest of pagodas. As the distance shrank, Lin Ming began to feel that the will coming from the forest of pagodas was increasingly powerful. He felt a pain between his eyebrows like a needle was being stabbed there. All the blood within his body seemed to rush towards that point. Grand Mist Battle Spirit. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. With a light howl, the Grand Mist Battle Spirit rushed out. A dark gold spear appeared in front of Lin Ming, and the shaft of the spear was also tinted with a light blue color. This was the Blue Soul Boundary. Lin Ming had used an extremely long time, constantly accumulating but still not managing to make a breakthrough. At this moment, his battle spirit had long reached gold perfection and had touched upon the threshold of a Blue Soul Battle Spirit. The difference between a gold battle spirit and a Blue Soul Battle Spirit was immense. Now, underneath this baptism of Buddhist will, Lin Ming could feel his battle spirit forcefully whistle. The blue hue of the battle spirit became increasingly vibrant. This Buddhist will could temper a battle spirit. Lin Ming wasn't surprised at all. In the entire divine realm, only Mount Padala possessed a graveyard where so many supreme elders were buried. The will here was likely also the strongest within the entire divine realm. Since ancient times, when peerless human powerhouses died, they would often leave behind hidden legacies that they would wait for destined successors to inherit. As for the skeletons of these unrivaled powerhouses, they were often buried in some far-off and unknown place, or they simply destroyed their own bodies. This was because the corpse of a peerless powerhouse was in itself a priceless treasure. Of these peerless powerhouses, which one hadn't swallowed up countless heavenly materials during their lives. Their flesh and blood essence was comparable to a divine treasure of the heaven and earth. Their bones and meridian channels were inscribed with Tao patterns and law runes. If one dug up their corpses and perceived them, it wouldn't be inferior to chaos stones. Because of these reasons, peerless powerhouses wouldn't be buried in obvious tombs in order to prevent others from digging up their corpses after their deaths to refine pills, or be taken by others as objects to be perceived. Only a sect like Mount Padala that had existed for 3.6 billion years, with a deep background that had reached unfathomable depths, could possess the ability to inter these skeletons at the irreproachable stupa to preserve them and allow these eminent monks to rest in peace within these Buddhist pagodas. It could be imagined that the Buddhist bone relics in these pagodas were treasures amongst treasures. As Lin Ming constantly neared the gathering of pagodas, he could hear faint Buddhist chants reverberate between the heavens and the earth. Shimmering golden Buddhist runes fluttered in the skies, bringing together all sorts of wonderful sights. At this moment, Lin Ming could feel all the blood and true essence within his body boil up with excitement. His heart beat in tandem with the flow of Buddhist runes. The Grand Mist Battle Spirit trembled. Lin Ming could feel the complete will within his body being baptized. 300 feet, 200 feet, 100 feet. Lin Ming finally arrived in front of the forest of pagodas. A living Empyrean could conceal their own aura and also keep their battle spirit hidden within their spiritual sea, dormant until it was activated. For instance, Empyrean Divine Dream could appear like a completely ordinary mortal woman if she so chose. But for an Empyrean that died, everything would return to nature. If a martial artist was lacking in will, it would be impossible for them to withstand the cleansing of the irreproachable stupa. Lin Ming arrived at the first pagoda of the irreproachable stupa. This pagoda was 8 stories high. In Buddhism, the most basic function of a Buddhist pagoda was a grave. It was used to bury the remains of the preeminent monks and their relics. The doors to this pagoda began to open. Lin Ming deeply bowed before entering the pagoda. Looking all around, at the center of this pagoda was a relic. This relic was flat and wide, shaped like an oval. This relic was extremely different from what Lin Ming imagined relics to look like. The remains of an eminent monk were normally buried in a chamber beneath the pagoda. But this relic was actually placed in the center of the ground floor hall, revealed to the world without any jade box sealing it. Looking down, there were a stone tablet beneath this relic with some words inscribed upon it. Benevolent king born 800 million years after the great calamity. He managed Mount Padala and possessed an Empyrean cultivation. He became a monk at 6 years of age. His talent was extraordinary and his memory was wonderful. He studied the 300 Buddhist scriptures, and before 20 years of age, he did not practice martial arts at all, but fully invested himself in comprehending the Dharma of Buddhism. The light of awakening came down to him, and Benevolent King's body was reborn through nirvana, and from that point on he condensed a Buddha body. That is the stage of life destruction. As Lin Ming read this description, he was incomparably astonished. The stone tablet recorded that Benevolent King didn't study any martial arts cultivation method before he was 20 years old, and only meditated on the Buddhist scriptures. Even so, after that, his mortal body was reborn through nirvana, condensing into a Buddha body. That was the same stage as life destruction. If this was true, then the path of Buddhism was far too mysterious and miraculous. Further down, the stone tablet recorded the various achievements of Benevolent King. In addition, at the very bottom there was a brief string of words. If I can preach to the infallible, then after I perish within my fires, let my tongue remain forever. These several words seemed gentle and quiet, like an ordinary sentence, but they actually emitted a deep and powerful momentum. Just by looking at them, one felt the impulse to pray and worship and accept a baptism of Buddhism with all their heart. This sort of feeling was only comparable to what Lin Ming had felt when he read the words that Empyrean Primordius left behind in the eternal demon abyss. The masterless rivers of star in the endless cosmos. I shall rewrite the infinite history. These words should be Benevolent King's own, and from their meaning, they should also be his last words. Lin Ming thought. The meaning behind these words was that if the teachings he passed on were without mistake, then once his mortal body perished and he burned away in the fires, let his tongue not be burnt to nothing. The flames that Mount Padala used to cremate their eminent monks were not normal fire, but divine fire composed of the complete 9-level concepts of the fire laws. Normally, once an essence-gathering system martial artist died, their origin energy would dissipate, leaving behind a spirit body that simply wasn't able to withstand the blaze of this divine fire. But these eminent monks were actually able to leave behind relics through the flames. As Lin Ming thought of this, his mind stirred. He looked up towards the relic at the center of the pagoda. Looking closer, this flat relic actually resembled a tongue. When Benevolent King died, his tongue was actually left remaining and turned into a relic. Really, his words came true. As Lin Ming looked at this relic, his heart was shaken. It was unknown just what boundary this eminent monk had reached in his life. It should have been a level even higher than great limitless Buddha. Lin Ming continued to look. He discovered that behind this stone tablet was also a section of scriptures. These scriptures were not martial arts heart mantras, but pure Buddhist passages. Lin Ming held a heart of reverent awe as he read this passage from beginning to end. In calming the mind, one could also further their understanding of concepts. Lin Ming stayed at the irreproachable stupa of Benevolent King for 3 whole days. Then he left. He moved towards the next irreproachable stupa. This irreproachable stupa also had a stone tablet. The words carved upon it were, Jomoi. He was born 1,080,000,000 years after the great calamity. He shaved his head, undergoing tonsure at 3 years of age. He died 1,090,000,000 years after the great calamity. After his death, his ashes were divided into 48,000 parts, each integrated into the bricks of this Buddhist pagoda, becoming one with the irreproachable stupa. This pagoda is spiritual. Without anyone refining it, it became an Empyrean spirit treasure. Lin Ming read onwards. Grandmaster Jomoi had also left behind his last words. To respect all life, my heart shines as bright as a mirror. When my body returns to the earth, give my heart to all living creatures. These last words also gave Lin Ming some enlightenments. When Grandmaster Jomoi's mortal body was burned away, his heart that was as bright and clear as a mirror was left behind for all living creatures. His achievements were no worse than those of Benevolent Kings. He stayed in Jiumoi's irreproachable stupa for another 3 full days. He continued to the next irreproachable stupa. As time passed, Lin Ming looked at the life history of these eminent Buddhist monks, experiencing their life and accepting a baptism of their will. During this period of time, Lin Ming's cultivation didn't rise by much. But his soul actually went through a subtle transformation, and the grand mist battle spirit within him also became increasingly blue. Oh! As Lin Ming was enlightening himself within the irreproachable stupas, there was actually a storm of blood and slaughter occurring on the bright luster great world, with countless deaths and battles. Many heroic young elites flocked towards the bright luster great world to temper themselves on that battlefield of slaughter. There were some people that made breakthroughs at the precipice of life and death, their cultivation rapidly rising. There were even those that obtained the treasures and secrets of the dead, making great strides in their progress. But there were even more people that died. They were burnt to ashes without even a skeleton remaining. And among these corpses, there was a name that rose in splendor. That was Imperial Prince Naki. With a late divine transformation level cultivation, he could fight a holy lord. He could instantly kill the weakest of holy lords. And even against a strong holy lord, he still had the means to preserve his life. This degree of talent was simply too alarming. It had to be known that, on the bright luster great world, the highest cultivation martial artists on the battlefield were holy lords. In other words, it would be extremely difficult for Imperial Prince Naki to meet an opponent who could threaten his life. Many missions that were aimed specifically at him failed, one after another. Once, over a dozen powerhouses couldn't withstand this shame and joined forces to kill Naki, in order to strengthen the momentum of humanity and also make a name for themselves. But afterwards, not only did their trap fail, but Naki instead killed 5 of them. They were forced to retreat in disastrous defeat. Following that battle, Naki's fame rose, shaking the world like an earthquake. Beside him was also a feather-robed woman and a dark and tall thin youth. Although they were weaker than Naki, they weren't common geniuses of their generation either. If a normal peak divine lord martial artist were to run into them, they wouldn't be a match at all. I heard that Imperial Prince Naki was the first-place champion in the Saint Race's first martial meeting. Yes, Naki is nearly from the same batch of geniuses as Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian, and Frost Dream. This is a great coincidence. I heard that because of the Great Calamity, there were many rising talents in the Saint Race's most recent first martial meeting, with countless masters rising together. And this Naki is also the direct disciple of the Saint Race's true divinity powerhouse, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. This title of Imperial Prince was also passed down from the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. On the battlefield of the bright luster great world, several human martial artists were talking about Naki. It was impossible for these humans to hold a candle to the reputation of a true divinity disciple. After all, most of these people here were geniuses from ordinary holy lands. They were 4 or 5 levels different from a true divinity disciple. There was no comparison at all. For these months, the Good Fortune Saint's son had gone into seclusion. Because of the contract between the humans and the saints, humans weren't allowed to attack the Good Fortune Saint's son. Otherwise, the balance at the bright luster great world would be toppled. As for the saint race, they also agreed with this condition. Thus, when the younger but equally talented Naki appeared, rolling over the battlefield of the bright luster great world was the same as turning over his palm. This caused many human geniuses to be cautious with all their actions lest they meet Naki. With their strength, they were the same as dead people if they were to stumble into Naki. Moreover, their deaths would be worthless because they couldn't put up any resistance at all. Not only is there Naki, but that feather robe woman and that bamboo-like man that follow him around are also top 10 ranked characters of the Saints' first martial meeting. They come from a true divinity holy land too. If we encounter them, we must run as far away as we can. How come several top-ranked champions of the Saints' first martial meeting have appeared at the bright luster great world battlefield? But you can't even see the shadow of our human race's first martial meeting geniuses. Yeah! What are they doing? Are they still closed up in seclusion? How could that help them grow faster than life or death slaughters on the battlefield? Are they not coming out because they are scared? It was unknown who was speaking, but many martial artists glowered in his direction. Just what crap are you spouting? Some people immediately shut him down. The human race and saint race were mortal blood enemies. At this time, who could ruin the momentum of their own race? Even so, although no one said it, there were some people who thought that the geniuses of humanity's first martial meeting were too afraid to appear on the bright luster great world because of Naki. After all, one was an Empyrean descendant and the other was a true divinity descendant. They were an entire boundary apart. Don't speak so casually. I heard that Dragon Fong, Hang Chi, and the others have already entered the bright luster great world. As for Frost Dream, she has entered some mystic realm with Empyrean divine dream, so she can't appear for some time. I have no idea what Lin Ming is doing, but he should still be deep in seclusion at Mount Padala. Grandmaster Yuanji, born 2.61 billion years after the Great Calamity and died 2.7 billion years afterwards. He had an Empyrean realm cultivation and was an abbot of Mount Patala. Lin Ming quietly read the inscription on a stone tablet before perceiving the Buddhist scriptures upon it. A day later, when he came out from this irreproachable stupa, he discovered that this was already the last one. Lin Ming didn't know how long he stayed in this forest of pagodas. After he left, he felt that his divine sense had reached an unprecedented state of purity, filled with wisdom. As he stared within this forest of pagodas for days and nights, he experienced the samsara of many lives, gaining insight into life. This is... As Lin Ming left the forest of pagodas, the surrounding scene had undergone some strange and inexplicable change. Within the 72 irreproachable stupas was a pure land of ultimate bliss. This was an extremely beautiful land. Spirit springs trickled through brooks and flowers and plants bloomed everywhere. Walking here, one seemed to arrive in a paradise of heaven. In the skies, flower petals danced in the air, filling the world with auspicious bursts of shimmering colors. And in the center of this paradise was a unique spirit tree. There were many spirit trees in this utopia, but this tree was special. It immediately attracted Lin Ming's eyes. It wasn't too thick nor was it too tall. It was only 40 to 50 feet high. But the trunk of the tree was like a powerful and vibrant divine dragon that grasped its claws deep into the earth. This tree trunk was ancient. The bark was cracked and the hollow of the tree seemed to have experienced endless years before growing into such an appearance. On the crown of this tree, most leaves were already faded away, leaving only several hundred still hanging on the branches. Although they were scattered, these hundreds of leaves were still luscious green, glistening with a healthy light like they were carved from jade. Standing in front of this ancient divine tree, Lin Ming could feel an inexplicable peace amidst a deep and ancient aura. Lin Ming felt something stir in his mind. He walked underneath this tree and carefully sat down. At this moment, he could inexplicably feel the aura of Buddhism envelop him. Looking up, every green leaf danced around like a little fairy. Lines ran all over the trunk, containing the infinite charm of the great Tao. Lin Ming didn't doubt that even if a mortal with an extremely poor perception was to sit under this ancient tree, they could also enter an ethereal state and achieve supreme enlightenment. Bodhi tree. The name of this tree flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming was 15 years old when he first stepped onto the road of martial arts. He entered the 7 Profound Martial House, and the first teacher he had there was a martial house instructor, Hong Shi. Hong Shi had told Lin Ming about a fable he once heard. In the legends, 3,000 years ago in the Sky Spill continent, there once existed a peerless genius named Emperor Xianxia. Emperor Xianxia sat underneath a Bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights, fusing 7 different martial intents into one and achieving supreme enlightenment. He had broken through the shackles of martial arts, cultivation, and indestructible Vajra body before breaking through the void for his martial path and ascending to the divine realm. To the Lin Ming at that time, this legend had only been a legend. Whether it was ascending to the divine realm or fusing together 7 different martial intents, all of this was simply fanciful stories, impossible matters. He had even been suspicious of whether this legend was true or false. In the legends, Emperor Sakya had used a mere 7 days and 7 nights of enlightenment to break through his bottleneck of martial arts, allowing his cultivation to wildly rise by several large boundaries. This was a nearly unbelievable story. It had to be known that in the Sky Spill continent, when going from revolving core to life destruction and life destruction to divine sea, these great bottlenecks could stop a person for thousands of years, or even their entire lifetime. For Emperor Sakya to suddenly jump through several realms of cultivation was simply too exaggerated. But it was only recently Lin Ming realized that this legend left behind in the past, a mystery of unknown origins, was actually a riddle. The low-key Buddhist Emperor Sakya was in truth an Empyrean of Mount Patala. Moreover, he was the youngest Empyrean of humanity. He had used a mere 10,000 to 20,000 years of cultivation to reach the realm of an Empyrean. His future was limitless. For such a character, jumping past several lower realms and fusing together 7 different martial intents was nothing at all. Moreover, it was said that Emperor Sakya had sent out 1 billion incarnations to the 3,000 worlds to experience 1 billion lives. Even now, most of these avatars had yet to return. If Emperor Sakya received all of his avatars, then perhaps his strength would rise to yet another level. At that time, it would be hard to tell just who was weaker or stronger between him and Divine Dream. Bodhi Tree. 7 martial intents fused as one. Lin Ming sat in meditation. Currently, the martial intents he knew were the Samsara martial intent, ethereal martial intent, and primordius martial intent, the last of which included the heavenly demon martial intent, heavenly mortal martial intent, and heavenly god martial intent. But in fact, even though Lin Ming had closed up for several years in Primordius Heavenly Palace, he still hadn't been able to fuse together the heavenly demon, heavenly mortal, and heavenly god martial intents. In addition, Empyrean Divine Dream's Divine Dream Space and Empyrean Divine Seal's Black Hole Horizon could both be considered martial intents. If a martial intent had to be explained, it was a concept of martial arts that came from the martial artists themselves. What it corresponded to were the laws. Laws originated from the universe and were a martial artist's understanding of the universe's rules. When everything was considered, Lin Ming actually had 7 different kinds of martial intents. But to completely fuse these 7 different kinds of martial intents together was more difficult than climbing to the heavens. This was because of his martial intents. 5 of them were peak transcendent divine mights. In fact, the black hole horizon left behind by Empyrean Divine Seal had likely surpassed the category of a transcendent divine might. To fuse them together was to endure 1,000 sufferings and 10,000 hardships. As Lin Ming sat beneath the Bodhi tree, he soon entered a complete ethereal state. Time passed day by day. Lin Ming remained motionless, like a sculpture in a garden. Every day, there would be a crystalline leaf that gently fell down from the Bodhi tree. As it fell onto Lin Ming's body, it would drip with a verdant green. Occasionally, there would be a Bodhi seed that fell down. These fingernail-sized Bodhi seeds were completely covered with ancient patterns that weave together into images of Buddha, lifelike and spiritual. The Bodhi leaves and Bodhi seeds would eventually turn into crystalline motes of light that fused into Lin Ming's body. The Buddhist scriptures and Buddhist comprehensions that Lin Ming studied began to slowly swirl within him, fusing with his spiritual sea. The samsara martial intent that was within Lin Ming's spiritual sea had faded away. It turned into a pure flow of energy that converged onto the primordius martial intent. The ethereal martial intent was also the same. All of these changes were sublimated within Lin Ming's soul, becoming purely lucid. Like this, Lin Ming sat beneath the Bodhi tree for 33 days. 33 days later, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. With an incomparably loud whistling sound, a spear-shaped battle spirit, the color of blue jade, howled into the air, circling in the air before returning to Lin Ming's spiritual sea. As for Lin Ming's aura, it suddenly exploded outwards like an army of galloping horses. His strength had greatly increased. The bottleneck of the early divine transformation realm had long been shattered by Lin Ming during these last 33 days. Middle divine transformation realm. Blue soul battle spirit. As Lin Ming rose up from beneath the Bodhi tree, he felt as if the entire world was different. His soul had undergone a nirvana, and his martial intents had been thoroughly smoothed out. heavenly demon, heavenly mortal, heavenly god. These three martial intents had fused into the complete primordious martial intent. As for the samsara martial intent and ethereal martial intent, they had also fused with it. It was only the black hole horizon and divine dream space that Lin Ming wasn't able to fuse together. But even so, his understandings of these two martial intents were much clearer than before. Congratulations, benefactor Lin. At this time, an old voice sounded out in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming perked up and he respectfully bowed. Junior greets Senior, great limitless Buddha. In this moment, the land of pure utopia began to blur. A form slowly walked in from the edge, becoming gradually clearer. This old monk with the white eyebrows and large earlobes was great limitless Buddha. Benefactor Lin, this old monk originally agreed to allow you to stay in the irreproachable stupa for 7 by 7, 49 days, but Benefactor Lin has been in enlightenment under the Bodhi tree for 33 days. Lin Ming was startled. As he was gaining insights within the irreproachable stupa, he had entered a completely ethereal condition and had long forgotten about the 7 by 7, 49-day deadline that great limitless Buddha had set for him. My apologies. Because this junior was reading the scriptures, I momentarily lost my wits and forgot the time. No harm. If Benefactor Lin can stay here for such a long time and even see the pure lands of ultimate bliss and meditate beneath the Bodhi tree, that is your Buddhist faith and a good deed. Empyrean Divine Dream entrusted this old monk to help temper you and enhance your strength as much as possible, and this old monk can be considered as barely having accomplished that. Of course, this mainly depends on Benefactor Lin's own ability. I thank Senior. Lin Ming felt a heartfelt gratefulness. He was extremely lucky. Even though he didn't have any background at all, he was still able to study the essence of Empyrean Primordius, Empyrean Divine Dream, and Empyrean Divine Seal's inheritances, the true inheritances of two peak Empyreans and a true divinity powerhouse. Now, he had even been able to grasp some insights of Mount Padala, an influence with a 3.6 billion year background. In the divine realm, there were no other Empyrean disciples that were able to experience such things and have such lucky chances. In addition, Empyrean Divine Dream was willing to support him with any resources at her disposal. Currently, in terms of resources, he was no worse than any top Empyrean disciple. Lin Ming thanked all of these supreme elders that helped him from the depths of his heart. Very well, Benefactor Lin, the battle at the bright luster great world has grown fierce. In order for a genius to grow, it is impossible to seclude yourself forever to cultivate into an Empyrean. You must go to the bright luster great world and walk your own road of martial arts. As great limitless Buddha spoke, he waved the sleeves of his robe. Lin Ming felt space blur around him, and in the next moment he had appeared at the entrance of Mount Padala. Thinking about it, since the first martial meeting had concluded, 8 or 9 years had passed in the blink of an eye. In this long period of time, Lin Ming had experienced only a handful of battles. He had fought several times at Demon Dawn World and had also been chased down by Tian Mingzi to the Sky Spill continent. For the rest of that time, Lin Ming had been closed up in training. He had trained in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace for 1 year and Primordius Heavenly Palace for 4 years. After returning to the Divine Realm, he had also cultivated for another 3 years. In this long span of time, Lin Ming had gone from the peak of the Middle Divine Sea Realm to the Middle Divine Transformation Realm. That was a full boundary of cultivation that he had overcome. All of his previous accumulations had exploded out at once. Lin Ming's steps moved and he appeared hundreds of miles away. He stepped on space, flying away. In the air, Lin Ming took out the Primordius Heavenly Palace that had been shrunk by hundreds and thousands of times. His figure turned into a beam of light that flew into it. Then, Primordius Heavenly Palace turned into a soaring comet that flew towards the bright luster great world. During this great calamity, there was a treaty in place which stated that besides the bright luster great world, fighting was off limits in the other 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm. Even so, Lin Ming intended to be careful. The defenses of Primordius Heavenly Palace were much stronger than those of any ordinary spirit ship. As for how high-profile and glaring Primordius Heavenly Palace was, Lin Ming completely ignored it, not bothering with hiding anymore. In jumping over a boundary and a half to challenge the good fortune Saint's son to a duel 100 years from now, his actions could not be any more high profile. North Soar Great World, Bright Soar Planet. As the large planet closest to the bright luster Great World, Bright Soar Planet became increasingly busy. There were countless martial artists passing through there every day. On this day, a young man wearing a bamboo hat arrived at the Bright Soar Planet. He wore tight-fitting black clothes and the bamboo hat was tugged down, hiding his eyes. Within the thronging crowd, he appeared extremely common. But, if one carefully observed him, they would notice that there seemed to be an invisible force field surrounding him. Even on the busy streets, there wasn't a single person that bumped into him. This black-clothed young man was Lin Ming. As he walked forwards, he could see that the restaurants, medicinal stores, weapon and armor shops, and all other businesses were booming with customers. In particular, the shops that sold one-time used talismans were nearly overrun with eager martial artists. The divine realm is too large. There are simply too many martial artists. Lin Ming sighed. On this street, any one of these people could be considered an outstanding young genius of a holy land. Many of them were at least on the level of Phoenix Cry Palace's White Daohong that Lin Ming had seen in the past. Back then, White Daohong had been the idol of many young disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan. But if he were placed here, he would simply be lost in the crowd. White Cloud Bistro was one of the largest and most successful restaurants on the Bright Soar Planet. This business was part of the North Soar Great World's World King Holy Land, and the restaurant itself was a spirit artifact. It had been located here for an extremely long period of time, and the inner furnishings were incomparably opulent. The meals were exquisite, and they were all wonderful spirit foods and spirit wines that benefited a martial artist's cultivation. Of course, none of this came cheap, but even so, the young elites that gathered at Bright Soar Planet were able to afford the sky-high prices. At this time, on a floor of the restaurant, 7 or 8 martial artists were loudly speaking. Haha, we're not bragging at all here. On the bright luster Great World's Whiteheart Planet, the 7 of us were surrounded by over a dozen of those Saint Mongrels. But not only did they not kill us, but they were instead cut down by our 7-star formation. We killed 9 of those Saint Mongrels, and the remaining 5 were left scurrying away with their tails between their legs. In this war, I've already obtained 3,000 merit points. In the middle of the hall, a martial artist with a thick and full beard was enthusiastically boasting. However, the people around him were all laughing. One of them mercilessly taunted him, saying, "I must say, Tiny Hammer, you keep blowing your so-called heroic exploits to ridiculous levels so often that even we are finding it hard to stand. We might as well talk about the great bloodbath that will be occurring on the Chaotic Blood Continent soon." That's right, the battle on the Chaotic Blood Continent will be tomorrow. But what a pity that we don't have enough merit points to go take a look. I hear that Hang Chi and Dragonfang are the ones fighting this time. Humph, that Imperial Prince Naki is too arrogant. He doesn't even think that he needs to fight the geniuses of my human race. As for that good fortune Saint's son, even though he agreed to fight Lin Ming 100 years from now, that is only because the situation was special at the time, so he had no choice but to agree. Normally, the good fortune Saint's son would only take him as a barking dog and wouldn't bother to respond to him at all. As the topic of Naki was brought up, the boisterous discussion in the restaurant immediately dimmed down. The 20-some heroic young elites that were drinking or eating suddenly had a strange complexion cross their faces. Many were angry, but there were also many that seemed to feel some dread. Naki? Lin Ming's mind stirred. He vaguely remembered this name and also had an impression towards Naki, because he had absorbed the memories of the dead Saint World King. This Naki was the first-place champion of the Saint race's most recent Divine Sea First Martial meeting. In terms of talent, he wasn't much lower than the good fortune Saint's son. The only reason he was weaker was because of the difference in their ages. From the memories of the dead Saint World King, Lin Ming could see that he had an extremely high opinion of this Imperial Prince Naki. I see, so he was the first-place champion of the Saint race's first martial meeting. He truly does have the qualifications to be arrogant. Lin Ming's eyes dimmed down. He swished the wine in his glass, saying, "They really think I'm just some barking dog." In the eyes of the Saint race, Humans are nothing but lambs to be butchered. As Lin Ming thought this, his eyes glinted with a cold light. This Imperial Prince Naki is arrogant, but he indeed possesses the ability to be arrogant. I wonder if there is a chance that he will fight Lin Ming or Frost Dream. It wasn't known who said that, but the young human elites here immediately fell silent. If the humans were compared to the saints, then they really did fall short. Even though they were all champions of the first martial meeting, everyone always felt that the human champions were weaker than the saint champions. Of course, it was impossible for them to truthfully say out loud that humans were weaker than saints. Thus everyone remained silent. We'll have to look at the results of Hang Chi and Dragon Fang's battle. But Hang Chi's opponent isn't Naki, because Naki simply didn't bother with accepting his challenge. Hang Chi is absolutely weaker than Naki. In the Divine Realm first martial meeting, he only came third. Compared to Lin Ming and Frost Dream, the disparity between them is considerable. I have no idea what Lin Ming is doing right now. I heard that he is closed up in seclusion at Mount Padala, but at this time, how could closing up in cultivation help him grow faster than fighting on the actual battlefield? Some martial artists grumpily said. It was true that Lin Ming had been in seclusion for a long time. The Great Calamity had already begun over half a year ago, but Lin Ming still hadn't left Mount Padala. Even if Lin Ming or Frost Dream challenged Naki, he still might not agree. That fellow always acts as if he's above everyone else, as if there is no genius in humanity that has the capital to challenge him. If I had to say it rudely, he was looking down at all of them. Even then, if they challenged him, it would be fine if they could battle to a draw. But if they lost, the martial artist speaking quieted down. Everyone's complexions turned ugly. Frost Dream and Lin Ming were the future hopes of mankind. This was particularly true for Lin Ming, who had to settle his grudge with the good fortune Saint's son in 100 years. If he lost to Naki here, then that would be so sad that it wasn't funny at all. If Lin Ming didn't come to the bright luster great world, that is probably a wise decision on his part. His background is shallow and he requires time to gather himself and improve. He is also much younger than Naki. That's right. Lin Ming is younger, so being weaker now doesn't matter at all. Some people found psychological comfort in this and changed the topic to Lin Ming's age. In Lin Ming's age group, the only one comparable to him was Xiao Maxian. As Lin Ming listened to these people speaking, he breathed out a long depressed sigh. Was he really pitiful to such a degree? Did others really need to use his age as an excuse to feel better about themselves? This Naki, I must pay a little attention to him, since he feels that challenging the geniuses of humanity disgraces his title of Imperial Prince. Then I'll have to see just what worth he has. Lin Ming stood up. He left behind a small bag of violet sunstones, put on his bamboo hat, and then left the restaurant. The goal that he had decided for himself was to surpass the good fortune Saint's son in 100 years. In several hundred years, he had to reach an Empyrean level of strength. 1,000 years from now, when the war between the humans and the saints truly erupted, Lin Ming had to reach a half-step true divinity level of strength. This was strength, not cultivation. As for what boundary Lin Ming's strength would reach at that time, it was hard to foresee. Wanting to break into the Empyrean realm within 1,000 years wasn't easy. After all, even the current youngest Empyrean, Emperor Xianxia, had spent 10,000 to 20,000 years in order to break past the Empyrean bottleneck. 3.6 billion years ago, during the era of Empyrean Divine Seal, there were likely many young elites that had become Empyreans at a young age, but they also probably required several thousand years. 1,000-year time limit was far too challenging. The road of an Empyrean was far too difficult. Even for those extremely talented characters, there was still a chance that they would be stuck at this step. As for whether or not a great world king realm martial artist could compare with a half-step true divinity, that wasn't something that Lin Ming could guess at all. In short, the future was filled with unpredictable mysteries. Each lucky chance that he needed to encounter was also an unknown. Without reaching that step, it was impossible for Lin Ming to guess just what level his strength would reach. But for his current goal, what he needed was to overcome the good fortune Saint's son within 100 years. He needed to use the vast pressure and brief golden age brought about by the great calamity to overcome his limits and create a miracle for himself. Lin Ming stepped forwards, passing hundreds to 1,000 miles in a flash. Right now, by relying on his understandings into the concept of space, he could already use void transfer to move through the divine realm. Of course, this was still far slower than a spirit ship. He took out the primordious heavenly palace from his spatial ring and transformed the shape of it. Then, by riding the primordious heavenly palace, he flew towards the bright luster great world at rapid speeds. 2 hours later, at some point within the broad and endless bright luster great world, there was a fluctuation in space as ripples appeared. A gray palace shot out from these ripples, rapidly flying forwards. Primordious heavenly palace was countless times faster than an ordinary spirit ship. Even so, the divine realm was far too large. Wanting to cross through a great world within a single day was a bit difficult. And as Lin Ming was flying, the great battle atop the chaotic blood continent had begun. The chaotic blood continent was not a planet, but a massive continent that floated in the starry skies above the bright luster great world. This continent was extremely strange. Normally, in a divine realm great world, only the central mainland was able to defy physics and maintain a floating continental shape. As for the other floating continents, if they were too large, they would collapse under their own gravitational force and form a sphere, becoming a planet. Rumors said that the chaotic blood continent was not naturally formed, but created by the hands of a man in ancient times. This mysterious figure was said to have been an extreme Empyrean or even a true divinity powerhouse. But whatever they were, they had used their infinite supernatural abilities to form this floating continent and then kept its shape fixed with a grand array formation. As for what the reason had been for creating this continent, it was unknown. On this continent, all the influences were mixed up together and there were endless wars all year round. Because of this, the smell of blood and the sounds of chaos filled the air at all times, and the chaotic blood continent had gained its fame like this. At this time, within the central area of the chaotic blood continent, there was a mountain hundreds of thousands of feet high. This mountain had been sliced off near the middle, and the upper half had been completely flattened, forming a massive platform. Gathered on this giant platform were many human powerhouses as well as saint race powerhouses. Among these powerhouses were also many great world kings and half-step Empyreans. According to the conditions of the treaty, these people could not take action on the bright luster great world. The only reason they appeared here was because a great battle would soon erupt and draw the attention of all eyes. The two battling parties were the top 10 extreme geniuses of the human and saint races' respective first martial meetings. There would be a total of 2 battles. The first match was the 6th-placed martial artist of the saint race's first martial meeting versus the 6th-placed martial artist of the human's first martial meeting. This was Witchplume against Dragon Fong. The second match was the saint race's 5th-placed martial artist against the human's 3rd-placed martial artist. This was Black Salt against Hang Chi. Witchplume and Black Salt were both fellow junior disciples of Naki. The 3 of them often appeared together. With humanity and the saints having fought to this point, although the saints had gained an upper hand so far, humans had also won many battles. With both sides having their own victories and defeats, no one refused to accept being the loser. This was especially true for hot-blooded young elites who were filled with vigor and daring. The battles between the two sides became increasingly intense and the slaughter grew increasingly wild. Thus, it was unavoidable that there would be a battle between the peak geniuses of the saints and the humans. By determining who was stronger between these peak geniuses, that would equally prove which race was stronger and which race was weaker. This battlefield on chaotic blood continent was called Ash Blood Mountain. This was once an ancient battlefield where countless martial artists perished and continued to die. On Ash Blood Mountain's sheared-off mountaintop, there were currently tens of thousands of people. These tens of thousands of people were all the most extraordinary of youths, the elites among the elite geniuses. They either had astonishing backgrounds, were extremely strong, or had accomplished remarkable feats and obtained enough merit points. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to come and watch the battle here. After all, the space was extremely limited atop Ash Blood Mountain. Walking atop Ash Blood Mountain, One could see young elites of World King Holy Lands everywhere. Even Empyrean descendants weren't uncommon. These people were often 50 or 60 years old, but their cultivation had stepped into the divine transformation realm and was making great progress towards the divine Lord realm. If they were just a bit older then they might have broken through to the divine Lord boundary and would have been outstanding characters amongst all divine lords, even possessing the ability to fight with ordinary holy lords. In the divine Lord realm, they would have already been considered amongst the highest peaks with rarely a rival to challenge them. Xianxia has arrived. It's really Xianxia. Everyone turned to see a bald monk youth in white linen robes treading forwards on the wind. His expression was calm and indifferent as he held a string of prayer beads in his hand. Even though he knew he was going to experience a frigid and dangerous battle today, he still calmly arrived here. Xianxia comes from Mount Potala, so his natural character is to not raise disputes with other. I never imagined that he would be forced to participate in this duel today. Yes, according to the temperament of Mount Potala's high monks, they wouldn't normally participate in such duels. But this is something that involves the glory of humanity, and the Buddhist path is also humanity's Buddhist path. What the saints follow is the demonic path, and if Buddhism was to ever come into conflict with demonic beings, they would never give way. Moreover, this duel was first provoked by the saints. If no one were to come, then my human race would truly have no one. The Battle of Chaotic Blood Continent had been started by the 5th-ranked martial artist of the Saint Race's first martial meeting, Black Salt. Black Salt followed Imperial Prince Naki about, causing a wave of slaughter and terror all over the bright luster great world. After his reputation shot up, he challenged Lin Ming. This was because Black Salt couldn't stand the fact that Lin Ming had challenged the good fortune Saint's son. In his opinion, for Lin Ming to challenge the good fortune Saint's son was the same as insulting him. But afterwards, Lin Ming simply didn't enter the bright luster great world. Thus, even though Black Salt had sent out a challenge, Lin Ming was naturally unable to accept it. Because of this, Black Salt became increasingly rampant and reckless, shouting out to all that Lin Ming was a little scared cat who didn't have the courage to receive his challenge. In order to not disgrace the dignity of humanity, Dragon Fong and Xianxia had received this challenge. After Xianxia arrived, a black-clothed youth with a long sword hanging over his shoulder followed him. This young man was Dragon Fong. After a 9-year absence, Dragon Fong had become even deeper and more restrained. He was like a treasure sword hidden in a chest. Although his sharp edge wasn't obvious, once he was drawn out, his blade could instantly take another's life. I heard that Dragon Fong was at the Azura Road for the last 9 years. I have no idea what sort of place that is. I've only heard that entering that land is to lay at death's door with 9 chances of death and 1 chance of survival. If you want to continue living there, you not only need strength but also a sufficient destiny. It seems Dragon Fong was truly able to survive in that cursed land. He has become even stronger. For a great worldly genius like Dragon Fong, he will not perish unless there is some great cataclysmic accident. Even if he went to the Azura Road, his destiny probably rose to greater heights. He might even go once again. The geniuses of the divine realm simply didn't know what sort of place the Azura Road was exactly. There were just far too many secrets in this universe. These secrets had formed throughout history for various reasons, and some could even be traced back to the previous great calamity. Lin Ming still hasn't come. The skinny and tall youth named Black Salt carried a heavy sword on his shoulders. His mouth curved up in a disdainful grin. His heavy sword was as long as a person, and it seemed particularly glaring when compared to his thin frame. That little turtle Lin Ming, is he afraid to come and lose here? Sooner or later I'll beat him up and cripple him. I'll show him just what worth he has, and why he isn't worthy of fighting senior apprentice brother Saint's son. As Black Salt spoke, a cracking sound filled the air. The heavy sword hanging off his shoulder had been flung downwards and the thick blade sliced through the stone of Ash Blood Mountain, creating an opening dozens of feet long. Underneath his sword, even the terrain of Ash Blood Mountain, which was known for its durability, was as frail as tofu. To fight you, we are more than enough. Dragon Fong's eyes shined with a sharp light, his vision like vorpal blades. As for Xianxia, he quietly took out a long staff from his spatial ring. This staff was 9 foot long, simple and humble. The wood had its natural pattern texture. It formed an extremely sharp contrast to Black Salt's heavy sword. Do you really think you are so amazing? If the top 10 martial artists of your human first martial meeting were to participate in our saint's first martial meeting, the lot of you wouldn't even rank in the top 20. Today, I will show you just how great the difference between us is. So which one of you two wants to fight first? Dragon Fang stepped forwards. He pulled forth his Dragon Fang blade and pointed it straight at Black Salt. Black Salt sneered, wanting to attack, but he was suddenly stopped by a woman beside him. Black Salt, these are just 2 minor players of the human race. Let's save time and have the 4 of us all fight together. The woman who spoke was tall and wore a robe of feathers. Her name was Witchplume. She was the 6th-ranked martial artist of the Saints' first martial meeting. Although her ranking was a bit worse than Black Salt's, their strength was nearly the same. Fight together? A group battle? The audience looked at each other. In a duel between geniuses, it was often 1 against 1. A 4-man group battle was extremely rare. But to the Saints, this type of fighting style was extremely common. The Saints were a highly cooperative race, like a group of wolves in the field, hunting together. Sometimes, many influences within the Saint race would especially train their young elites in fighting with a chaotic group melee. That's also good. Black Salt chuckled, not caring about which way he fought. Xianxia and Dragon Fang glanced at each other, silently agreeing to this form of combat. Although the 2 of them had never fought together, if they did, the effect would be extremely strong. Xianxia's Wheel of Samsara excelled in defense and Dragon Fang excelled in offense. With a union of offense and defense, their combined combat strength wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Not too far from the battlefield, a saint youth floated high in the skies, his form blurred in the void around him. Martial artists at the Divine Lord realm and below simply couldn't sense him. Even peak Divine Lord Masters were barely able to feel his existence. This youth was Imperial Prince Naki. He simply didn't want to appear in the crowd. This was an arrogance that stemmed from the depths of his bones. To him, those inferior human martial artists simply weren't entitled to see him at all, like a god that never appeared amongst ordinary mortals. That Witchplume, she really doesn't plan on showing any mercy to the humans. In terms of group combat, my race excels in that aspect and can display 120% of their strength. Imperial Prince Naki thought out loud, a smile appearing on his lips. He originally thought this battle would be easily won, and now it was even more so. And on the battlefield, the fight had already begun. Behind Xianxia, the phantom of a golden Buddha had appeared. This golden Buddha sealed up all space for 1,000 feet outwards. As for Dragon Fang, his 2 pupils had become as sharp as needle tips, completely locking onto Witchplume and Black Salt. In Dragon Fang's vision, black flames had already began to burn around Witchplume, and behind her was a black firebird that was wantonly soaring about. Monster race? No. That is a hybrid of the saints and monsters. At this moment, Dragon Fang could clearly feel the aura of the monster race from Witchplume, and he could even feel her boiling monster blood. Oh, your eye technique is quite interesting. Can you see through my bloodline? That's right, my mother is a dark golden crow from the monster race. My Saint Convocation Heaven also has the monster race, and our monster race is far more glorious and wondrous than your divine realm's monster race. But, even with a massive population to support them, for a top monster and saint to join together and give birth to a hybrid descendant, that is a miracle that can only occur once in 5 million years. Witchplume arrogantly bragged. Her body flowed with the bloodline of the monster race and the saint race. Since she possessed the advantages of both races, she was certainly arrogant. As she spoke, there was a light tearing sound as the clothes on her back were ripped apart, revealing the slender curve of her back. There was nothing left to guard her but a tiny piece of flexible armor that wrapped around her front, highlighting her figure. Her beautiful womanly form was exposed to the world, enchanting and dazzling to the eyes. Then, the flesh on her back began to twist and deform. With a crackling sound, A pair of 10-foot-long black wings unfolded from her back. Who? Brilliant black flames blazed on her wings. This was clearly the combination of the fire laws and the darkness laws. The saints were not naturally inclined to use the laws. When they fought, they relied on their powerful mortal bodies and astral essence to compete with others. In terms of understanding the laws, they were far inferior to humans. But now, this witch plume was actually able to use dual laws. This clearly came from her monster bloodline. The monster race had the inborn ability to control the power of laws. The world laws turned into runes that were fused into their very flesh and bones. Witch plume was such an example. From birth, her skeleton was inscribed with law runes of fire and darkness. When a saint and monster joined together, their resulting child was no worse than the child between a human and a monster. However, looking at all of this, Dragon Fong only sneered. Just what the hell is a dark golden crow? I've never heard of it before. I thought you were the descendant of a god beast, but now it seems you're just a mediocre nothing. 5 million years? Is that some strange anomaly? Even something like that can be considered a miracle? Dragon Fong coldly laughed again and again. After he experienced Xiao Moxian's god-beast level bloodline, Witch Plume's bloodline wasn't anything at all. In Xiao Moxian's situation, she was a miracle that could only occur every several 100 million years, or even longer. You are courting death, Witch Plume angrily said, enraged. A clear phoenix cry rang out from her throat and a pitch-black sword appeared in her hands. Her figure flew forwards, leaving a series of afterimages behind her. And as she moved, Black Salt also took action. He grasped his heavy sword and followed close behind her. Compared to Witch Plume's extreme speed and her swift and fierce movements, what Black Salt exploded with was absolute strength, as vast as an erupting volcano. A sword pounded down, like a falling mountain range. Facing the joint attack of Witch Plume and Black Salt, Hang Chi's complexion was dignified. He grasped his staff and drew a crescent moon in the skies. As the staff cut through the void, it left a golden arc of light in its path. This golden light finally formed a round Buddha diagram. This Buddha diagram had 6 golden circles, and within these 6 golden circles were filled the phantoms of blood demons, hungry ghosts, beasts, ghost slaves, humans, and immortals. These 6 golden circles represented the 6 paths of samsara. Wheel of Samsara. Hang Chi shouted out loud, and the giant wheel of samsara began to radiate outwards. 9 years after the first martial meeting, Hang Chi was almost 50 years old. Now, with his first action he summoned the skill that had made him famous many years ago. But now he was even calmer and deeper than he was in the past. He was like a towering mountain, unshakable. Bang! Black Salt's sword smashed atop Hang Chi's wheel of samsara. With a terrifying ringing sound, the wheel of samsara violently shook and a crack snaked across its golden surface. What an absolutely horrifying strength. Fires of darkness, shatter. At this time, Witch Plume's 2 wings slashed out and the dark golden crow behind her also rushed forth, the black flames around it turning into a pitch-black sea. Hoo! Flames roiled. At that moment, the wheel of samsara seemed to melt. Hang Chi's forehead began to seep with sweat as his face paled. How could he withstand the attacks of 2 people by himself? All existence to void. Dragon Fong suddenly opened one of the variation states of the 3 lives pupils. 9 years ago, Dragon Fong had only been able to use all existence to void for a short period of time, but now he was able to freely wield it. All existence to void was an eye technique able to see through all laws in the world. Before the 3 lives pupils, all concepts were seen through. The power of space, the power of time, gather unto me. Dragon Fong's raised his hands and energy erupted from his body. From all around him, the power of space and the power of time began to wildly rush towards him. Then, his figure divided into 16 copies. 16 spatial mirror images. 16 dragon fangs slashed out together. Their black sword lights gathered as one, thrusting straight forwards. That raging sea of black flames was split apart by Dragon Fong's sword. The sharp and keening sword light pierced straight towards Witchplume's forehead. What? Witchplume was immensely shocked. She never imagined that Dragonfang's attack would be so terrifying. In these 16 sword strikes, each one contained a tenth of the real Dragonfang's strength. With 16 swords gathered as one, their might wasn't as simple as adding them together. In other words, this strike was several times stronger than Dragonfang's strongest strike by himself. Bang! With a loud ringing sound, Witchplume's body was sent storming backwards by the Dragonfang sword. She cried out in the air and quickly closed her wings to defend against this sword light. See, the sword light ravaged forwards, causing massive clumps of feathers to rain down from the sky. These were all Witchplume's feathers. Dragonfang's sword strike had slashed through her 2 wings, leaving her in a bloody mess. Even the flexible armor that covered her upper body was nearly broken apart. Damn it all! Witchplume fell to the ground and staggered backwards. Dragonfang's sword has used the 3 lives pupils to see through her darkness laws. When the 16 strikes gathered as one, they were incomparably fierce and dangerous. His sword strike had severely wounded Witchplume. Witchplume, are you all right? Black Salt supported her with his thin arms. Witchplume cruelly smiled. She wiped the blood from the corners of her lips. I'm fine. As the human audience members saw that their side had gained the advantage, all of them erupted in a chorus of cheers. Dragonfang! Dragonfang! Many people began shouting out for Dragonfang. Back during the first martial meeting, Dragonfang was ranked 6th amongst the top 6 geniuses. But that had been because when he first participated in the first martial meeting finals, he had only just opened the 3 lives pupils and his strength hadn't been able to fully develop. Even so, his potential was astonishing. After entering the Azura road to adventure, he crawled back from the precipice of death, and now he had grown by a large margin. Haha! Dragonfang is stronger. That's right, what do those saints think? Dragonfang was also only ranked 6th in the human first martial meeting. Humanity will win. Humanity must win. All of the human martial artists were extremely excited. But not too far away, as Imperial Prince Naki saw this scene, he smirked in contempt. What a pack of fools. It's as if they think they will really win. What a stupid race. There isn't even any meaning in conquering them. However, those 2 fellows on stage are a bit more troublesome than I had thought. In truth, Imperial Prince Naki didn't care much for the result of this fight. Witchplume and Black Salt couldn't be called the true peak geniuses of the Saint race. The true geniuses were the top 3 ranked martial artists of the Saints' first martial meeting. If Witchplume and Black Salt lost, it wouldn't matter much to begin with, let alone that it was impossible for them to lose now. Naki's vision fell upon Hang Chi at this time. Hang Chi was pale and his hands shivered as he grasped his long staff. When everyone saw Dragonfang reveal his momentous strike, they actually ignored the real hidden hero Hang Chi. If Hang Chi hadn't used the Wheel of Samsara to block the attacks of 2 people, then it would have been impossible for Dragonfang to break apart Witchplume and Black Salt's joint attack on the battlefield and wound Witchplume. However, for a single person to withstand 2 attacks, the pressure could be imagined. Hang Chi had already been severely wounded. There was no way he could repeat what he just did. Hang Chi. As Dragonfang saw Hang Chi's current state, he felt his heart gripped. In that exchange just now, if one had to say how useful they were, Hang Chi was responsible for 60% while Dragonfang was only responsible for 40%. I'm fine. Hang Chi took a deep breath, revolving the Diamond Sutra to suppress the roiling blood vitality within him and seal up all the tears in his organs with true essence. After all, he wasn't a body transformation martial artist. Once his mortal body was injured, his combat strength would rapidly plummet. Hang Chi. Hang Chi was injured. The young elites present were all the most outstanding geniuses amongst their peers. Thus they naturally had amazing sight. After their short period of cheering, they then discovered that Hang Chi was in a very poor situation. This is bad. Everyone felt their heart skip a beat. All those young elites that were cheering immediately quieted down. In a group battle, defense was the most difficult aspect. Attacks struck one person, but the one defending had to defend against two. They would naturally be in a much more miserable state. The young human elites all had a grim complexion. If Xianxia was defeated, how could they continue fighting? Xianxia, don't bother with defending. Let's attack together. Dragon Fang rapidly said to Xianxia with a true essence sound transmission. He was well aware that it was impossible for Xianxia to withstand a similar strike. That's impossible. My offensive ability is inferior to my defensive ability. If we give up our current advantage, they will inevitably attack us. Even though we will mutually wound each other, we will be in a far worse state than they will be. This is because one of them is a saint and the other is a saint and monster hybrid. Regardless of which one it is, their mortal bodies are extremely formidable and their defensive powers are extraordinary. Xianxia calmly analyzed the situation on the battlefield. For him to attack with Dragon Fang would be the same as suicide. Then let me share the pressure with you, Dragon Fang said. No need. You do not excel in defense. If a sword were to become a shield, the effect could be imagined. I can probably withstand another attack like that again. You must seize this chance to attack and settle this match in the next strike. As Xianxia made this decision, Dragon Fang felt like someone had pulled his heart out. He was afraid that something would happen to Xianxia. In this duel, although there were elders from both the saints and humans present, that didn't mean that one side wouldn't lose their lives. If both sides were to attack with all of their strength, then a consequence was possible: death at any moment. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Xianxia seemed to sense what Dragon Fang was fearing. Whether it is me or them, none of us will die here, otherwise that will be too stupid. For the true great calamity 1,000 years from now, for my Buddhist path, for my road of martial arts, I won't give up my life here. Good. Dragon Fang grit his teeth and grasped the Dragon Fang blade. At this time, Black Salt and Witch Plume stood up. Their light and heavy swords pointed towards Xianxia and Dragon Fang. You're not bad. To think you can actually wound me. But, too bad for you, there will be no next time. Now go die. At this moment, Black Salt's body emitted a series of explosive crackling sounds. His four thin limbs, his chest, his stomach, his entire body began to inflate, filling up with thick muscles. His face became wild and fierce and his spine grew from both ends, forming a spike that pierced through his flesh and grew into a vicious tail and a long horn on his head and even many long bone spikes coming out from his back. His arms became thick and long, turning into sharp claws. His legs became thick and robust. With a single step forwards, the ground shattered beneath him. Many human martial artists were shocked. Haha! This is our saint's body metamorphosis. Some extreme clans within my saint race possess the ability to metamorphosize. Among the watching martial artists, a young saint elite began to proudly speak. Lord Black Salt possesses an ancient saint bloodline. After metamorphosing, his body gains a wild and terrible strength. The saint race had different metamorphic abilities depending on the various bloodlines they had inherited. They were originally the race with the most powerful mortal body. After metamorphosing their body, they would be able to unlock the latent power deep within themselves and release their ultimate strength. Of coursing, metamorphosing required a tremendous amount of energy. In the different bloodlines, some metamorphic forms had different strengths, consumed different amounts of energy, and lasted for different durations. Bang! Black Salt's four limbs smashed into the ground. He bit onto his heavy sword and bolted forwards, like an ancient dinosaur. His body had been magnified by several times, and the thin Witch Plume was actually riding on his back. Witch Plume grasped her sword, her two wings blazing with burning black flames. The combination of a woman and a wild beast hurtled towards Dragon Fang and Xianxia wherever they went. Rock cracked open. With every step they took, the entire ash blood mountain seemed to vibrate. Dragon Fang's complexion changed. This momentum was far too terrifying. Xianxia, you! Before he could speak further, Xianxia had already stepped forwards to bear the impact of Black Salt and Witch Plume's attack. Samsara Domain, 8th Section Stupa. With an explosive ringing sound, a giant 8-story pagoda fell down from the skies. This divine pagoda was filled with the aura of the great Tao. Each level held a divine being, bursting with divine light. By using the 8-section stupa to suppress the void, when this was combined with the wheel of samsara, it formed a divine domain like an iron fortress. Hang Chi's complexion was cold as he calmly faced Black Salt and Witch Plume's all-out attack. As Dragon Fong saw Hang Chi fearlessly face the combined attack of the two saint geniuses, Dragon Fong felt that something had been touched within his heart. This battle was no longer just a battle between them and the saint race geniuses. This was a contest between the humans and the saints. In these strange and perilous times, any battle between the saints and humans could increase the morale of either side, helping their chances of victory. This was extremely valuable. How could they lose here? Eyes of myriad blood. Dragon Fong's entire body erupted with energy. His eyes turned blood red. He had opened the third state of the 3 lives pupils, eyes of myriad blood. With Dragon Fong's current strength, wanting to open the eyes of myriad blood was incomparably difficult. However, his only path left was to desperately risk everything on this. Chi. Dragon Fong's eyes were dyed with blood. Because a massive influx of energy poured into his eyes, the blood vessels in his eyes continuously broke apart, causing tears of blood to roll down his face. He grit his teeth, grasped the Dragon Fong blade, and then split into 32 forms. 32 spatial mirror images. By using eyes of myriad blood and forming 32 spatial mirror images, this was Dragon Fong's ultimate attack. Void extermination. 32 dragon fangs slashed out together. Their brilliant sword lights wove together, shooting outwards. See, the space of the divine realm was torn to pieces by this sword light. Poured into this sword strike was Dragon Fong's complete strength, the limit of his potential. At this time, Black Salt and Witch Plume had already jumped high into the skies. The blazing black flames and the wild beast that was the body metamorphosized Black Salt had fused into one, forming a horrific black meteor. Bang! With a terrifying explosion, the center area of Ash Blood Mountain was hollowed out. The wheel of samsara and the 8-section stupa completely collapsed. Hang Chi spat out a great mouthful of blood. At this crucial moment, he grit his teeth together and smashed his staff into the ground. Diamond Vajra Sutra. The moment Hang Chi reached the limit of his physical body, he completely ignored all damage to his meridians and organs to forcefully revolve the Diamond Vajra Sutra and continue resisting. Be defeated. Dragon Fong howled out into the skies. His eye sockets were dripping with blood as the Dragon Fong blade in his hand cried out with a keening wail. The black sea of flames was torn asunder by this sword light, cutting straight towards Witch Plume's forehead. Dragon Fong wanted to use this strike to tear through Black Salt and Witch Plume together. And at this moment, Witch Plume took a sudden step backwards. The bone spikes atop Black Salt's back rapidly grew forwards like sharp swords, thrusting outwards. Kacha! The spikes crashed into the sword light. 3 spikes exploded into bits, but the weakened sword light still fell down in a wild and raging torrent. Black Salt growled. Together with Witch Plume, they revolved their astral essence to the limit, resisting this sword strike head-on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Massive chunks of red rock tumbled down. The entire Ash Blood Mountain seemed to melt away like a glacier, completely collapsing. Even though the surrounding young martial artists were all outstanding elites amongst all elites, they were still thrown away by the maddening waves of energy. The reason that Ash Blood Mountain was chosen as the battlefield for this fight was because this area was special and the rock was as hard as divine steel. Even so, the terrain still couldn't withstand this terrifying strength. The young human elites all paled, their faces changing. How could the 5th and 6th placed martial artists of the Saint Race's first martial meeting be so fierce? What was the result? As everyone looked towards the center of the battlefield, they only saw Dragon Fong kneeling on the ground, barely hanging on with the support of the Dragon Fong blade. His eyes were blood red, with blood continuing to drip down. And not too far behind him, Hang Chi's protective true essence had completely shattered. He had propped himself up with his staff, standing tall. Behind him, the faint phantom of a golden Buddha was still wavering about. Still, the current Hang Chi's meridians were a completely jumbled mess and his organs were damaged in several areas. It was impossibly difficult for him to continue standing. Dragon Fong. Hang Chi. The human martial artists all tensed. And at this time, with a loud crashing sound at the distant ruined rocks, massive stones tumbled down and a blood-soaked black salt shot out from the wreckage like a wild beast, landing on the ground on all fours. The 3 longest bone spikes on his back had broken and a horrifying sword wound crossed down his back, stretching from his neck to his tail. This sword wound was as deep as a ruler and had nearly cut his spine in half. This final sword strike had been caught and rigidly stopped by his powerful mortal body and bones. If it weren't for him having used his body metamorphosis, this sword strike would have cleaved him in two. Behind him, a pale witch plume also rose up from the ruins. The flexible armor all over her body had broken and she used her black flames to form a new set of flexible armor around her. Black Salt had withstood 60 to 70% of Dragon Fong's final attack and she had withstood 30 to 40% of it. Even though that was so, she had been deeply wounded. Dragon Fong's attack was far too swift and violent, but Black Salt had still managed to use his mortal body to withstand it. It could only be said that the defensive capabilities of Black Salt's mortal body had reached a freakish level. As Naki saw this, he smiled. He knew that this fight was over. Even though the humans and the saints had both received similar levels of injuries, that only meant that the inevitable winners were the saints. This was because the saints' ability to resist attacks and also regenerate their bodies was far more powerful than the humans. In the current situation, Hang Chi's wounds were the heaviest. Although Dragon Fong hadn't been wounded, he had still deeply overdrawn his strength. Over half his true essence was used up and his combat efficiency had plummeted to rock bottom. As Black Salt emerged from the ruins, he roared. With a slimy wriggling sound, the flesh and blood on his back twisted together, with even new bones growing. The sound of this flesh and blood wriggling about was clear and loud. Black Salt was actually regenerating himself. This sort of regenerative ability was appalling. Black Salt had withstood Dragon Fong's sword strike and was still able to restore a portion of his combat strength in a short period of time. The saints were a completely beast-like race. Their bodies were too abnormal. The surrounding human martial artists felt a chill crawl down their spines. In their days here, they had fought with and also slaughtered many saint race martial artists. But they had never encountered a savage and freakish genius of the saints that was able to undergo bloodline metamorphosis, such as this Black Salt in front of them. This Black Salt was more than just a bit stronger than an ordinary saint. Ha 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 ha. My saint race is truly superior to the human race. Stupid humans, what else can the likes of you still say? Many saint martial artists shouted out loud. Their stiff and halting divine realm language was especially grating to the ears. Among the humans, some martial artists argued back and some were silent. They thought of the true elites of the saint race. They likely all had a physique like Black Salt. This thought left a thick despair surging in their hearts. Could humanity truly overcome this great calamity? If they were defeated, then all of humanity would devolve into nothing but slaves. Was this era truly the time when humanity would perish? At this time, with the sound of flapping clothes rustling in the wind, a white-robed monk flew into the center of the battlefield. He waved his robes and a Buddhist light wrapped around Hang Chi. This white-robed monk had an ordinary world king realm cultivation. High Master, I have shamed the name of Mount Padala. Hang Chi bitterly smiled. The white-robed monk sighed, shaking his head as he said, Apprentice nephew, you must not be too harsh on yourself. If anyone should be ashamed, it should be us. You did not lose to him in strength or talent, but lost to him in background. You relied on your Empyrean Holy Land background to struggle with a genius from a true divinity Holy Land to this degree, and for that High Master is more than proud of you. If Mount Padala were also a true divinity-level Holy Land, then we could allow your strength to reach even greater steps. Even if it were just half a step further, this battle would have had a different result. As this white-robed monk spoke, he brought Hang Chi with him and flew away. The third and sixth placed martial artists of the human first martial meeting had fought against the fifth and sixth placed martial artists of the saint first martial meeting, and the final result was humanity had been defeated. Although the saints had won with difficulty, a loss was loss. We've lost. The human martial artists were all silent. They felt a heavy pressure on their hearts. They both wounded each other, but we lost to the saint race's endurance and regenerative ability. Although I don't want to admit it, the saints are truly stronger than us. They have greater numbers and their inheritances are also better. 3.6 billion years ago, humanity had to pay a deep price in order to ensure the survival of our race. The Empyreans nearly died out and 80 to 90% of our martial arts civilization was destroyed. As for the saints, they were nearly untouched. They still had many large sects that continued to pass their legacy on, and there are many saint sects that have a background of 4 to 5 billion years. Moreover, they even have the support of a true divinity holy land. The inheritances and resources of a true divinity holy land far surpassed those of an Empyrean holy land, so they were able to raise even more extraordinary geniuses and also had an easier time training Empyreans. Ha ha ha! If any of you still aren't convinced, then you can come up and fight me. Black Salt's entire body was covered with wounds, but he still gave off such a dreadful momentum. To all those young human elites that wish to fight, I alone am more than enough. Pass a message out and inform Lin Ming and Frost Dream to come to the bright luster great world to look for me. There is no need for senior apprentice brother Naki to do anything. I will defeat them both myself, especially that fool Lin Ming. The thought that he wishes to challenge my saint race's good fortune saint son, my senior apprentice brother Wuma, is just laughable. Black Salt's body slowly shrank before he turned back into a dark and thin youth. Who had thought that such a thin body was able to contain that horrifying explosive power? However, Black Salt shouted, no one came to accept his challenge. It was impossible for Divine Sea Realm geniuses to fight Black Salt. That was just asking to die. As for Divine Transformation Realm martial artists, Hang Chi and Dragon Fong represented the strongest ones here. After the two of them, everyone else was a level lower. Even if they were to face the extremely wounded Black Salt, they still wouldn't be a match. The human race has no one? Ha ha ha! Black Salt chortled. I will wait here for 7 days. In these 7 days, any young human martial artist can challenge me. I want to fight the entire bright luster great world. Black Salt fused his voice with astral essence, spreading it over everyone present. This fellow is too arrogant. As the human martial artists heard Black Salt's shout, they were all filled with an indignant anger. Just who does he think he is? I really want to defeat him. If I could defeat him, I would be willing to trade that for 60 to 70% of my lifespan. The human martial artists all suppressed a fire in their bellies. Even though Black Salt was shouting so arrogantly, none of them were able to defeat him. Black Salt was true to his words. He really did wait atop Ash Blood Mountain for other young human martial artists to challenge him. On the first day, no one accepted his challenge. On the second day, several human martial artists stepped into the arena. Even though they knew who they were fighting, they still couldn't swallow this insult. There were many human martial artists that were brave and daring. They didn't seek victory, but only wished to punch Black Salt with their fist or at least slash him with their sword. The results were as expected. The several martial artists that challenged Black Salt were all beaten to a pulp, their skeletons and meridians shattered. If it weren't for the human world kings saving them, they would have been killed by Black Salt. Even so, these degrees of injuries were enough to have them recuperating in bed for half a year. Black Salt laughed out loud. He spoke once more, telling none of the human trash to come. If they didn't even possess the qualifications to have him stretch out his bones, then what was the point? In these days, the saint martial artists had already laid down spirit artifact cave dwellings and mansions. The saint martial artists gathered here, joyfully celebrating, eating big pieces of meat as they drank their fill. This was the scene of a celebration feast. As heroes of the saint race, Black Salt and Witchplume received many invitations. For a time, the morale of the saints reached the extreme. No one knew that on the third day after Black Salt arrived on the chaotic blood continent, a common-looking palace broke through the void and also arrived. In these days, countless people had come to the chaotic blood continent. This caused the palace to arouse no one's attention. This is the chaotic blood continent. I wonder just where the duel is happening? Lin Ming thought to himself. But he soon discovered that finding their location was extremely easy. The most powerful martial artists on the chaotic blood continent had all gathered in a single place. Their vivid blood vitality and powerful true essence gathered into a force that shot up into the sky, forming an invisible fountain that erupted into the heavens. Looks like it's over there. Lin Ming faintly smiled. It hasn't finished either. We've made it in time. Deep within the magic cube space, Mo Evers now nodded. The chaotic blood continent is extremely far, placed in the deepest parts of the bright luster great world. Luckily for us, Primordius Heavenly Palace is extremely fast and we've made it here in 3 days. Let's go and see what's happening over there. The hundreds of thousands of feet high Ash Blood Mountain was now in a state of chaos. At the base of the mountain, the human martial artists had established some scattered dwellings. Over the past few days, Black Salt's challenge against all young human elites had spread out, arousing heated discussions. Even the other worlds outside the bright luster great world had heard this. All of the young human elites became incensed. It had to be known that Black Salt was not the first-place champion of the Saints' first martial meeting, but only placed in 5th. If a 5th-ranked martial artist could stomp over all of humanity in such a cruel and savage manner, then what face did humanity still have? If the human geniuses were all defeated, this was equal to proving that humans were inferior to saints. In this great calamity, they wouldn't be able to play any role at all. In the bright luster great world, there were constantly nearby human martial artists catching up from all directions, gathering here. The saints were also the same. More and more saint martial artists arrived, wanting to see the proud and tall figure of Black Salt as he laid forth his challenge atop Ash Blood Mountain. They all became increasingly excited, sending out constant cheers. It's been 3 days already. In an open glade at the base of Ash Blood Mountain, 7 or 8 human martial artists were gathered together, drinking wine. Things are such a depressing mess right now that people are blocking the doorways shouting. Unless Lin Ming or Frost Dream take action, no one will be able to defeat Black Salt. They should both be aware of such a gigantic matter already, and if they know but still don't come, then the morale of humanity will fall to the pits. It's useless if Lin Ming comes. Even if Lin Ming defeats Black Salt, the Saint race still has stronger elites behind him, such as Imperial Prince Naki. If Lin Ming were to face Imperial Prince Naki, as the martial artist spoke to hear, he quieted down. The 3rd-ranked human junior Hang Chi had fought against the 5th-ranked Saint Junior Black Salt, but still hadn't been able to win. Following that logic, then if the 2nd-ranked human Lin Ming were to fight the 1st-ranked Saint Naki, the chances of winning were nearly non-existent. If Lin Ming came, he might be beaten to a pulp. And if Lin Ming were to lose, then the hopes that humanity held in him would truly be dimmed. As several martial artists were discussing, no one noticed that not too far away from them, a black-clothed youth with a bamboo hat was standing there. His arms were held near his chest, embracing a long spear. He casually leaned back against a large tree, seeming to melt into his surrounding environment so that no one could feel him. This black-clothed youth was Lin Ming, who had finally caught up to the chaotic blood continent. I never thought that so many things would happen in just a few days. It seems Hang Chi lost. Lin Ming stood up and began walking towards the distant ruins atop Ash Blood Mountain. As he moved, he rustled the grass beneath his feet. It was only then that the several drinking human martial artists noticed Lin Ming. As they turned towards him, they could only see his fading back. That person. When did he arrive here? Bang! With a loud explosive ringing sound, a massive rock was crushed. A tall and brawny-looking human youth grasped a broadsword as he stepped onto the battlefield. Black Salt, I'll challenge you. You? Black Salt sneered. It seems that any dog or cat will crawl up here. You are not worthy. What did you say? The brawny youth grimaced. He was not some nobody of his generation, but someone who had once also entered the finals of the Human First Martial Meeting. It was hopeless for him to try to defeat Black Salt, but his only desire was to leave some mark on Black Salt's body or chop down on him. Wuxia, go and fight him, Black Salt said to a red-clothed woman. In these past days, many young elites of the Saint race also gathered here. This red-clothed woman was someone that had ranked 29th in the Saints' first martial meeting. Her strength was no joke. She was even stronger than Wuxia, who had also reached the finals of the Human First Martial Meeting and was in the upper echelons of Empyrean descendants. The red-clothed woman jumped upwards. Without giving that brawny youth a chance to speak, the full moon sickle in her hands cut down at his neck. The Saint race martial artists focused on cultivating their mortal bodies. Many of them were like Black Salt with a defensive ability that had reached the limit. But now, this red-clothed woman in front of them was actually the opposite. Her mortal body was extremely soft and flexible, like a piece of moldable dough. The brawny youth had never encountered such an opponent before and was immediately struck into a disadvantage. In just a few moves, he was defeated. This was simply the massive gulf of strength that existed between them. On one side was an upper-level Empyrean descendant, and on the other side was someone who just managed to reach the Human First Martial Meeting finals. Too weak. It's fine if Lin Ming and Frost Dream don't come. But are the other top 10 ranked youths of humanity also dead? Wuxia sneered. She turned and panned her eyes over the audience, arrogantly saying, "So who's next?" Her voice was loud and clear. In these 3 days, very few human martial artists went up on stage to fight. Those that were a little stronger found it impossible to defeat Black Salt, and those that were a bit weaker were directly defeated by Black Salt's followers. There were not many people that were willing to step on stage to fight if they knew the only result that awaited them was death. The red-clothed woman was only casually mocking the humans and didn't expect that anyone would actually come up. But she never imagined that after that brawny youth had been beaten into a near-death state and had to be carried away, there would actually be someone else that came on stage. This person wore black clothes and carried a spear. His figure was slim and straight, as if he himself were a long spear, giving off a sharp and arrogant feeling. The red-clothed woman chuckled. To think there really is someone that wants to die. Since that's the case, then let me help you along. The red-clothed woman raised her sickle blade and slashed down. But as she slashed out with her sickle, not too far behind her, Black Salt actually frowned. He didn't know why, but this black-clothed man was emitting an extremely dangerous feeling, setting off all his alarms. This person is... Black Salt had grown up in wild and dangerous jungles since childhood. He could metamorphosize into a beast, and he also had the natural intuition of a beast. Even though this black-clothed youth was casually standing there, not seeming special at all, Black Salt could actually feel a terrifying aura exuding from his body. Wuxia. Black Salt wanted to warn her, but at this moment the black-clothed youth moved. His figure accelerated to extreme velocities, and the red spear in his hands thrust out. Atop the spear point, the power of thunder and fire wove together, sending out a brilliant divine light. With a thrust of this spear, the void collapsed, thunder and fire howled, and a flaming spear light hurtled forth like a red and purple flood dragon, roaring into the heavens. Bang! With a loud banging sound, a coruscating light burst out, blinding to the eyes. Wuxia cried out miserably as all her protective astral essence exploded to pieces. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent tumbling 1,000 feet away. Black Salt's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in the skies and caught Wuxia. He immediately turned his head to look at the black-clothed youth, his eyes cold. This sudden change caught everyone by surprise. Whether it was humans or saints, none of them could respond. No one expected for this sudden reversal to occur. This red-clothed woman was an upper Empyrean descendant, but she had been instantly defeated. This disparity was not tiny at all. If someone could achieve this point, that person could only be a top 6 character of the Human First Martial Meeting. In other words, this youth on stage was someone that was in the top 6 of the Human First Martial Meeting. Moreover, his weapon was a spear. If so, The identity of this person was already renowned. "You are Lin Ming?" Black Salt's pupils shrank as he suddenly realized Lin Ming's status. "Yes, I am. Weren't you looking for me?" Lin Ming took off his bamboo hat and faintly smiled. After nearly 4 years of closed-door seclusion, this was his first fight. His entire body was filled with a backed-up strength that he was aching to release. "Lin Ming? You're really Lin Ming?" Out of the human martial artists present, only a small number of them had seen Lin Ming before. But after seeing him, their expressions immediately turned to those of heated excitement. Now that the Saint race's Black Salt had defeated Hang Chi, the only juniors of the human race that were able to contend with him were Lin Ming and Frost Dream. Black Salt's braying had continued for far too long. The humans present wished that they could rush up to him and bite out a chunk of his body. Now that someone finally stood up and was willing to fight him, how could the young elites of humanity not be excited? The mentality of martial artists was 100 times more powerful than mortals. They could withstand tremendous physical pain, they could withstand cultivating in loneliness, and they could even withstand the multifaction plotting that occurred in mystic realms. But when it came to defending the glory and dignity of their own race, their strength was far from what was imagined. After being suppressed for so long, even they were feeling uncomfortable. As for Lin Ming, he was a legend in the eyes of many young human elites. Most of them already knew Lin Ming's story, that he had ascended from the lower realms, a martial artist of common stock. For him to arrive at this level was already a miracle of miracles. Now Lin Ming had stood up to face the saints. From here on, his legend would either end or rise to even greater heights. As for which possibility would happen, no one could predict it. Many people believed that it shouldn't be difficult for Lin Ming to defeat Black Salt. After all, he was the second-ranked martial artist from the human first martial meeting. If he couldn't defeat the 5th-ranked martial artist of the Saint first martial meeting, then humanity truly would have lost. Thus, Lin Ming not only would win this battle, he had to win this battle. But after Black Salt lost, who else would enter the stage then? If it was Imperial Prince Naki, could Lin Ming still win? Ever since the battle atop Ash Blood Mountain had begun, Naki had yet to make a public appearance. His name gave off a pervading sense of fear in the minds of the young human elites. This mysterious and powerful character gave off far too great a pressure. Black Salt flew down from the skies. After setting down Lucci, he stepped in front of Lin Ming. As he looked at Lin Ming, a cruel and happy smile crossed his face. "You actually dared to come. You human martial artists are actually quite brave." In these days, there have been several people that still came on stage to be abused, even though they knew they would lose. From your words, do you think the likes of you can abuse me? Lin Ming slowly turned his spear point towards Black Salt. "Heh, I may not be able to ruin you, but the person who can is already nearby. As for me, even I can peel off your skin. It's still unknown just who will win this battle." As Black Salt spoke, the muscles all over his body emitted explosive crackling sounds. His aura rapidly climbed upwards as he grew larger and taller. Horrifying bone spikes grew out from his back and a thick tail extended down to the floor. Pa! With a random swing of that tail, the stone of Ash Blood Mountain that was as hard as divine iron was instantly turned to powder. Facing Lin Ming, Black Salt wasn't arrogant anymore. He immediately used his body metamorphosis from the beginning. Lin Ming had some understandings of the Saint race. Although he knew they had the ability to undergo body metamorphosis, this was the first time he had seen it. "Let me warn you, when I metamorphosize my body, my strength and speed will increase by 3 times. I heard that you also study the body transformation technique. Now, allow me to let you experience just what the true power of body transformation is like." As the human and Saint martial artists saw Lin Ming and Black Salt about to start a brutal battle, they both began to crazily shout out, "Black Salt! Tear that brat to shreds! Kill him! Ruin him!" Black Salt was a top-ranked core disciple of a true divinity Holy Land. His reputation was extremely high. "Lin Ming, your human body transformation technique simply isn't a top body transformation technique. It is something that belongs to the dregs of the concept of the 33 layered heavens. Let me show you what the true difference is between our body transformation techniques. The concept of the 33-layered heavens were divided into 3 great categories of essence, energy, and divine. Each category was divided into 11 variations. Solely the body transformation technique had 11 different methods to practice it. There were those that suited humanity, saints, and there were some variations that suited the monsters and spiritas. In Black Salt's opinion, only the saint's body transformation technique had the greatest foundation and was also the strongest variation of the body transformation technique. Black Salt roared out and wildly hurtled towards Lin Ming. He understood that Lin Ming was extremely strong, but he still had absolute confidence in himself. He wanted to use this battle to become renowned through the universe. If he could challenge the entire human race without being defeated, then he would be a hero of the saints and obtain enormous rewards. Moreover, the more battles he won, the more confidence he would gain and the greater help this would be to his future growth. Facing Black Salt's menacing charge, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a vicious light. He grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and opened all of the 8 inner hidden gates. With a loud explosive sound, a terrifying shockwave erupted from Lin Ming. The rocks beneath his feet began to crack apart like an expanding spider web. Lin Ming's body transformation technique had already touched upon the threshold of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In addition, when Lin Ming had entered Primordius Heavenly Palace, he had directed Grand Mist energy to enter his body. Using the Grand Mist energy that was as heavy as a star, he had tempered his own skeleton and muscles, withstanding pain that an ordinary man would not be able to bear. Empyrean Primordius had sealed a massive amount of Grand Mist energy within the Primordius Gate. That was no longer elementary Grand Mist energy, but true Grand Mist energy. The intensity of Lin Ming's mortal body had reached unbelievable degrees. Without using any true essence, without using any laws, and by only relying on the mortal strength of his body as well as his astral essence, he welcomed the rampaging Black Salt. 8 inner hidden gates, 100-layered waves. Lin Ming shouted out loud, pouring all of his strength into the Phoenix Blood Spear. Lin Ming's strength had nearly reached 1 billion genes. Now, as he used the 100-layered waves, it was like an infinitely high tide, smashing through the world. Lin Ming wants to use his body transformation technique to deal with Black Salt. The body transformation technique isn't a domain that humans excel in. Even if Lin Ming dual cultivates in body and energy, his methods aren't extraordinary. What he excels in the most is the essence gathering system. The human martial artists cried out in alarm. As for the Saint Race martial artists, they repeatedly jeered out loud, waiting for Lin Ming to be sent flying back by Black Salt. "You are seeking death." Black Salt roared out and 3 bone spikes on his back stabbed forwards like a sharp trident. With the support of his bodily strength, astral essence exploded outwards. In that moment, Lin Ming instantly struck out with 100 spears. These 100 spears fused together as one, violently crashing into Black Salt. Kacha! A terrifying explosion followed as massive chunks of rock burst into powder. Lin Ming was sent flying backwards and Black Salt's form shook. Black Salt's barrier of astral essence had shattered, but because of his powerful mortal body, those shockwaves of spear light had been completely withstood by him without any injuries at all. As for Lin Ming, he was sent flying hundreds of feet backwards by Black Salt. Although he wasn't injured, it was still Black Salt who gained the advantage in this collision. Even so, Black Salt couldn't accept this result. This was because Lin Ming hadn't used any true essence at all. This boy, how could his body transformation technique be so fierce? Then just what degree has his essence gathering system reached? Black Salt, ruin that boy. Wreck him into pieces. The surrounding saints began to wildly shout out. Black Salt sending Lin Ming flying back in that strike just now had caused their morale to rapidly rise, shaking like an earthquake. Wang! Black Salt's body rushed out once more. On his claws, a divine fire seemed to burn. As he slashed out with his claws, the void seemed to shake. It was hard to imagine how powerful this attack was. Lin Ming flourished the Phoenix Blood Spear, watching Black Salt hurtle towards him. when he had used the Celestial Tyrant Manual's 100-layered waves just now to attack Black Salt. The result was that he hadn't been able to take the advantage. Black Salt was a martial artist that specialized in the body transformation technique. If Lin Ming had defeated him there, then his many years of cultivating the body transformation technique would have been nothing but a waste. However, Lin Ming's body transformation technique wasn't as simple as just the 8 inner hidden gates. Emerge, Grand Mist Energy. A keen light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. A wisp of Grand Mist Energy left his inner world, covering Lin Ming's arms and the Phoenix Blood Spear. A little bit of Grand Mist Energy was as heavy as a star. With a wisp of Grand Mist Energy attached to Lin Ming's spear, a single strike was like wielding a 1,000-mile mountain range. You boast that your body transformation is unrivaled, but let me see whether you can withstand the weight of my spear. Lin Ming opened the 8 inner hidden gates once more. The Phoenix Blood Spear swept out, crashing down like a blood-red divine mountain range. Black Salt's claws smashed together with Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear. Kacha! With a deafening explosion, Black Salt's body shook. His protective astral essence shattered beneath the Phoenix Blood Spear as if it were nothing but glass. What? Black Salt was aghast. He knew how durable his protective astral essence was, and yet it had been so easily broken by Lin Ming's casual spear strike. At this time, Lin Ming's second spear strike came crashing down. Black Salt's complexion changed. He wanted to avoid it, but at this moment a boundless and ancient power enveloped him, surrounding the entire void within a range of 1,000 feet. Black Salt's movements immediately slowed. Grand Mist Space. This is bad. The speed that Black Salt was so proud of was bound by the Grand Mist Space. He grit his teeth, erupting his astral essence to the limit as he used the spikes on his back to resist Lin Ming's attack. Lin Ming sneered and brought his 2 arms crashing down. The Phoenix Blood Spear smashed into Black Salt's back. This strike directly broke through Black Salt's 3 bone spikes, and the Phoenix Blood Spear continued unabated, pounding into him and causing his back to burst apart in a bloody mess before he was sent flying away. Black Salt miserably screamed out. He plummeted downwards like a meteor. Bang! With a ringing sound, Black Salt crashed into the ground, sending countless chunks of rock flying up. He was like a comet that crashed into the earth. Black Salt. This sudden turn in the tables had surpassed everyone's expectations. The Saint Race martial artists all cried out in horror. At this time, Black Salt emerged from the rubble. The Saint Race martial artists had an incomparably horrifying defensive power. Even though Black Salt had received such heavy wounds, he was still able to forcefully bear it. Black Salt's body was covered in blood. His skin and flesh had cracked open. As he looked up to the sky, he found that Lin Ming had disappeared. Before he could respond, an extremely dreadful weight pressed down on his back. This strength was as heavy as 10 million mountains. Not even Black Salt could withstand it. He miserably coughed, his 4 limbs shaking. You! Black Salt's eyes turned blood red. Lin Ming was clearly riding atop Black Salt's back. The current metamorphosed Black Salt was similar in shape to a large tiger. As Lin Ming rode atop his back, it was similar to a man riding his mount. To Black Salt this was the ultimate humiliation. As a proud martial artist of the saints, just how arrogant was he? How could he allow a human to ride atop his back? Black Salt angrily roared out. He wanted to jump up and throw off Lin Ming. But at this time, Lin Ming fused his Grand Mist energy onto the Phoenix Blood Spear and brought it pounding down. Pong! The Phoenix Blood Spear's shaft solidly smacked onto Black Salt's back. Black Salt's ruined back exploded once more. With the terrifying weight still pressing down on him, his body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His knees weakened and he was forced to the ground. Rocks constantly crumbled beneath them. Underneath this weight, Black Salt was forced to the ground. What is going on here? He's riding on Black Salt's back. Some terrifying weight has forced Black Salt to his knees. It's impossible for him to do anything, let alone throw off Lin Ming. The situation had rapidly reversed. At the start, Black Salt had won a minor advantage when he sent Lin Ming flying back a few hundred feet. But after that, it was Lin Ming who had beaten down Black Salt. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix blood spear and pointed it at Black Salt's back. If it weren't for the barrier of Grand Mist space, Black Salt would have already been buried in the ground. Now, he was unable to stand up no matter how much he wanted to. He vomited out great gulps of blood, dyeing the earth red. With a human standing on his back and forcing him down with his spear, Black Salt found this humiliation unbearable. He struggled as hard as he could, but no matter how much he tried, nothing worked. Damn! Damn it all! Black Salt had never felt so helpless in his life. He had always been proud of his mortal body, but this current feeling was like squatting on the ground with someone pushing him down with just a single finger, making him unable to stand up. Many saint martial artists were bewildered. None of them understood just what sort of mysteries were on Lin Ming's Phoenix blood spear and why Black Salt was pressed down so hard that he couldn't stand up. The human martial artists were also confused. But this didn't stop them from cheering for Lin Ming. Ever since the Great Calamity began and the saint race had invaded, the human race had suffered one defeat after another. The only incident that was able to show the strength of humanity had been the negotiations of Mount Padala and Empyrean Divine Dream completely refusing all of the saint race's treaty conditions. At the same time, Lin Ming had also jumped a boundary and a half to challenge the good fortune Saint Sun to a life-or-death battle in 100 years. However, when this matter was put in pleasant terms, then Lin Ming had courage to face this challenge. But if it was put in coarser terms, then Lin Ming was simply a fool who had bitten off more than he could chew. In these past days, the humans had been oppressed and mocked by the saints again and again. They desperately needed a victory to boost their morale and confidence. Lin Ming, make him so that he can't step ever again. The human martial artists all shouted out, releasing all the pressure in their hearts. And at this time, an indifferent voice sounded out. Enough! This voice seemed to come from the icy cold Nine Nether Abyss, causing the heated battlefield audience to quiet down. The young human elites felt their hearts skip a beat as a chill filled the air. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He received the Phoenix blood spear and looked up at the void. There, space distorted and a thin, white-clothed youth appeared. His face wasn't too handsome, but his aura was swift and fierce. He was pale like jade and his eyes were sharp. His entire body exuded an evil atmosphere. The appearance of this youth immediately attracted the eyes of everyone present. As the saint martial artists saw this person, all of them began to rise up in excitement. Imperial Prince Naki. It really is the Imperial Prince. The saint race was an extremely hierarchical society. Superior martial artists enjoyed endless worship and even a certain faith from their race, and top geniuses were able to enjoy an extraordinary status. Moreover, this title of Imperial Prince was personally bestowed by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. It held amazing significance. Among the younger generation, Naki's status was only inferior to the good fortune Saint Sun's. Both of them were peak geniuses born unto these prosperous times of the saints, and both of them had tremendous chances of becoming a true divinity in the future. At that time, even if Naki couldn't become the Saint Sovereign of the Saint race, he could still become the second Sovereign. This level of status wasn't much worse than the good fortune Saint Sovereign. He's Naki. For many of the human martial artists, this was the first time they had seen Naki. Even Lin Ming was the same. Lin Ming looked at Naki, sneering. "You've finally appeared. How stupidly pompous." Naki grinned in response. "Aren't you the same? I've been wanting to meet you for a long time already. But haven't you been hidden away in seclusion at Mount Padala for all this time before finally showing up today?" As Naki spoke, he slowly fell onto the battlefield. He stood 100 feet away from Lin Ming, standing in stark opposition to him. At this time, Lin Ming's Phoenix blood spear was still pointed at Black Salt's body. Black Salt's body was dripping wet with blood, and his spine had nearly broken in half. His bones and cartilage had been ruined and his nerves had been severely damaged. Even though the saints had an extremely formidable body with a high regenerative capability, if their spine was broken apart, it would still be very difficult to recover. It would require a tremendous amount of time and resources. "Senior apprentice brother, Naki." Black Salt found it difficult to speak. Every word brought more blood gushing out from his lips. As the saint martial artists saw this, they felt their backs turn cold. They were well aware of how strong Black Salt was, and he was strong enough to lift up a mountain. He could even toss that mountain into the sea afterwards and create a new island. But now, Lin Ming had only used his spear to ruin all of Black Salt's resistance. This sort of visual scene was far too jarring. How did Lin Ming accomplish this? He truly is terrifying. It seems that we've underestimated the humans. Saint martial artists all respected powerhouses, even if they were enemies. Lin Ming's great strength had won the awe and wonder of these people. If Lin Ming were to jump into a crowd of these young saint elites, it would be like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. He could easily murder any one of them, so what qualifications did they have to look down on someone that could cut them down as he pleased? However, Naki thought little of Lin Ming suppressing Black Salt. Naki only stared at the Phoenix blood spear before saying, "I never imagined that you would have been able to refine Grand Mist energy." Naki revealed the truth behind Lin Ming's secret card. Lin Ming was startled. The Grand Mist Heavenly Tao was incomparably mysterious, and not even a great number of human world king powerhouses would be able to recognize the Grand Mist space or Grand Mist energy. Grand Mist energy existed at the most early formative stage of the universe, and as the universe evolved, that Grand Mist energy had nearly disappeared from existence as it became celestial stars and all other matter. Empyrean Primordius was only able to cultivate the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao because he had experienced a great lucky chance. Lin Ming was vigilant towards this imperial Prince Naki that was eyeing him. It wasn't just his strength that Lin Ming needed to be wary of, but also his experience. Naki laughed, as if he had seen through Lin Ming's thoughts. "Is it strange that I recognize Grand Mist energy? Didn't you know that 100,000 years ago, there was once a human Empyrean that utilized the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao, and this person perished beneath the hands of my saint race? Many of his treasures, and even a part of his Grand Mist energy, was obtained by my people." As Naki laughed, all of these words were incomparably grating as they fell onto Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming's complexion darkened. Empyrean Primordius was his mentor, and he had died because of the saints. Lin Ming had no choice but to avenge this grudge if possible. Now, Naki's callous and cruel words had touched upon Lin Ming's reverse scale. Lin Ming simmered with rage. The weight of the Phoenix blood spear in his hands constantly grew, and the spear shaft sank even lower. With a crackling sound, more and more bones broke. Pressed beneath the Phoenix blood spear, Black Salt vomited even greater mouthfuls of blood, his body unceasingly trembling. Currently, he didn't even possess the ability to cry out. His skeleton had been nearly shattered to bits, and his organs were almost turned to soupy gruel. Naki frowned. He coldly said, "Lin Ming, is it possible that you don't know that this duel on Ash Blood Mountain was mutually agreed to by the high-level figures of Mount Padala and the Saints? This is only a duel, and unless there is some accident in the battle, neither side can kill the other." What Naki said was true. When Mount Padala had sent forth Hang Chi and Dragon Fong to fight, they had already concluded that their chances of winning weren't very high. It was also impossible for them to send the future hopes of their people into a death trap. Thus they took the initiative to lay down conditions for this match. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. Then, he put away the Phoenix blood spear, and the massive pressure suddenly vanished. This sudden change caused Black Salt's body to shake once more, vomiting out one last mouthful of blood before he fainted on the spot. Not too far away, the saint martial artists were all silent. Lin Ming was too horrifying. Black Salt's powerful bodily strength and defensive abilities were renowned within the saint race, and yet he had been beaten into a bloody goo by Lin Ming. He didn't even seem to be alive anymore. "Humph!" Naki coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, Black Salt was received into a cave dwelling that he carried with him. Naki didn't bother arguing over the matter of Lin Ming worsening Black Salt's wounds when he removed his spear. He only sneered and said, "Since you can make Black Salt into such an appearance, it seems you're a bit stronger than I first anticipated. But, during the negotiations at Mount Padala, you challenged my senior apprentice brother Wuma, the good fortune saint's son. How stupid of you. You're no different than a little child playing around with a slingshot in the middle of two armies, challenging the general of one side to a duel in a year. If it weren't for the special situation at the negotiation site and us saints being unable to weaken our momentum, why would senior apprentice brother Wuma ever bother responding to you? To him, you are nothing more than an ant. Lin Ming's complexion was cold and calm. He asked in reply, "From your tone, do you think that you can step on me like an ant?" Ha ha ha. It seems you really are in a hurry to get stomped by me. Although you are a bit stronger than I first thought, that barely makes you eligible to fight me. Do you honestly believe you are invincible amongst your generation? You have just experienced 2 battles, and although it doesn't look like you've consumed too much energy, I don't want you searching for any excuses when I beat you into the ground. I will give you 3 days' time to adjust your condition. 3 days from now, you and I will fight. Naki crossed his arms against his chest. His voice filled with contempt as he looked down at the world. It was like he simply didn't place this battle against Lin Ming in his heart. This fellow is far too brash. Just who the hell does he think he is? On the human side, there were martial artists that couldn't stand Naki's actions. Even so, they had no choice but to admit that Naki's strength was unfathomably deep. Until now, no one had found out where his limits were. They didn't even know what techniques he used or what cards he had hidden. For the second-ranked martial artist of the Human First Martial Meeting to challenge the first-place champion of the Saint First Martial Meeting, this was a battle that the humans had little confidence in. True divinity descendant. These 3 words were like mountains that pressed down on their chests, making it hard for them to breathe. Many of them were cheering for Lin Ming in their hearts. But even so, facing such a powerful opponent, any result was an unknown. Not too far away from the battlefield, a black-clothed Dragon Fong and a white linen-robed Xianxia were looking at the center of the battlefield. It's been 9 years, but Lin Ming has really taken a step further in his growth. Perhaps his legend will continue on today, Xianxia quietly said. He held prayer beads in his hands and chanted Buddhist prayers. As for Dragon Fong, he had clenched his fists. It was unknown what he was thinking. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and looked straight at Imperial Prince Naki. He sneered and then slowly lifted the spear point, pointing it straight towards Naki's forehead. 3 days is too long. Those 2 fights just now were only a warm-up. You and I, let's finish this now. Lin Ming's words were similarly arrogant. In these 2 fights just now, his battle against the red-clothed woman wasn't anything at all. But his battle against Black Salt could be considered intense. Black Salt himself wasn't a common nobody, but Lin Ming had referred to their battle as a warm-up. Is that so? Naki smiled, and his smile became increasingly evil as he exposed the sharp tips of his canines. Since you are in such a hurry to be defeated, let me fulfill your wish. Clang. With a clear and resonant cry, Naki extracted a pitch-black long spear from his spatial ring. Naki's weapon was also a spear. Spear? Interesting. Lin Ming looked at Naki, his body seething with fighting spirit. He could feel that Naki wasn't weak at all. Although Naki was arrogant, he had the unfathomable strength required to back it up. I must defeat the good fortune Saint's son. So I'll defeat you here as the first step. Strong winds howled. Within the grim and desolate ruins atop Ash Blood Mountain, Naki's long hair chaotically whipped about, his clothes flapping around him. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. His left hand was held behind his back and his right hand grasped a spear. The pitch-black 9-foot-long spear slowly extended outwards as he pointed the tip towards the ground, a cold light sparkling atop it. As this image was joined together with his straight figure, Naki was like a tall and steady pine tree. Above the heavens, below the earth, only he was worthy. Just this aura alone made one subconsciously fall into a submissive state of awe. Just by standing in front of him, one could feel a tremendous pressure, pushing them to the limit. This was the aura of a future sovereign. This aura was the superior momentum that Naki had accumulated over an extremely long period of time. By constantly defeating geniuses at the same level, his confidence had risen again and again. When combined with his terrifying strength, this aura was the manifestation of his being. This Naki is truly extraordinary. There will inevitably be a role for him on the stage of the future great calamity. He might even become one of the leading main characters. Even though the human martial artists couldn't bear Naki and wanted to bite a chunk out of him, they couldn't help but acknowledge just how horrifying he was. This sort of person was a dragon in a pool. As the true war of the great calamity arrived, he would constantly change, evolving until he soared to the heavens. Facing such a Naki, Lin Ming's complexion was cold. He held the phoenix blood spear in one hand, extending it out. The 10-foot phoenix blood spear looked as if it was cast in iron, immovable. How amusing! Naki smiled. But suddenly, a cold light burst out from his eyes and the rocks beneath his feet exploded. Bang! As the air trembled around him, Naki made his move. His speed reached an unimaginable level. The inky black spear was like a bolt of black lightning, thrusting towards Lin Ming's throat like a kiss from a death god. This sudden attack had caught everyone unprepared. This attack had reached the extremes of speed and power. Even a peak divine lord powerhouse would have been instantly defeated beneath this spear strike without any ability to resist. In that moment, Lin Ming also moved. His sense locked onto Naki's body. From the very instant that astral essence erupted from Naki's body, Lin Ming had been prepared. The phoenix blood spear thrust out. The immense power of thunder and fire that had been saved within the heretical god tree burst out, fiercely colliding in the sky. Bang! It was like bolts of divine thunder crashed into the ground. Countless crushed stones were raised up and then swept into the sky by a wild vortex of energy. The earth shivered and divine light spilled out in all directions. In the dark skies, a round sun seemed to appear. Luckily, everyone was already prepared and wasn't too close to the battlefield. The older martial artists had laid down protective enchantments in front of the juniors. But even then, those protective enchantments were wildly struck by the waves of energy, nearly exploding. Whoo! The blinding explosion of thunder and fire continued for several breaths of time before slowly fading away. The skies were filled with immense amounts of rock that had been reduced to sand by the horrifying energy. The rocky sand was lifted up into the skies by the wind, turning the entire Ash Blood Mountain battlefield into a dusky world. How terrifying! To think this is a battle between a middle divine transformation youth and a late saint transformation youth. It's hard to imagine this is possible. Even a battle between holy lords can't compare. This imperial Prince Naki and Lin Ming are both geniuses born unto the world of the great calamity. One was born in the saints and one was born in humanity. In 100 million years, their strength will reach levels that cannot be comprehended by common sense. This will be a fight between dragons and tigers. Just who will emerge victorious? The human martial artists were originally lacking in confidence, but as they saw Lin Ming's aura rise like a beam of light, a faint spark of hope ignited in their hearts. If Lin Ming, as the second-ranked martial artist of the Human First Martial Meeting, could defeat the first-place champion of the Saint First Martial Meeting, then humanity would truly be lifted up in pride and happiness. Otherwise, they would be cast down. Everyone knew that although Lin Ming had come second, the truth was that he was nearly equal to Frost Dream. No one could tell who was weaker or stronger between the two. If Lin Ming lost here, that would be equal to all the young elites of humanity losing. You can actually receive my probing strike so easily. You indeed possess the qualifications to be my opponent. As Naki spoke, his eyes sparkled. The surrounding martial artists were left speechless. Such a sharp and vicious attack was only a probing strike. This was too ridiculous. Naki strode forwards, one step at a time. As he did, flames seemed to burn atop his body. These were not true flames. Rather, because the astral essence within his body was too powerful, it had reached the level of substantializing. Thus it appeared as flames around him. 1,000 feet, 900 feet, 800 feet. Like this, Naki approached Lin Ming, coming closer and closer. The saint's body transformation excelled in close combat. As for the human's essence gathering, that excelled in long-distance combat. In these past days, when human martial artists had fought in missions throughout the bright luster great world, The most basic knowledge they learnt was that they could not allow the saints to approach them and engage in a brutal melee. Otherwise, in a situation where both sides had similar levels of strength, there was a 70% chance that they would die. Lin Ming, be careful. Get away. Many martial artists anxiously cried out. But Lin Ming simply watched as Naki approached, motionless. Oh? You've got guts. Could it be that you think your level of body transformation technique has reached a degree comparable to mine? As Naki spoke, he was only 100 feet away from Lin Ming. For a peak master, this mere 100 feet wouldn't even take 1,000th of a blink of an eye to cross. This was simply the same as no distance at all. Ka-ka-ka. All of the joints in Lin Ming's body exploded with loud crackling sounds. He had opened the 8 inner hidden gates to the limit. The strength that was hiding within him was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. How interesting. Haha. Then let me see just what worth your body transformation technique has. Naki burst out with a horrendous roar as a blazing divine light covered his entire body. Strange runes began to appear all over his face. His hair grew longer and a pair of sharp fangs extended down from the corners of his mouth just like spikes. His elbows and knees lengthened, growing ferocious bone spikes all over, and gold scales emerged from his skin, covering his entire body. Just 100 feet away from Lin Ming, Naki completed his body metamorphosis. Only a small number of people within the saint race possessed this transformation ability. Although it couldn't be said that every saint who could metamorphose their body was more powerful than those that couldn't, the absolute fact was that the several peak members of the saint race all had this ability. As Naki transformed his body, a horrifying energy erupted. Even those human martial artists 10 miles away could feel this dark pressure, much less Lin Ming. If Lin Ming was a mere 100 feet away, the pressure he had to withstand could be imagined. If it were a normal martial artist in his shoes, they would fall to the floor trembling, losing all ability to fight. Many saints fell to their knees, praying towards Imperial Prince Naki. Although this was a strange sight to humans, something they couldn't understand, for the saints this was actually a natural response originating from their inborn instincts. For a people that worshipped a powerful mortal body, this was the awe they felt from encountering such a magnificent specimen. Naki's bloodline was one of the peak bloodlines of the saints. He was worthy of their worship. Facing this Naki, Lin Ming simply raised the phoenix blood spear, his eyes as cold as ice. How brave! An essence-gathering system martial artist is actually able to withstand my pressure at such a close distance. Then, let me see whether you are strong or just plain stupid. As Naki laughed out loud, he grasped his long spear and smashed down at Lin Ming. The might of this spear strike was titanic, as if a 100,000-foot-high mountain had been dropped down from the clouds with infinite momentum. Even the void collapsed under this pressure. With the locking in of the surrounding space, no one within 100 feet could escape Naki's spear. As long as the spear came pounding down, even if Lin Ming had opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates, he would still be wounded to the brink of death. Many martial artists cried out in fear, waiting to see Lin Ming be smashed to pieces by Naki's spear. But Naki's movements suddenly stiffened, slowing down by a great deal. What? In this moment, Naki felt a vast and boundless aura cover the space within 100 feet. All space within this area became heavy, filled with an incomparably terrifying gravitational force, stifling his every motion. And, lingering atop his spear, a trace of gray energy wandered around. This gray energy was as thin as a strand of spider silk, but his spear actually wasn't able to cut through it. It had caused his spear to slow down to half its speed. What Lin Ming used was the Grand Mist space that contained Grand Mist energy. True Grand Mist space was the fusion of the heavenly demon, heavenly mortal, and heavenly god martial intents. Simultaneously, the Grand Mist space also contained true Grand Mist energy. Grand Mist energy was as heavy as a star. If these thin strands wove together, they formed a giant spider web, and any martial artist that fell into the Grand Mist space was like a fly caught in a web of Grand Mist energy, unable to struggle at all. A single thin strand of grand mist energy was something that even a world king would find difficult to cut apart. If it were twisted into a web, the hardiness of that grand mist energy could be imagined. Of course, Lin Ming had yet to reach this degree of proficiency. He had simply used the tiniest strand of grand mist energy, but this tiny strand had still caused a massive hindrance to Naki's movements. In that moment when Naki's spear was shackled, Lin Ming also thrust out with his own. The dazzling spear light reached the extreme. A strike that didn't ask for force, only speed. Lin Ming wanted to attack Naki before he regrouped the astral essence he had used and pierced through his defenses. Lin Ming could imagine that Naki's defensive capabilities were truly terrifying. If Naki were to stimulate his defensive abilities to their limit, then Lin Ming's only ability that could harm him would be Heavenly Dao Judgment. But there was no time to use Heavenly Dao Judgment right now. What Lin Ming needed to do was take the initiative and pierce through Naki's body as the saint was attacking with all of his strength. Because of Naki's powerful mortal body, it was impossible to win with a single spear strike, but he would still be able to heavily wound him. Space and time laws. As the Phoenix blood spear thrust out, the surrounding flow of time slowed down. Only that red spear reached an extreme velocity. With this extreme speed coupled with Lin Ming's large success comprehensions of the space and time laws, the potential of the strike was overwhelming. However, just as his spear reached Naki's chest, the space around Naki seemed to fall into a thick darkness. At the same time, time distorted and space drew back. An invisible strength came shrouding down, and the slowed-down flow of time around Naki was reverted to normal. Puff! Blood splashed out. Naki retreated a single step back. Although this only seemed like a simple step backwards, the truth was that he had stepped back 1,000 feet. His hand held onto his bloody chest, blood flowing out from between his fingers. As he looked at Lin Ming, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Naki was not surprised by Lin Ming's use of the time and space laws, but by the degree to which he could utilize the grand mist space. When he had approached Lin Ming hadn't taken even half a step backwards. The reason that Lin Ming had dared to allow a body transformation martial artist to come close was not because of his own body transformation technique, but because of his grand mist space. The smaller the area of the grand mist space was, the greater its might would be. In other words, from the very start Lin Ming hadn't feared close combat at all. When Imperial Prince Naki had approached him, he already had a plan laid out. Lin Ming had waited for the moment that Naki attacked to launch his own counterattack and take him by surprise. However, the sure-wind strike had failed. Lin Ming was startled. Even though he didn't underestimate Naki, he never imagined that Naki would be able to attain such high comprehension in the laws as a saint race martial artist. In that instant, Naki had utilized 3 different laws, in particular the space and time laws. Although he hadn't been able to achieve the degree of proficiency that Lin Ming had reached, he had still steadily reached the 5th level concept. If he used it for just defense, then he was only slightly worse than Lin Ming, and this slight difference had caused his chest to be stabbed by the Phoenix blood spear. Naki's defensive powerful was horrifying. It was impossible for that light stab to pierce his heart. Even though Lin Ming was able to break apart Naki's tough skin that was as hard as divine iron, that was entirely due to the powerful strength brought to him by the 8 inner hidden gates. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to leave behind a flesh wound. Naki is injured. Many people noticed the blood leaking out from between Naki's fingers. The saint martial artists were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. In their minds, Naki was an invincible existence amongst his peers. The only one that could challenge Naki was the good fortune saint's son, if he had reversed his age by several dozen years. And yet this Naki was actually injured. Everyone could see that the spear strike had only caused a light wound to his skin and flesh that didn't even affect Naki's combat efficient. Even if that strike were to hit a human's body, it still wouldn't affect their combat strength, but those saint martial artists found this hard to believe. This was because Naki was a legendary existence in their minds. The human martial artists all gripped their fists, not cheering. They only looked at the battlefield, nervousness in their eyes. In that exchange just now they hadn't been able to understand anything at all, and the result was an unknown to him. Naki looked at his blood-stained hands. He stretched out his tongue and licked his blood-stained fingers, looking like a demonic monster. I didn't expect that not only would you have inherited Empyrean Primordius legacy, but that you would also have practiced the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao to such a degree. I've underestimated you. As Naki spoke, the muscles on his chest began to wriggle about. The wound that Lin Ming left behind was regenerating at a visible speed. What an abnormal restorative power. This sort of regenerative ability was even greater than Lin Ming's. Lin Ming watched as the wound he left behind vanished. He coldly said, I also didn't think that even though you are a saint you would comprehend the laws, and also to such a high boundary. Ha ha ha, Naki laughed. In the 33-layered Heavens Tao, the essence gathering system has 11 layers. The seek 9 falls and find the 9 divine shifts that humanity practices is only a single variation. In this world there is also an essence gathering system that my saint race can cultivate. Did you think that only you could dual cultivate body and energy and that I could not? Yes, whether it is humans or saints, both are equal. The saints excel in body transformation and humans excel in essence gathering. This also means that the seek 9 falls and find the 9 divine shifts that humanity practices is the strongest essence gathering system of the 11 Taos. Now, let us see just who among us is more powerful. Whether it was Lin Ming or Naki, both of them dual cultivated in body and energy. They were both unrivaled geniuses in this aspect, stepping on similar paths as if guided by the hands of fate. Of course, Lin Ming not only dual cultivated body and energy, but triple cultivated essence, energy, and soul. He believed that even though following this path of cultivation was difficult, it was necessary if he wished to find the road which led to the peak of martial arts, because that was the most universal truth in the world. Bang! Lin Ming and Imperial Prince Naki collided once more. Their overwhelming momentum caused the earth to shake. A terrifying shockwave rushed out like a tide, extending to infinity. Lin Ming and Imperial Prince Naki both launched into a brutal melee. Each strike was devastating, creating massive craters in the ground and filling the skies with dust. As one looked down from the heavens, they could see a giant bowl-shaped pit being slowly dug out. In just a moment, the towering ash blood mountain had been reduced to a desert. Countless rocks were turned into powder, crazily sweeping through the world in giant storms. Interesting, interesting. You are a match that is worthy for me to be excited about. But what a pity. Your Grand Mist space cannot be filled with Grand Mist energy at all times. Otherwise your true essence cannot endure. I know that stimulating the Grand Mist energy that is as heavy as stars places a tremendous burden and level of consumption on your body. If this is the limit of your skill, then your loss has already been decided. Naki wildly cackled. Atop his spear, a divine fire lit up. This was his astral essence that he was maddeningly burning. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Naki's joints emitted explosive sounds once more. His body grew again and again until he was a head higher than Lin Ming. Naki's body was originally covered in scales, but now those scales had turned into plates of bone armor. The hard and fierce bone armor covered Naki's entire body. His arms became sturdier and thicker and meridian channels spread through his fingers, twisting about like worms. His entire being filled with strength and even his shoes split apart as clawed feet appeared, similar to a dragon's. On his head, curved horns grew out just like a devil. Then, with a flapping sound, a pair of giant wings unfolded behind Naki's back. As these 2 wings spread out, their wingspan was actually 30 feet. Imperial Prince Naki had transformed his body once more. This was 2 body metamorphoses. 2 body metamorphoses? He can transform his body twice? All of the human martial artists were shocked. A single body metamorphosis ability was already freakishly abnormal, but Naki was actually able to do so twice. A terrifying aura exuded from his body. Let alone fighting him, even those people that were watching from 10 miles away felt a horrible pressure. Naki smashed his claws into the ground and then slowly stood up. His 2 wings spread out, causing all of the surrounding dust and sand to be swept up into a tornado. My clan is one of the most magnificent clans of the Saint race. We possess the royal bloodline, and when the most outstanding peak geniuses of my clan step into the realm of true divinity, they can metamorphose their body 3 times. This was something that a senior accomplished in the Holy War 3.6 billion years ago. Currently, I fall far short of that. But in the future, I too will step into such a boundary. I will leave behind the most wonderful legacy in the history of my clan. As Naki spoke, he placed his long spear back into his spatial ring. Then, he extracted a massive heaven-sundering war halberd. This halberd was 15 feet long. Just the head of the halberd was 4 feet long. The giant halberd edge was cold and bright like a scythe. The shaft was as thick as an arm, and not even a grown man would be able to grasp it in one hand. The entire shaft was carved with images of all sorts of demons, savage and brutal. But this massive war halberd was actually perfect for Naki's giant body. Lin Ming didn't doubt that this halberd was forged with some type of special divine metal. Not only was it hard, but the weight itself could easily crush a mountain range. It was likely tens of millions of genes or even 100 million genes. It was hard to imagine just what might this halberd could display when used by Naki, who had undergone his second metamorphosis. As the surrounding human martial artists saw Naki take out this giant war halberd, all of them looked at each other in utter dismay, shocked to the point of speechlessness. They were all aware that the saints primarily cultivated body transformation, but as for what degree their body transformation technique had reached, no one knew. Now that they saw Naki, they finally gained a profound understanding of this. After the body transformation technique was cultivated to the peak, its might was beyond horrifying. Facing such an enemy, just how would Lin Ming fight? Naki wildly laughed. After undergoing 2 body metamorphoses, even his personality had been influenced. He had become even more savage and arrogant. Lin Ming, I said that I will leave behind the most wonderful legacy in my clan. Now, let me start with you. Naki roared out loud and dove towards Lin Ming. His wings spread out as his speed reached incomprehensible degrees. He was like a dragon, hurtling through the endless skies. Who? The 2 wings beat in the air, stirring up strong winds that swept up the surrounding sand. Naki forcefully used the pressure of his flight to leave behind a giant pit in the ground. That heaven-sundering war halberd came pounding down. Lin Ming's eyes widened as his entire body erupted with strength. Grand Mist Space. Ho! The boundless aura of the Grand Mist Space spread out. A strand of Grand Mist energy spun atop the war halberd. However, Naki simply grinned, forcefully suppressing this Grand Mist energy as he struck down at Lin Ming. Haha! The Grand Mist Heavenly Tao is wonderful, but your comprehension is too weak. Just what do you think a spider thread-thin strand of Grand Mist energy can do to me? Now die! Within the Grand Mist Space, Naki's speed hadn't diminished at all. He continued rushing towards Lin Ming with his halberd. In that moment, the space around Lin Ming came under a heavy pressure, nearly collapsing. He was placed in a cage, locked inside. This was no longer just the concept of space, but Naki also forcefully suppressing space with his powerful strength. Even with Lin Ming's comprehensions of the space and time laws, it was impossible for him to instantly break through these bindings. If this halberd struck him, Lin Ming would find it nearly impossible to withstand it, even if he burst out with all of his strength. If there was an accident, he could be crushed to death. As for Lin Ming using the Phoenix Blood Spear to block, it was simply impossible to block Naki's overwhelming momentum. This was a critical moment. In 1,000th of an instant in this life or death moment, a tiny blue spear rushed out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows. This blue spear split in 2, half of it firing towards the war halberd and the other half firing towards Naki's forehead. A terrifyingly exuberant aura emitted from this deep blue spear, similar to the aura of the Grand Mist Space. This little blue spear was Lin Ming's Blue Soul Battle Spirit. When a battle spirit entered the Blue Soul realm, its strength would suddenly rise to another level, taking a huge leap upwards. It had to be known that this step had stopped Lin Ming for a full 10 years. Even Frost Dream, who studied the Divine Dream Law, had been extremely far from the Blue Soul Battle Spirit level in the past. Even the vast majority of peak Holy Lord powerhouses were stuck at this step, unable to make a breakthrough in their lives. The Blue Soul Battle Spirit split into two. One half shot towards the heaven-sundering war halberd. A battle spirit was the manifestation of a martial artist's will. If one's will was strong, they could control everything around them. The ruling spirit art was created with this characteristic in mind. At this time, Lin Ming had abruptly used his Blue Soul Battle Spirit to control the space around the war halberd. The Blue Soul Battle Spirit was like an invisible hand. When combined with the Grand Mist energy, it slowed down the halberd. As for the second half of the battle spirit, it shot into Naki's spiritual sea, crashing into it like a bolt of lightning. Naki's body shook and he coughed miserably. In this moment, Lin Ming rushed forwards and thrust the Phoenix Blood Spear towards Naki's throat. "You!" Naki was enraged. He roared out, slashing his claw down at the Phoenix Blood Spear. Kacha! Naki's post-metamorphosis body was far too durable. His claw pressed against the Phoenix Blood Spear, bending it into a curve. Power of thunder and fire. Explode! Lin Ming's pupils shrank. From behind Lin Ming, the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared. A terrifying power of thunder and fire flushed out as if the dam holding it back had burst apart. Bang! A fierce explosion rang out. Naki's right hand was exploded into a mess of blood and flesh, and at this time, the war halberd that was hindered by the Blue Soul Battle Spirit and Grand Mist energy came smashing down. Lin Ming stepped on the void, suddenly stepping back. As he stepped back, space was destroyed and spatial runes appeared beneath his feet, instantly bringing him back 1,000 feet. That detonation of thunder and fire had torn apart the space cage just now. Thus, Naki was unable to lock down Lin Ming. Bang! The heaven-sundering war halberd pounded the earth, causing the ground to shake. A savage energy shot up into the skies, blowing away all the clouds and leaving the entire Ash Blood Mountain in a chaotic wreck. The originally messy ruins of Ash Blood Mountain were struck hundreds of feet lower by Naki's attack. This was the all-out attack of Naki after he had undergone his second transformation. The might of this strike could be imagined, but it was still avoided by Lin Ming. Not only did Lin Ming avoid it, but he even caused grievous wounds to Naki's right hand. That is a Blue Soul Battle Spirit. Lin Ming has already stepped into the threshold of a Blue Soul Battle Spirit? The Saint martial artists weren't too knowledgeable about battle spirits, but the human martial artists had a deep and profound awareness of them. They knew just how significant it was for a middle divine transformation martial artist to reach the level of a Blue Soul Battle Spirit. There were numerous peak holy lords that were unable to take this step in their entire lives. The distance between a gold battle spirit and a Blue Soul Battle Spirit was simply too great, like an immeasurable moat. Even so, Lin Ming had actually obtained a Blue Soul Battle Spirit at the Divine Transformation Realm. This level of talent was far too bewildering. Maybe Lin Ming has already surpassed Frost Dream in attainments of battle spirits. I can't believe it. Frost Dream comes from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and studies the Divine Dream Law, so her soul is undoubtedly strong. Then, just what is Lin Ming relying on to reach this level? The human martial artists all looked at each other in confusion. Lin Ming's immense strength encompassed every aspect. He nearly had no weakness. Crash! Naki leapt up from the wreckage. His right arm was stained with blood and his face was savage. After undergoing 2 body metamorphoses, he thought that even if the strike wouldn't win him immediate victory, he would still be able to wound Lin Ming and then slowly overcome him. But he never imagined that Lin Ming would use this strange method to counter his attack and cause him to be injured instead. As a result, his all-out strike had struck nothing at all. This feel of hitting nothing but air was extremely uncomfortable and enraging. Lin Ming's eyes blazed as he looked at Naki. He slowly said, "In this world there is no perfect race. The saint race's geniuses seem as if they are more powerful than the humans, but they also have their own weakness. Your overly powerful mortal body has instead weakened your soul. In terms of battle spirits, you are inferior to humans." Lin Ming laid bare the weaknesses of the saint race. To a human martial artist, a battle spirit could be said to play a large role but also a small role. If one said it had a large role, that was because there were many special situations where a battle spirit could display a tremendous function, could stabilize one's will and be used to withstand soul attacks. If one said it had a small role, that was because in actual combat, the effects of a battle spirit weren't too obvious. This was because if someone had a battle spirit, then so would others. If someone used their battle spirit to hinder their opponent would use their battle spirit to offset this. Unless there was a great disparity in battle spirits, the effects of them in combat were minor. Thus, when Lin Ming was in the Sky Spill continent, he had frequently used his battle spirit. This was because he was often the only one who possessed a battle spirit. Even when he met other martial artists of the Sky Spill continent who had a battle spirit, they were often at the bronze forming stage. To reach bronze perfection was a legend among legends. As for a silver battle spirit, that was a completely unknown domain to the martial artists of the Sky Spill continent. In terms of battle spirits, all of them were thrown 108,000 miles away by Lin Ming. Like this, Lin Ming's battle spirit hadn't found a rival. He had been able to pull open a great gulf between himself and the other martial artists of the Sky Spill continent. But in the divine realm, the function of his battle spirit had been far smaller because the opponents Lin Ming faced were stronger and their attainments in battle spirits were also outstanding. Frost Dream possessed a battle spirit that was on equal standing with Lin Ming's. When everyone was supporting their attacks with battle spirits, then the battle spirits would balance each other out, meaning neither side would be able to display their full strength. Now, in facing Imperial Prince Naki, Lin Ming's battle spirit was able to display a miraculous effect. This was because the Saint race's battle spirits were far too weak. Battle spirit, I didn't think that your battle spirit could reach such a degree. My Saint race is a natural enemy race of you humans. Throughout these countless years, innumerable wars have erupted between our races. So how could my Saint race not know about your human race's battle spirits? Your attack was unexpected, so I suffered a loss. But as long as I revolve my astral essence with an arcane skill and seal away my spiritual sea, then your battle spirit attack is useless. The most you'll be able to do is try to hinder my motions, but I can use my absolute strength to break through the obstruction of your battle spirit. As Imperial Prince Naki spoke, his entire body began to emit explosive crackling sounds once more. He lifted his war halberd, rushing towards Lin Ming again. His strength already reached a nearly unimaginable degree. Even under the dual influence of the Grand Mist Space and Blue Soul Battle Spirit, he forcefully withstood them both and attacked Lin Ming. A terrifying strength poured forth, like a raging tsunami, a collapsing mountain. All of Naki's astral essence turned into a black dragon that danced in the air as it impacted towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming revolved all the true essence within his body. The phantom of the heretical god tree reappeared behind him. The power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation gushed forth, howling into the world. Heavenly Tao judgment. Bang! This was a true frontal collision. Supported by the Blue Soul Battle Spirit and Grand Mist Space, Lin Ming weakened Naki's impact. The power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation wove together into a sea of red and purple, swallowing up the skies. Naki raised his head to the sky and let out a heaven-quaking roar. All of the muscles within his body burst out and his long hair twisted in the wind. He brought his war halberd crashing down. The void trembled as a brutal shockwave caused the world to vibrate and all of the spectators' scalps to tingle. A terrifying endurance. A terrifying mortal body explosive force. Even with the bindings of the Blue Soul Battle Spirit, Naki was still fierce like an unstoppable beast. This is too horrifying. It's absolutely impossible to fight Naki in close combat. Otherwise Lin Ming will be ripped to shreds. This is Lin Ming. He cultivates dual body and energy so his body is equally durable. If a normal martial artist were to stand in his place, even if they weren't directly struck down by Naki, just this aura alone and the shockwaves it produces would cause their body to burst apart in a fountain of blood. No wonder that Naki was so arrogant these past days, because he indeed has the qualifications to be arrogant. If Naki is so fierce, Then what degree has the good fortune Saint Sun reached? Since Lin Ming challenged the good fortune Saint Sun to a match in 100 years, isn't that the same as a 100-year suicide deadline? Pong! 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 A dreadful impact noise stunned the ears. Everyone retreated again and again. In the skies, all they saw were two beams of divine light violently colliding. One was pure black and the other was red and purple. This sort of collision required an unthinkable amount of energy. Even so, that Imperial Prince Naki likely didn't care at all. In the eyes of the human martial artists, he wasn't a person at all but a beast in disguise. His stamina and endurance were undoubtedly just as great. As for Lin Ming, he actually managed to forcefully engage Naki in a brutal melee fest. Moreover, this was dozens of moves, each move shaking the heavens and earth. The ones most shocked here were the Saint martial artists. They're all watched with dumbfounded expressions. Originally, when saints and humans fought, it was usually saints chasing and humans fleeing. The humans would try their best to pull open the distance and attack the saints from afar. Because of this, the saints looked down at humans with contempt, thinking they were nothing but a gutless and pathetic race. But now, Lin Ming was actually engaging Naki in a head-on battle. As Witch Plume, the 6th-ranked martial artist of the Saints' first martial meeting, looked up at the skies, she took a deep breath. Her eyes sparkled. The intensity of this battle was too great. If she were up there instead, let alone being able to block a move, but even if she did, she wouldn't be able to last more than 20 exchanges before collapsing. In other words, Lin Ming not only surpassed her in strength but also in endurance and restorative power. These two aspects were the pride of the saint race, and yet she had been surpassed in them by a human. Ha ha ha! Great! Wonderful! Let me see just how long you can last. Naki's entire body was covered in blood. Although he was rapidly using up his strength and astral essence, his aura became increasingly fierce the longer he fought. Dragon Wrestling Art. Naki used the dragon wrestling art of the saint race. When a saint martial artist achieved the peak of their mortal bodies, they could even wrestle an azure dragon unarmed. Currently, Naki was far from reaching such a level. Even so, he had managed to cultivate a bit of this move's charm. For him, bringing down a young dragon wasn't any problem at all. Black Hole Seed. Lin Ming flew backwards, his hands forming over 1,000 seals at once. The dark black hole seed emerged from his inner world, rapidly spinning in the skies. After 9 years, this miniature black hole had become much larger. This was the inheritance left behind by Empyrean Divine Seal, and also the highest level technique that Lin Ming possessed. Another little fancy trick of the essence gathering system. Then, I will use absolute strength to annihilate it. Naki laughed and hurtled towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's expression was calm and cold. His entire body began revolving energy as the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind him. All of the heaven and earth origin energy within 100 miles began to stir until it was whipped up into a howling storm. Lin Ming chanted out loud, "Power of the black hole, swallow all matter, swallow all light, swallow the 5 elements, swallow all sound, fall into an infinite abyss of time. Within this cage of space you shall never emerge, sink forever, perish through the sands of history. Divine seal art, swallow all of existence, eternal darkness." In that moment, every ounce of origin energy between the heavens and earth began to crazily gather towards that seed of chaos, forming a dark star black hole. Then, Lin Ming used the entirety of his strength to thrust this dark star black hole towards Imperial Prince Naki. Dragon Wrestling Art, I'll blow you up. Naki lifted his hands high, bringing the heaven-sundering war halberd into the air. Then he smashed down. This strike was used with 120% of his strength. He revolved all of his astral essence to the limit. His muscles bulged outwards as countless blue veins rose up, squirming about like earthworms even as they burst apart beneath the pressure. The heaven-sundering war halberd came pounding down. Bang! With a dreadful explosion, Naki's halberd collided with the black hole seed. In that instant, all the space within 10 miles collapsed. This was the space of the divine void. Underneath the intense collision of Lin Ming and Naki's strike, this stable space was as frail as glass. A battle between a divine transformation and saint transformation martial artist can actually cause the space within 10 miles to collapse. These two people are the absolute king amongst kings within their level. No one can compete with them. In front of them, a divine mountain is as frail as a sculpture and space is as thin as paper. Everyone cried out in alarm. At this time, the terrifying detonation force created by the black hole began to wantonly spread out. It was Lin Ming and Naki that bore the brunt of this terrifying impact. Naki's entire body shook like an earthquake passed through it. The skin and flesh of his arms cracked apart and his palms split open. The bones of his arms cracked to pieces and he almost lost all feeling in his arms. What? Naki never imagined that this ordinary-looking black hole would be unbelievably hard. Not only did it withstand his attack, but it also erupted with a terrifying strength. As the one controlling this black hole, the impact that Lin Ming had to withstand was not light. Even though the black hole couldn't be destroyed, Lin Ming still received tremendous wounds underneath the reckless surges of energy. The explosive energy swept over Lin Ming like a wave, forcing him back 1,000 feet. Only then was he able to stabilize the restless blood within him. Naki's hands shivered. Blood dripped down his arms, gruesome and alarming. He nearly dropped the heaven-sundering war halberd. He hadn't thought that his battle with Lin Ming would reach such a frigid and savage degree. Naki had already consumed 60 to 70% of his astral essence. His strength had also plummeted by a great deal. But he knew that he couldn't weaken his momentum right now. Lin Ming definitely wasn't in a better situation than he was. The victor of this fight would depend on who could hold out the longest. Die! Naki roared. He ignored his severely wounded arms and rushed towards Lin Ming once more. After exhausting so much of his energy, he still didn't stop for even the slightest moment. He instead hurtled himself into another collision. No matter how ruthless you are, I can be even more ruthless. This form of combat caused all the martial artists to suck in a breath of cold air. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Fierce and vicious bone spikes shot up from all over Naki's body. As these bone spikes drilled forth from his skin, they brought behind them icky goo and blood. Each spike was 4 to 5 feet long, cold and dense just like a spear. This was not body metamorphosis, but one of Naki's attack methods. It was similar to the time that Black Salt utilized the spikes on his back. This was an ability that came from certain bloodlines of the Saint race. At this time, Naki's arms were injured and he couldn't control his halberd. Thus, he used his body as a weapon to forcefully hurtle himself towards Lin Ming. Wild Dragon Dash. Naki's speed reached the extreme. Astral essence burned over his body. He was a massive black fireball that shot towards Lin Ming. At this time, because of the previous collision and him barely suppressing the tumbling blood within him, Lin Ming's true essence was in a chaotic mess. Even so, he wanted to face Naki's crazy rush head-on. The Grand Mist space couldn't be used to defend. Lin Ming had trouble summoning it right now. As for his blue soul battle spirit, just that alone was not enough. Even if he tried to use his Phoenix Blood Spear in conjunction with it, that was simply suicide. For Naki, this 1,000-foot distance took less than an instant to cross. As the human martial artists saw this, all of them cried out in alarm. However, Lin Ming actually remained remarkably calm. If Naki hurtled towards him, although the might was great, it would still put him at risk. In this critical moment, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. His soul force rushed into his inner world, and in front of Lin Ming, a massive stone gate appeared. The stone gate emitted an infinite ancient aura. The entire gate was covered with mysterious carvings, as if a separate universe were sealed within it. This was the Primordius Gate. In the past, when Empyrean Primordius created the stone gate, he had done so with the highest level of Chaos Stone and then recorded all of the comprehensions he had gleaned in his lifetime. This included the complete heart mantra to the Primordius martial intent. However, the use of the Primordius Gate was not as simple as recording inheritances. It could also be used as a bafflingly powerful magic weapon. Lin Ming summoned all the true essence available to him and poured it into the primordious gate. Bang! Naki didn't have time to react at all. He was like a raging bull, solidly smashing into the primordious gate. The several spikes on Naki's body disintegrated into dust. Puff! Naki spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent rolling hundreds of feet away. The dark red primordious gate, besides violently shaking a bit as Naki crashed into it, wasn't even damaged in the slightest. The martial artists watching were all shocked. This battle was already at its crescendo. When both Lin Ming and Naki were nearly spent dry, this strange scene had occurred. This strike was absolutely adding wounds upon wounds for Naki. As the one controlling the primordious gate, Lin Ming only had to withstand the traction of energy as Naki crashed into the gate. His blood restlessly stirred up within him, but the force he withstood was hundreds and thousands of times lighter than Naki. Naki's entire body shivered. His body was a mess of blood and flesh, and his muscles were split apart all over his body. Over half the bone armor that covered his body had broken, and all of the spikes that jutted out from him had cracked apart. There were even some spikes that had pierced through his own flesh because of that massive impact just now, thrusting into his flesh. His meridians were broken and his organs were severely injured. As he spoke, he vomited a mouthful of blood. This blood was mixed with fragments of his organs. The current Naki couldn't even be described with just tragic. If a human had been wounded to this degree, they would have died countless times already. In that brief exchange just now, Lin Ming had taken a great advantage. But this was due only to his magic weapon. The power of a weapon was a part of a martial artist's strength, and Lin Ming currently was only able to stimulate a tiny portion of the primordious gate's true strength. He was far from being able to fully control a treasure of this level. It was only that he had made the correct tactical choice at this moment. The primordious gate had resolved Naki's attack while simultaneously causing heavy losses to him. Naki was already at the point of collapse. Die! At this time, Lin Ming opened the 8 inner hidden gates once more. By relying on the gate of life, he even burnt a part of his blood essence for greater strength. Now that he had the advantage, with Naki having sustained severe wounds, he absolutely wouldn't give his opponent any time to catch his breath. He picked up the primordious gate with both hands, and by relying on his formidable bodily strength, he brought this stone gate pounding down at Naki. This was an attack using the primordious gate as a weapon. Let alone the human martial artists that were skilled in the essence gathering system and were proficient in using the laws, or even the saint martial artists that excelled in their bodily physiques. None of them had ever seen someone attack by picking up a massive stone gate and smashing it down on someone else. The primordious gate could shrink and grow. In Lin Ming's hands, it was 30 to 40 feet long, 20 feet wide, and a foot thick. As it came smashing down, the momentum and pressure it brought with it could roll over everything. Imperial Prince Naki was panic-stricken. Without a care for the agonizing pain in his arms, he brought up the heaven-sundering war halberd to meet this strike. Facing this massive gate that was as thick as a city wall, the originally large heaven-sundering war halberd seemed like nothing but a child's toy. Pong! With a muffled ring, Imperial Prince Naki was smashed away by Lin Ming's primordious gate. Although he had barely managed to use the heaven-sundering war halberd to block this attack, his arms were in complete ruins. How could he withstand Lin Ming's aggressive onslaught of gate smashes? Lin Ming stepped forwards. The primordious gate that he held in his hands came crashing down once more. Bang! Like a fly, Naki was sent tumbling back by Lin Ming again. He vomited blood in the air, and even his war halberd was sent shooting away. Lin Ming revolved the space laws and chased after him. One step, one smash. Naki vomited blood again and again. No matter how powerful the bodies of the saints were, and even if Naki had completed 2 body metamorphoses and he also possessed a heaven-defying king bloodline, he still couldn't withstand this brutal and savage barrage. This was complete devastation. Overwhelming and brutal. A beating to the death. This is. The Imperial Prince is defeated? The saint martial artists were bewildered. the number one person amongst the younger generation of saints, the one who possessed the king bloodline, the invincible legend that was Imperial Prince Naki, was actually savagely beaten by a human. The final victory of humans had not come due to the essence gathering system or use of the laws, but had relied on Lin Ming's powerful bodily strength. A stone gate had been used to pulverize Naki, causing him to vomit out endless amounts of blood. The Saint race martial artists found this impossible to accept. Ha! Lin Ming roared and struck out once more. With a loud ringing sound, Naki was brutally struck down and pounded deep into the ground. The earth caved in. Dust and sand rose up from all over. As the tens of thousands of saint and human martial artists saw this scene on the battlefield, all of them were left in utter silence. Pong! In the wreckage of the ruins, Naki crawled up from the rubble. He was already pounded into a nearly unrecognizable form by the primordious gate. At this time, all of Naki's bone spikes had shattered, his arms were ruined, and the bone armor that covered his body had cracked to pieces. Even the bloodied white bones of his arms were exposed to the world. Half of his wings were cut off. He was a complete mess as he dragged himself across the ground. Just his outside appearance was this horrible, and his insides were even worse. His meridians had broken in countless areas. His organs, bones, and blood vessels had cracked apart everywhere. The Imperial Prince was defeated. Imperial Prince Naki is known as being invincible amongst his step in the entire saint race. He is someone that will surely step onto the road of true divinity in the future, but he lost here to a human. The saint martial artists that watched this battle were all dumbfounded. A deep sense of shock and disbelief came over them. This was simply too unimaginable. Here, a legend was broken and another legend had been formed. The impression that Lin Ming left on them was profoundly deep. As for the human martial artists, in particular the young elites, all of them clenched their fists together, their faces filled with excitement. They could no longer hold in their cheers. Lin Ming had won. The second-ranked martial artist of the human first martial meeting had defeated the first-place champion of the Saint First Martial Meeting. At this time, at the center of the battlefield, Lin Ming was holding the primordious gate high above Naki's head. Naki looked up at Lin Ming. His hair was disheveled and he looked like a wild animal. A grim light shined in his eyes. His killing intent hadn't dimmed at all. Lin Ming sneered. "Still won't admit defeat? Then I'll beat you until you're convinced." As Lin Ming spoke, he struck out once more. Towards the geniuses of the saint race, especially those incomparably arrogant ones like Naki that were certain to become his enemy in the future, Lin Ming wouldn't be the least bit kind at all. If this Naki wouldn't admit defeat, then Lin Ming would beat him into bits and pieces. And leaving behind some permanent damage would be the best possible result. At this time, a cold voice sounded out, "Stop!" Whoosh! A black line shined, shooting out like an arrow towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was alarmed. He immediately raised the primordious gate to block this attack. With a loud explosive sound, a wild shockwave surged outwards. Lin Ming wasn't the one who had blocked this attack. Rather, the one who blocked the black light had been a gray-robed old man who was now standing in front of him. This old man had blocked the black light with a wall of true essence. Who? The black light disintegrated, turning into pure astral essence. Lin Ming looked at the broken black light from behind the gray-clothed old man. This black light, even if the gray-clothed old man hadn't blocked it for him, still wouldn't have taken his life. However, it would have struck him into a mess, causing his blood vitality to tumble and even causing him to receive heavy wounds. "Thank you, Senior, for saving me." Lin Ming didn't know who this gray-clothed old man was. He was likely a human supreme elder that was watching the battle on Ash Blood Mountain from afar. His cultivation had reached the half-step Empyrean boundary. "No problem." The old man beckoned with his hand, faintly saying, "To protect the young heroic elites of my race is my responsibility. I am Skyrend Godlord's 7th direct disciple. Young hero Lin, it's nice meeting you." In terms of rank, Lin Ming was countless times lower than this direct disciple of Skyrend Godlord. In terms of cultivation and strength, the disparity between them was also difficult to measure. This gray-clothed old man was someone who was even more honored and majestic than a great world king. He was absolutely a high-level figure of humanity. But, because of Lin Ming's talent, this gray-clothed old man didn't regard Lin Ming as a junior at all. Rather, he faintly spoke to him like a peer. At this time, the void distorted, turning fuzzy. On the saint's side, a man in a black cape slowly appeared. He was the one that had struck out with that bolt of astral essence just now. He hadn't intended on killing Lin Ming, only to make him suffer some troubles. Seeing this black-caped man, the gray-clothed old man glowered. He coldly said, "You are the one who attacked just now?" The black-caped old man coldly snorted. "So what if I did? My Saint Race's imperial prince has already been wounded to such a degree and this boy still wants to attack? Does he want to take Naki's life as well?" The black-caped old man stood in sharp contention. His cultivation was completely unfathomable to Lin Ming, but he was likely no worse than the gray-clothed old man. Otherwise his aura would not be so strong. The black-caped old man's eyes blazed as he looked at Lin Ming. He didn't bother to conceal the thick killing intent in his eyes. However, after the high-level figures had finished negotiations, it was impossible for the powerful characters of the human and saint race to fight. Otherwise, in this sort of situation today, it was likely that the actions would have set off a cataclysmically bloody event. So young and yet so vicious. Your strength is decent, but the reason you won against Naki is because of some foreign object that caused Naki to suffer a loss. What meaning is there to your own ability to rely on foreign objects? The black-caped old man was naturally referring to the Primordius Gate. In his opinion, if Lin Ming hadn't summoned the Primordius Gate in the end to defend against Naki's wild dash, then Lin Ming would have likely been struck by him and suffered severe wounds. But the result was that this unknown move of Lin Ming's had caused Naki to be wounded instead. That single exchange had become the turning point in the battle. Lin Ming sneered, "A loss is a loss and a win is a win. Is the mindset of the saints really so frail? Every time you win you must become increasingly arrogant, but you can't accept your own losses at all. Hee, to think you would rather try to teach me instead. However, I can't be bothered to argue with a junior like you. You've already dug your own grave from your arrogance anyways, and you only have 100 years left to live. 100 years from now, when you battle the good fortune saint's son, you will surely die without a grave. Or maybe you won't even live until then." The black-caped man cruelly smiled. He waved his arms, sending out a black light that wrapped around Naki, and Naki was received into his dwellings. Then, the black-caped man's figure blurred and he vanished. For a time, the only ones left on the center of the battlefield were Lin Ming and the gray-clothed old man. The saint martial artists still remaining were extremely frustrated. It felt as if someone was pushing down on their heads. The many battles that the saints had won before this, even when added up together, were less important than Lin Ming and Naki's battle. This was because this was a peak duel, a battle that symbolized the strongest martial artists of the saint race and human race's juniors. And in the end, the saints had been the ones to lose. No matter what the reason was or how it happened, this faintly proved that the juniors of the saint race were inferior to the juniors of the human race. Moreover, there was also an extremely mysterious Frost Dream from the human side that had yet to appear. Frost Dream was the first-place champion of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. Her strength was at least equal to Lin Ming's. As Lin Ming flew back from the battlefield, what awaited him was tens of thousands of frantic and fired-up human martial artists. 9 years ago, when Lin Ming placed second in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting and fought to a tie with Frost Dream, many people had cheered for him. However, their cheers hadn't been as heated as they were today. The first martial meeting was only a competition between the juniors of the human race, but this time it was a battle between the humans and the saints. This was a battle to see which younger generation of the two races was weaker. Tens of thousands of martial artists cheered. There were also many people that brought out long-distance sound transmission jade slips to send this news in vivid excitement. Many people had already used battle array discs to record the entire battle from beginning to end. Once news of this event was passed out, it was destined to not only affect the younger generation, but also have a resounding influence on the older generation of martial artists. Currently, humanity was far too eager for a complete victory. They needed to raise their confidence and boost their morale. In just a mere 10 days, the news that Lin Ming had defeated Imperial Prince Naki had spread throughout the entire Divine Realm. When this news reached Atlas World and the Crimson Light World, the ones most excited were the many martial artists of the ancient Phoenix clan. They were individuals that truly came from the same sect as Lin Ming. To be able to be considered as someone from the same sect was absolutely something to be proud of for the rest of their lives. In the future, when they accepted disciples, those disciples could even boast about this. They could boast that their teacher had been in the same sect as Lin Ming, who had defeated the number 1 young elite of the saint race. At this time, in the void of the divine realm, a ghostly spirit ship was flitting through space. A tall young man grasped a cup of red wine as bright as fresh blood. As he enjoyed this wonderful wine, he was watching the scenes atop a battle array disc. This was the recorded battle between Lin Ming and Naki. This tall youth was the good fortune saint's son. He smirked all the way until the fight ended and then slowly placed his wine cup down. "Your Highness, holy son, this Lin Ming is a threat." Beside the good fortune saint's son, a bewitching wheat-skinned woman filled the good fortune saint's son's wine cup. A small dagger was tied to her thigh, and she wore a short leather jerkin that perfectly contrasted her robust height and sex appeal. During the negotiations at Mount Padala, this woman had accompanied the good fortune saint's son. Threat? If he was given 1,000 years of time, then he might grow into such a character, but too bad for him, he won't have such a chance. There's no need to pay attention to him. Just let him jump around in happiness for a few days. In my eyes, this is nothing more than a little feud between children. Besides having a group of useless people be excited for some time, there isn't any significance to this battle at all. I already knew that they were going to fight, and I didn't care to pay attention to them at all. Otherwise, I would have personally gone to take a look. The enchanting young woman was puzzled as the good fortune saint's son laughed. This was a battle between the top geniuses of the saint race and human race, a matter that involved the honor and glory of both races, and yet the good fortune saint's son had called this a feud between children? This was a bit too much. After all, Lin Ming and Naki were likely to grow into true divinities in the future. As for this battle, it might be related to their future growth. For whoever won, it would greatly benefit their confidence and destiny. The good fortune saint's son chuckled. Their future potential is endless. But what a pity. The war between the humans and us saints will not wait for them to grow. There is no need to bother with them, and I also don't have any time to spare them. What will erupt in the future is a holy war that involves the prosperity and decline of my saint race and the human race. How could this event be affected by a little battle between divine transformation and saint transformation children? Come, we're going to the monster race. Monster race. The enchanting woman was startled. Which monster race? In the woman's eyes, there were 2 different monster races. One was the monster race in the human's divine realm, and the other monster race was the one in the saint race's saint convocation heaven. The good fortune saint's son licked his lips, laughing as he said, "Of course it's the divine realm's monster race. According to what I know, within the divine realm, the relations between the monsters and the humans aren't good at all. Isn't the enemy of my enemy my friend? As the future saint sovereign, what I must pay attention to is the situation during the start of our holy war, not a little spat between 2 juniors." The good fortune saint's son waved his arms at the battle array disc spinning on a table. "This sort of thing is just interesting to see. Even at the worst, there is no need to panic. Do you understand?" The good fortune saint's son's voice carried with it the aura of a superior being. The enchanting woman stiffened for a moment. Then, she slowly nodded and said, "Yes, your highness saint's son, I understand." The divine realm's 3,000 great worlds also included many medium and small worlds. Although these medium and small worlds weren't as large as a great world, they reached a terrifying quantity. When their total area was added together, they were even broader than the total area of the 3,000 great worlds. Within these worlds lived many other races. Lots of these races weren't purebred humans. There were Goliaths, Gors, imps, monsters, and even clans like the occult Bone Clan were included. Out of all these different races, the monster race was the most powerful. The monster race had their own great world as well as countless medium and small worlds. Their population was extremely high and they had many world kings and empyreans in their ranks. The members of the monster race naturally had an inborn martial arts talent. According to the quality of their bloodline, different lore runes were inscribed into their bones and flesh. They were a brave and fierce race, a truly terrible force to be reckoned with. At this time, in the monster race's Monster Emperor Palace, in a vast hall, there was a rectangular stone table. More than 10 people were sitting around it. The one sitting in the honored seat of this stone table was a large middle-aged man. This man was 15 feet tall, twice the height of an adult male. His hair was icy blue, his face was handsome, and his eyes were as deep as pure sapphires. Looking into his eyes made one feel trapped and unable to look away. As he sat there in his seat, he was like an unfathomable sea that gave off an unpredictable feeling. This middle-aged man was the monster race's monster emperor. In the past, when a monster prince joined the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting and ended up being horrendously defeated by Lin Ming, that monster prince had been the grandson of the monster emperor. This middle-aged man was the absolute king of the monsters. The several other monster empyreans looked to him as their leader. Sitting at the other end of the table was a white-clothed youth. This youth was tall, but compared to the monster emperor he seemed as small as a child. This youth held a cup of wine in his hands and his legs were relaxed outwards in a completely comfortable and leisurely posture. He didn't have the least bit of respect towards this dignified occasion. This white-clothed youth was the good fortune saint's son. The reason he came to the headquarters of the monster race today was to work together with the monsters. The atmosphere of this meeting hall was solemn. Currently, many other supreme elders of the monster race were respectfully sitting here. It was only the good fortune saint's son's posture which was disrespectful. In this situation, lifting his legs and drinking wine was extremely impolite. Your Highness, saint's son. The enchanting woman who followed the good fortune saint's son reminded him. The good fortune saint's son faintly smiled. It's no problem at all. We came here to work together and thus what matters is our mutual interests and not whether or not I am respectful. If the monsters were to reject me just because of my manners, then they would have never been able to last in the divine realm for so long. For the monsters to maintain their own lands in a universe where humanity is over 10 times stronger isn't easy at all. The good fortune saint's son smiled, not bothering to conceal anything. At the other end, the monster emperor laughed as he listened to the good fortune saint's son's words. The monster race was truly at odds with the humans. Both of them shared the same universe, and thus it was inevitable that both sides came into conflict over various benefits and resources. In history, there were even great wars that were waged between the humans and the monsters. It wasn't wrong to say that the humans were powerful, but the monsters were equally deep in their background. If humans really wished to start an absolute genocide against the monsters, then although they would win, they would have to pay a deep price and lose several empyreans in the process. These were consequences that even the humans dreaded. Beneath the cover of this fear, the monster race was able to continue onwards. For the last several 100 million years, the humans and monsters were actually able to peacefully coexist. The monster emperor didn't mention the deep history that the monsters shared with the humans. He merely took out a jade slip from his spatial ring and tossed it at the good fortune saint's son. Saint's son, take a look at this. If you came here to cooperate with us, then I'm afraid you're one step too late. The good fortune saint's son took the jade slip and swept his divine sense through it. This jade slip was the handiwork of Divine Dream. This was a treaty between the humans and the monsters. The summary of it was that the humans and monsters would join forces to withstand this great calamity. The treaty set forth many terms. In general, humans would pay even more, and in the future after the saints were defeated, the humans would hand over even more benefits to the monster race. All of this was taken with a heart demon oath by Divine Dream. She would not renege on her promise. As the good fortune saint's son saw this jade slip, he wasn't surprised at all. He merely smirked and tossed the jade slip onto the table. Divine Dream. She truly is a woman with charm. He described Divine Dream not by her ability to lead nor her great strength, but by her charm. To him, Divine Dream seemed like nothing but a little game that was waiting to be conquered. As the preparations for the great war between the human race and saint race were beginning, whether it was the good fortune Saint's son or Divine Dream, neither of them neglected the other races of the divine realm. They were a considerable fighting force. For the humans, even if they didn't think they could obtain the support of these different races, they at least had to avoid them being swept up by the saints. If that happened, then humanity would be stabbed in the back by their enemy, leading to their inevitable defeat. As for the monsters, whether it was the saints or humans, they were all alien races. The monsters didn't care which one of them ruled the divine realm. All that mattered to them was who could give the monster race the greatest benefits. These benefits were all protected by heart demon oaths. In a sense, this great calamity could even be called an opportunity for the monsters. They could take this chance to search for the greatest benefits to allow their race to prosper into the future. These terms aren't bad. The good fortune Saint's son put down his cup of red wine and stood up. He was well aware that the reason the Monster Emperor took out Divine Dream's jade slip was because he didn't fully reject cooperating with the saints. The Monster Emperor did this purely because he wanted to bargain. Only if the humans and saints competed against each other could the monsters attempt to gain even greater benefits. The good fortune Saint's son had already guessed this. No matter what the terms were, the Monster Emperor would not immediately agree. Rather, he would find another offer and then ask for a counter-offer from Divine Dream. At that time, Divine Dream might lay out even more exaggerated conditions. In this way, the saints would fall into a never-ending game with the humans. The final outcome of this was that the conditions would become increasingly rich for the monsters. The monster race might not even need to take action in the war, but after the war ended they could still enjoy tremendous benefits. This was a truly well-thought-out plan. Your Highness Holy Son, this old fox wants us to struggle with the humans. He wants to fish for benefits from the chaos. During these negotiations there were a great number of followers that accompanied the good fortune Saint's son. There were even a considerable number of Saint Empyrean powerhouses attending this event. The reason they came here was to increase their weight in these negotiations as well as to protect the good fortune Saint's son. After all, if the current good fortune Saint's son were to run into an Empyrean powerhouse, he wouldn't even have the ability to escape. The good fortune Saint's son grinned. Then, he coldly replied with a sound transmission. His plan is well thought out, but I won't let him do as he wishes. If we continue struggling with the humans, then there won't be any advantages for us, and it will simply help the monsters in vain. The good fortune Saint's son seemed to gain a great sense of confidence. He picked up his wine cup once more and said, Your Majesty Monster Emperor, according to what I know, your people and the humans have always been enemies, right? There are no eternal enemies, nor are there eternal friends. There are only eternal interests. The Monster Emperor replied, his answer watertight. Yes, that's right, there are only eternal interests. For the glory that is the word interests, let us take a drink. The good fortune Saint's son raised his cup of wine and swallowed down a great gulp. This sort of behavior left everyone puzzled. After drinking, the good fortune Saint's son licked his lips and said, Your Majesty Monster Emperor, how about we both go straight to the point and be honest with each other? If you think that we will be your allies in competing with the human race, then I must say you are mistaken. We are different from the humans because our saint race is far more formidable than the human race. You might have guessed it by now, but there are some reasons as to why we cannot wage all-out war with the humans yet. But this temporary ceasefire won't last for much longer. At that time, do you really think that you are a match for my saint race even if you join forces with the humans? The terms of the humans are generous, but you must realize that the premise of all this is that you can win. However, what if you don't win? What do you think will be the fate of the monster race? As the good fortune Saint's son spoke to hear, his words turned cold. The Monster Emperor frowned. These words had struck at his weak point. If the combined armies of the humans and monsters were defeated, then the saints would simply directly exterminate their monster race. They would not leave behind any chance for the monster race to continue existing. Your Majesty, Monster Emperor, let me be honest. The strength of your monster race is weak when compared to the humans. Even if you joined forces with the humans, how much help could you offer them? Do you think you can change the overall situation of this war? It is inevitable that my saint race will unify this universe under our control. If we sign a contract now, then I can make an oath on my heart, demons. I will make sure to leave behind resources and lands to your monster race that are at least 10 times larger and more plentiful than what they are now. Of course, your Majesty must not forget that there is also a monster race within my saint convocation heaven. Us saints have been able to coexist harmoniously with the monster race of Saint Convocation Heaven, and they are also much stronger than your divine realm's monster race. In the future, you and them may even communicate with each other, joining into one large group to ensure 10 billion years of prosperity for the monster race. The good fortune Saint Sun's words were filled with confidence. It was like he was not talking about possible futures but absolute certainties, as if everything that would happen was already taken for granted. This was the confidence that belonged to a true leader. It was also extremely persuasive. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke to hear, he suddenly changed the topic. His expression also became much gentler. Your Majesty, Monster Emperor, if you are unsatisfied with the terms of the proposal, then we can speak further on the topic. I will try to satisfy your Majesty's requests as much as possible. How about it? After the stick was the carrot. This was a very ordinary negotiation method. But when the good fortune Saint Sun used this method, it was very natural, as if everything he did was justified by the heavens and earth and absolutely couldn't be refused. The monster emperor was silent. He couldn't help but consider the good fortune Saint Sun's words. The monster race of Saint Convocation Heaven was indeed a tremendous influencing factor in the decision he had to make. The divine realm's monster race was far too weak. If they wanted to further develop, they needed the support of a more stable foundation. The good fortune Saint Sun smiled as he saw the monster emperor wavering. He took out more wine from his spatial ring and began to serve it to himself. He didn't disturb the monster emperor and only waited for his reply. The atmosphere was silent for a long time. The monster emperor wasn't speaking out loud, but he was silently communicating with a sound transmission. Demon Dawn? What do you think? Within a hidden chamber of Monster Emperor Heavenly Palace, there was a tall black-robed man. This person was who the Monster Emperor had been speaking to with sound transmissions. This black-robed man was Empyrean Demon Dawn. Empyrean Demon Dawn had significant relations with the Monster Emperor. In the past, Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor were comrades. Before the two of them rose to fame, they had encountered each other in a mystic realm filled with perils. At the time, the two of them stumbled upon death's door and nearly perished. Only by mutually supporting each other had they been able to live. Afterwards, the two of them never broke off their connection. Together, they explored many mystic realms and even became Empyreans. They could be considered sworn friends. There were extremely few Empyreans to begin with. For a pair of friends to become Empyreans was even rarer. There were very few people that knew how Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor were related. These people were also mostly at the Empyrean level. Afterwards, Empyrean Demon Dawn's son had married the monster race's Dark Phoenix Saintess. The Dark Phoenix Saintess was not a descendant of the Monster Emperor. However, if one wished to marry the Dark Phoenix Saintess, they needed the compliance of the Monster Emperor. This act had deepened the relations between the Demon Dawn bloodline and the monster race. This marriage had originally been a marriage of politics, but no one had expected that after the Dark Phoenix Saintess and Demon Dawn's son were married, they would actually produce a daughter. This daughter was Xianxia. This was a rare bloodline miracle that occurred only once every several hundred million years. From birth, Xianxia was destined to step onto the road of an Empyrean, and thus her status was extremely sensitive. She possessed a half-monster body, was the successor of the Demon Dawn bloodline, and was also the next likely candidate to be the saintess of the monster race. Because of this, Empyrean Demandon's relations with the monster race had become complicated in thousands of ways. Empyrean Demandon himself was not a pure human. His bloodline tended towards the demon race. The giant demons, imps, and Goliaths were all minor branches of the demon race. This was the same back in the Sky Spill continent. The demon race of the divine realm could barely be considered to be at peace with the human race. But there would often be conflicts that erupted. After all, it was inevitable that there would be battles where interests conflicted. Demandon World was originally the great world where the demon race gathered. There were many different demon clans here. The demon race and monster race existed outside of the human race. In this great calamity, neither of these two races were in great danger. Even if Empyrean Demandon were to join forces with the saint race, he couldn't be labeled a traitor to his people. Demandon was silent as he thought of the good fortune Saint Sun's proposition. This was a choice that had to be considered again and again, because this choice would affect the future of the monster race and also the future bloodline of Demandon. Empyrean Demandon was a man with deep ambitions. He wasn't good-hearted or merciful at all. Even so, if he wanted to join with the saints, there were many things he had to consider. Within the dark chamber, Empyrean Demandon stood up and waved his hand to create a black enchantment. He walked into the enchantment and then said, "Let us discuss it here." A moment later, the black enchantment was torn open and 3 people entered. One was a Saint Empyrean, one was the good fortune Saint Sun, and the last was the monster emperor. The good fortune Saint Sun was startled as he saw Empyrean Demandon. He smiled and bowed in a rare gesture of respect, saying, "So it was Senior Demandon. I've already heard that the #1 most proud daughter of the divine realm is Xianxia, a woman that possesses the body of a half-monster. Her mother is the dark phoenix of the monster race. And now it seems that Senior Demandon's relations with the monster race are deeper than what I had imagined. Don't say anything useless. Sit." Empyrean Demandon's voice was cold and indifferent. The good fortune Saint Sun thought little of it. As he said earlier, he had come here to discuss cooperating for mutual interests, not for any sort of etiquette. "I will not directly act against humanity. That is my bottom line." Empyrean Demandon went straight to the point. Although he didn't consider himself part of humanity, he still had many connections to other human Empyreans. If he really tore apart all pretense of civility, then there truly wouldn't be an escape route left for him. If the saints were to win in the future, then he would be able to obtain a greater advantage. But if the saints were to somehow be defeated, then the Demandon bloodline would be beyond salvation. Empyrean Demandon had already come to an understanding. He could accept parts of the saints' treaty, but not the complete article. In a sense, he would be remaining neutral. In these chaotic times, often it was wisest to choose the route of self-preservation. The good fortune Saint Sun was silent for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "Senior Demandon, is this considered as having your agreement to our mutual cooperation?" Empyrean Demandon didn't reply. This was tacitly agreeing to it. The good fortune Saint Sun grinned. "The truth was that I had planned to pay a visit to Senior Demandon after visiting the monsters. But I never imagined that I wouldn't need to go. Yes, I also heard that Senior Demandon's granddaughter is the #1 talent amongst the younger generation of humans." The good fortune Saint Sun flattered Empyrean Demandon. Empyrean Demandon shook his head. "Those are only incorrect rumors spread by some outsiders. In the Divine Realm first martial meeting, she only took 4th place." "Ha!" The good fortune Saint Sun chuckled. "Senior Demandon is too modest. I know that junior apprentice sister Xianxia was only 26 years of age when she fought the over 30-year-old Frost Dream, Lin Ming, and Hang Qi. Even so, the difference was quite small. If junior apprentice sister Xianxia were given 4 more years, and she were to join the Divine Realm first martial meeting at 30 years of age, she would have inevitably surpassed Frost Dream and Lin Ming." The good fortune Saint Sun took out an iron fan from his spatial ring and slapped it open, rapidly fanning himself. "Junior apprentice sister Xianxia possesses a god-beast bloodline. Let alone the divine realm, even in the entire saint race amongst all the universes, that is a physique that is rarely seen even in several hundred millions of years. Unfortunately, if I have to be honest, the monster race of the divine realm, because of the inheritances they lost in the previous great calamity, is far inferior to the monster race of my Saint Convocation Heaven in terms of cultivation methods. Senior Monster Emperor, what do you think? The good fortune Saint's son turned to the Monster Emperor. The Monster Emperor's eyebrows arched up. Although he didn't want to listen to such words, he couldn't help but admit that what the good fortune Saint's son said was truth. The divine realm's monster race had a background that was far too shallow, and they were far inferior in overall strength to the humans. I guess that junior apprentice sister Xianxia should be mostly cultivating in Demon Dawn world. To her, that would be more effective than cultivating within the monster race, and in truth the monster race's ability to cultivate is inferior to that of humans and saints. However, that is only relatively speaking. If she were able to obtain the correct inheritances and also have the guidance of famed mentors, then after she grows up her strength could be completely different. The good fortune Saint's son glanced at Empyrean Demon Dawn. Empyrean Demon Dawn frowned. He could faintly make out just what the good fortune Saint's son wanted. What are you trying to say? Haha, Senior Demon Dawn, if you agree then I can bring junior apprentice sister Xianxia to the monster race of Saint Convocation Heaven and allow her to study the monster race inheritances there. Senior Demon Dawn need not worry. I can absolutely guarantee with a heart demon oath that junior apprentice sister Xianxia will be safely returned within several years. Not even a single hair will be harmed on her body. No need. Empyrean Demon Dawn flat out refused. He could see just what the good fortune Saint's son's thoughts were. He clearly wanted to bring Xianxia to Saint Convocation Heaven and slowly use his methods to bring her under his control. Even though the good fortune Saint's son would have a heart demon oath binding him from doing anything to her at all, as time passed, who knew just what sorts of sly methods the good fortune Saint's son would use. At that time, perhaps she really might fall for him. Xianxia's bloodline was extremely special. Any man that could marry her would obtain an unbelievable advantage. In this point, not to mention Xianxia, but even in the ancient Phoenix clan, Yen Little Moon and her perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline had caused countless young elites to pursue her in the hopes that they could marry her and obtain her primordial Yin. And Yen Little Moon's Phoenix bloodline had only been transplanted within her after her birth, compared to Xianxia, who possessed half the flesh, blood, and bones of a dark Phoenix god-beast. Yen Little Moon was cast 108,000 miles away. Empyrean Demon Dawn certainly wouldn't sit idly by to let something like that happen. If the good fortune Saint's son were a morally upstanding character that he could entrust his granddaughter to, then that would be fine. However, in Empyrean Demon Dawn's eyes, the good fortune Saint's son viewed himself as the center of all existence, and he also had great ambitions. If Xianxia were to be betrothed to him, it could possibly harm her. Haha. Senior Demon Dawn seems to be prejudiced against me. The good fortune Saint's son laughed, not minding this. In truth, I came this time because I had the intention to invite the two of you to Saint Convocation Heaven. My race's Saint Sovereign will soon leave seclusion in the next several days. Since the two of you are already peak Empyreans, then if you have any problems on your road to becoming a true divinity, you can certainly raise any questions with my race's Saint Sovereign. As the good fortune Saint's son said this, Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor both felt their hearts beat faster in excitement. This was particularly true for the Monster Emperor. He breathlessly said, "Ask for the method of true divinity." The road between an Empyrean and a true divinity was a massive threshold. Within the divine realm, ever since Empyrean Divine Seal perished, countless extreme figures had appeared in the following 3.6 billion years. However, none of them had been able to step into true divinity. In order to become a true divinity, many extreme supreme elders exhausted every possible method they could think of, but all of them had failed. In their final 100 million years of their lives, they slowly faded into ash, returning to the endless nothingness. The stronger one was, the less they were resigned to allowing their life to fade away. And to an extreme talent that had managed to become an Empyrean, their eventual death became a nightmare that haunted them. Many people even suspected that the reason these extreme geniuses of the divine realm failed to become true divinities was not because of their lack of talent, but because there was some unknown force hindering them. There was also a possibility that because of the massive loss of martial arts inheritances 3.6 billion years ago, the final and most essential link to becoming a true divinity had been lost. As for the Empyreans of the divine realm, none of them knew where the road to becoming a true divinity really was. The good fortune Saint's son had put forth this condition at this time undoubtedly as a massive temptation. That's right, to consult on the method of becoming a true divinity. I am not just speaking nonsense here. If you too are willing to sincerely cooperate with my saint race, then the saint sovereign might be willing to teach you the method of true divinity. Of course, even if he does teach you this method, success will be filled with countless sufferings and hardships. As for whether or not this method works, I can guarantee its authenticity with a heart-demon oath. The good fortune saint's son was honest. To become a true divinity was far too hard. Even with the guidance of the saint sovereign, the chances of success were incomparably small. But this tiny ray of hope left the monster emperor frothing with excitement. Oftentimes, people didn't fear defeat, but feared that they wouldn't even have a chance. He was already an extreme Empyrean, so if he didn't even attempt it, how could he be willing to give up here? Moreover, if he ever became a true divinity, the monster race would obtain a massive advantage. They might even become an eternally prosperous race. This sort of condition truly left the monster emperor enticed. As for Empyrean Demon Dawn, he had fallen silent. The more generous the conditions were, the more they would have to pay. To refuse the method of becoming a true divinity was a term that they could not reject. Thus the good fortune saint's son would have them pay an even greater price. For instance, he might want their two races to join together with the saints to attack humanity. Or, to make their alliance that much more stable, the good fortune saint's son might even have Empyrean Demon Dawn betroth Xianxia to him. Empyrean Demon Dawn was a man of great ambitions. In the face of such great temptations, it was hard for him to make such a choice. Divine dream world, amidst a boundless sea of clouds were countless floating celestial mountains. These mountains were covered with all sorts of spirit trees and flowers as well as numerous world treasures. Among these many celestial mountains was an exquisite jade structure that was slowly traveling about. This was Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. At this time, within a separate space-time of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, sunlight was falling down in its great glory. A beautiful spring day bloomed all over as the crisp sound of spring water splashed up into the world. The running springs were clear and sweet, with clusters of bamboo decorating the lakes. A fresh and fragrant scent wafted through the air, refreshing to the senses and warming the heart. A white-clothed Empyrean Divine Dream was holding a jade bowl as she leaned over the edge of a lake, feeding the little fishes swimming within it. The fish food within this jade bowl wasn't common food, but treasures refined from precious materials of the heavens and earth. These were treasures that even a holy lord would feel envious over, but Empyrean Divine Dream was actually using them to feed the fish. Of course, the fish she was feeding weren't ordinary fish. These fish could take human form, and as they studied the Divine Dream Law and grew up they would be incredible geniuses. Standing not too far away from Empyrean Divine Dream was a white-clothed youth. This youth was Lin Ming. After the battle with Imperial Prince Naki, Lin Ming had returned to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and began to train in the Divine Dream Law with Empyrean Divine Dream. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. In these 5 months, Lin Ming had been personally guided by Empyrean Divine Dream. This was a completely hands-on style of teaching, a level of favor that only Frost Dream had been given in the past. Not just that, but every several days, Divine Dream would find several senior apprentice sisters of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace to come and fight Lin Ming to help train him in various aspects of battle. The food that Lin Ming ate every day was the highest level of spirit food in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Because of the great calamity, the resources used to develop Lin Ming could be called the best in the entire Divine Realm. After Lin Ming returned to the Divine Realm from the Sky Spill continent, he had first gone to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and then Mount Padala. Finally, after all this time, he had once again returned to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. At Mount Padala, Lin Ming had gone to the irreproachable stupas and had felt the wills of the past high monks of Mount Padala. In Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, he was able to live in the same separate space as Empyrean Divine Dream where she would freely direct him. Lin Ming could already be considered one of the greatest cards that humanity had to withstand the Great Calamity. Of course, the basis of all this was that Lin Ming could grow up before all-out war broke out. Otherwise, all the efforts placed in him would be for naught. Senior Divine Dream. Junior wishes to leave and go out to adventure. Divine Dream looked at Lin Ming. She wasn't surprised that Lin Ming would want to leave, only that it would be so soon. If you leave, where will you go? The Bright Luster World Battlefield. Lin Ming shook his head. The Bright Luster World Battlefield is full of life and death slaughters. But that place no longer suits me. There are no world kings fighting, and the most powerful ones there are holy lords. Moreover, there aren't many of them to begin with. As a place to adventure and temper myself, it won't have any effect at all. Then where do you want to go? Divine Dream asked. Besides the Bright Luster World Battlefield, there were no other places that were suitable for Lin Ming to go to. Although Lin Ming had yet to grow and his cultivation was only at the divine transformation realm, he absolutely wasn't weak. He already possessed strength on par with a holy lord. Just what sort of concept was a holy lord? In the past, the palace masters of the ancient Phoenix clan's 72 branch palaces were holy lords. In the past, Fairy Feng and Sage Jiang were both peak divine lords. Now, neither of them were Lin Ming's match. Currently, if Lin Ming was to be placed in any of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds, he would be a character that could rule over his own domain. In terms of strength, he was equal to someone from the older generation. The only reason that Lin Ming seemed weaker than normal was because he had spent a great deal of his time in different heavenly palaces and the characters he came into contact with were Empyreans or world kings. In this sort of situation, if Lin Ming wanted to go out and adventure, the only suitable locations for him would be mystic realms. Lin Ming said, "This junior would like to go to Saint Convocation Heaven, the territory of the saints." What? Divine Dream was shocked. Lin Ming's words were astonishing. He actually wanted to go to a universe controlled by the saints. What do you plan on doing there? With Lin Ming's current status, going to the Saint Convocation Heavens would undoubtedly be dangerous. Lin Ming said, "This junior has already cultivated the bodily rebirth technique to a high level of proficiency. Now I can change the aura of my body and soul. Even if I were to go to the territory of the saints, I wouldn't be seen through as long as I don't come into contact with an Empyrean-level character." The bodily rebirth technique that Lin Ming spoke about was the appearance-changing technique he had studied at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. When he had changed his appearance and gone to the Demon Dawn Great World, he had been caught by Tian Mingzi's divine sense because he hadn't been able to change the aura of his soul. Junior wants to go to Saint Convocation Heaven to experience and learn more about the Saint Race's body transformation technique inheritances. The Saint Race's body transformation technique inheritance is indeed at least 100 times more powerful than anything in the divine realm. The concept of the 33 layered heavens is originally all-encompassing. The road that I still wish to travel is long. I believe that my experience will be much greater if I can go to the Saint Convocation Heavens. As Lin Ming spoke, Divine Dream shook her head. Humans still know nothing about the saints. Moreover, the space channel that connects the divine realm and Saint Convocation Heavens is strictly monitored by the saints in order to prevent any human spies from entering their land. If you want to survive in the Saint Convocation Heaven, it will be extremely dangerous for you. It's likely you would be found out when you pass through the channel, so I cannot agree with your decision to go. If you want to go somewhere where there are saints in order to temper yourself and adventure, I can recommend a destination to you. Where? Azura Road, Empyrean Divine Dream calmly said. Lin Ming felt a shiver run down his back. Azura Road. He had faintly heard that after the Divine Realm first martial meeting, Dragon Fong had gone to Azura Road. That is where Dragon Fong went 9 years ago? Lin Ming asked. Yes, it is the same destination. However, Dragon Fong didn't truly enter Azura Road. He only wandered around the surroundings. After truly entering Azura Road, wanting to leave afterwards isn't easy at all. That is a very special place. Divine Dream heavily emphasized the word special. What sort of place is that? After Lin Ming listened to this, he was interested. He originally thought that Azura Road was a place similar to a mystic realm with a massive amount of demons and monsters inside, as well as evil beings and vicious beasts. If these creatures were powerful enough, then wanting to engage in a brutal slaughter with them was 9 chances of death and 1 chance of survival. In addition, perhaps the Azura Road had some types of treasures, and wanting to obtain these treasures depended on one's lucky chances. Because of these treasures, there would be tremendous battles that broke out between the various martial artists that entered Azura Road. These types of situations were similar in the Red Desolate Mystic Realm and the God-Beast Mystic Realm. However, Divine Dream had only said that Azura Road was very special. It had to be known that Divine Dream had lived for 10 million years and had seen countless sights. It wasn't easy for her to classify anything as special. Divine Dream continued, I have also been to Azura Road. It is a fantastical place that you cannot imagine. It is a completely self-contained world with its own set of laws. It doesn't belong to the 33 layered heavens at all. Rather, it seems to be a man-made world. If the heavenly Tao is a type of life, then the heavenly Tao of the divine realm and Saint Convocation Heaven is similar to this life. Cold, relentless, uncaring, and unchangeable. But within the Azura Road, this life seems to be different, as if it has the ability to think. As Empyrean Divine Dream slowly spoke, Lin Ming was shocked. Heavenly Tao laws that could think? Just what was that like? Lin Ming hadn't thought that Empyrean Divine Dream had been to the Azura Road too. 9 years ago, when Dragon Fong went to the Azura Road, that likely meant that his master, the 3 Lives Old Man, had also been there. It seemed that the Azura Road was a smelting trial destination that wasn't a secret to the high-level figures of the divine realm. As for the average person, they had likely never heard about it because they simply weren't able to come into contact with it. Empyrean Divine Dream said, the Azura Road is filled with countless dangers. It's a land that possesses all the various races of the 33 layered heavens because it is an unordered world to begin with. It is common for murder to casually take place on the streets, and it is extremely chaotic. However, this still isn't the main source of danger. These dangers are, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Oftentimes upon entering a mystic realm of the divine realm, the true dangers didn't originate from the mystic realm itself, but the other treasure hunters that were participating. In a world without rules and restrictions like a mystic realm, killing others and stealing away all of their property was common. Divine Dream said, if you go to the Azura Road, you may encounter dangers from the rules that exist there, and there will be things that occur which you never imagined possible. Or you may even run into enemies that far surpass your boundary. At that time, no matter how talented you are, you will still be defeated. All of this is something you must clearly understand before you enter the Azura Road, especially if you venture into its depths. Lin Ming quietly nodded. No matter what, if Dragon Fong was able to go, then there shouldn't be any problem for him. As for areas deeper in the Azura Road, that was something he had to consider. Senior Divine Dream, can you tell this junior what sort of world the Azura Road is? Empyrean Divine Dream had spoken a great deal about the Azura Road, but she hadn't truly described it. Empyrean Divine Dream took a light breath, contemplating for a moment before saying, the Azura Road is an independent world that is completely sealed off. In terms of area, it is around half the size of the smallest of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. Even so, that means it is extremely broad. In the past, I also didn't go into the deepest parts of the Azura Road. Rather, as I was exploring the middle of the Azura Road, I found a mysterious transmission talisman that allowed me to go to Soul World. Afterwards, I went to Soul World because I believed at the time that there would be great lucky chances there that concerned my future. This is likely something that you already know. As Empyrean Divine Dream spoke, Lin Ming suddenly realized what had happened. He had thought it was strange. If it was so difficult for powerful martial artists to pass through the God-lamenting wall, just how had Empyrean Divine Dream gone to Soul World? So, one can enter any of the 33 layered heavens from the Azura Road? Empyrean Divine Dream said, that's right, but there are many trial challengers and returning to your own universe is the easiest. However, when I say easiest, that is only relatively speaking. The deeper you venture into the Azura road, the more difficult it will be to return. There are many people that become stuck in the Azura road for their entire lives and are unable to leave. In my opinion, I feel that the Azura road is a massive trial field created by a divine being. In that world, there are many ways in which you can obtain a mysterious and unique strength of the Azura road, the God runes. These runes are granted to you by the heavenly Tao laws of the Azura road, and they hold endless enigmas. They are similar to inscription techniques, body inscription symbols and soul inscription symbols, but they are far more profound. There is almost no comparing them. Lin Ming was stunned. In inscription technique, there were body inscription symbols that could increase a martial artist's strength and soul inscription symbols that could increase a martial artist's soul force. However, perhaps because of the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago and all the lost inheritances, or perhaps because the heavenly Tao laws were like this to begin with, the further a martial artist's cultivation progressed, the smaller the effects would be. This was because a martial artist's own strength was far too strong, and the ability for even the highest level of inscription techniques to increase one's strength was far too limited. Empyrean Divine Dream continued to say, "These various God runes have all sorts of incomparably exquisite laws. The runes are similar to the law fragments that you experienced during your ninefall. They can be directly fused into your flesh and blood, bones, inner world, and even your soul. Their use is not only to be perceived, but also act as a direct method of strengthening yourself. For instance, you can use them to enhance your physical strength, defensive power, true essence thickness, striking power, and so forth. There are even some that can give you bloodline powers. There are even those you can perceive that will allow you to comprehend much more powerful attacks. In the Azura road, God runes will be a part of your strength, an extremely important part. You may be rewarded with God runes by completing various missions of the heavenly Tao, or you may even exchange or purchase them. Sometimes, if your destiny and lucky chances are wonderful enough, you may also obtain rare God runes. Of course, there remains the most simple and direct way of obtaining God runes, and that is to take them from others. There are some God runes that you can take for yourself as long as you kill the other party. This is also the reason why slaughter is common in the Azura road. Everyone wants to kill others in order to obtain their God runes. In particular, if an extremely rare God rune was to appear in the world, it might start a horrible storm of blood and mayhem. Empyrean Divine Dream slowly said. Lin Ming was shocked after hearing this. He felt that this new world completely subverted all rules he knew of. Why would the Azura road have such strange heavenly Tao laws? Could it be like Divine Dream had said, and the Azura road was created by some senior supreme elder with an unimaginably high level of cultivation? And why had he created the Azura road? Was it to help temper geniuses? From how it was described, the heavenly Tao rules of the Azura road encourage slaughter, urging people to kill others for their God runes. This was a much more convenient method than obtaining runes through completing different tasks. But there was something else that Lin Ming didn't understand. Senior Divine Dream, this junior has another question. Do these runes require the special heavenly Tao rules of the Azura road in order to function? Will they be unusable after leaving the Azura road? Lin Ming hadn't seen Dragon Fong use the power of any God runes, nor had he heard of anyone in the divine realm who increased their own strength using God runes. If the God runes from the Azura road were tremendously useful in enhancing one's abilities even outside of that world, then there would definitely be some rumors. Divine Dream nodded. Yes, after leaving the Azura road, all God runes you possess will disappear. Then why do people compete for God runes in the Azura road? Even if their flesh and blood, organs, and even their souls are marked by these runes, they are still nothing more than illusions that will disappear as long as they leave the Azura road. Do these people plan on never leaving the Azura road in their entire lives? Empyrean Divine Dream said, "Your question is well thought out. Indeed, many people have never and will never leave the Azura road in their entire lives. The Azura road has existed for countless hundreds of millions of years. That world might be 10 billion years old, or even 100 billion years old, or possibly even older than that. It is far more ancient than our divine realm's history. In that world, there seemed to be people who existed there to begin with. Moreover, after all of these years, an incalculable number of trial challengers have entered the Azura Road. There are some people that aren't considered to be too talented, and thus after entering the Azura Road they cannot leave. They will get married and start their own livelihoods in the Azura Road. Perhaps they would start their own clan, or perhaps they would found their own sect. Their lineage will continue for generations, forever staying there. To these people, the Azura Road is their world, and the runes there are an incomparably precious strength. In addition to that, to the trial challengers from the outside, the god runes are also extremely valuable. I have told you that Azura Road is a massive trial field. After you satisfy certain requirements of the trials, you will complete them and obtain generous rewards depending on the degree of completion. One type of reward is the power to completely or partially fuse these runes into your body and soul. Even after you leave the Azura Road, this strength will be internalized by you and turned into your true strength. There is also something like that. Lin Ming was stunned. These laws were indeed extremely mysterious. However, as he thought more about it, when Lin Ming was on the Holy Demon Continent's blood slaughter steps, the Road of Emperor and the 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo were also similar. This was because Empyrean Primordius, who had created the Road of Emperor as well as the 12 sky-split towers, was simply far more powerful than the mortals that participated in his trials. He was so much more powerful than them that he was able to create his own rules and directly grant strength as the rewards to certain martial artists. The 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo and the Azura Road's god runes were in truth similar things. If this were true, and the Azura Road were created by someone, then this mysterious person was countless times more powerful than Empyrean Primordius. If this person was a martial artist, just what boundary would they have reached? Extreme true divinity? Or perhaps the mysterious entity described in folktales that created everything, the creator of the world? A pale white spirit ship rapidly flew through the endless void of the universe. This spirit ship was carved from crystalline stone and was only several hundred feet long. Compared to the massive spirit ships that were thousands or tens of thousands of feet long, this spirit ship was extremely small and delicate. However, its value was hundreds of times greater than those giant spirit ships because its speed was simply not something that those giant spirit ships could hope to compare with. Even the Primordius Heavenly Palace that Lin Ming possessed couldn't hold a candle to this tiny crystal spirit ship in terms of speed. This wasn't because Primordius Heavenly Palace was lacking in value, but because Primordius Heavenly Palace was a dwelling that mainly focused on defensive protections. Acting as a spirit ship was only an auxiliary function. We've arrived. Empyrean Divine Dream's voice faintly echoed through the spirit ship. In just several days of time, she had brought Lin Ming aboard this crystal spirit ship and had crossed several great worlds of the divine realm before arriving at a chaotic nebula. This is the entrance to the Azura Road? It can be considered so. Empyrean Divine Dream nodded. Rather, it is more accurate to say that the entrance existed here a long time ago. It was said that due to the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago, many entrances leading from the Divine Dream to the Azura Road were destroyed. The ones I know of that are remaining are nothing more than ancient ruins. Normally, it is impossible to enter the Azura Road using this location, but I can rely upon my cultivation to forcefully sunder open the void and form a transmission channel to let you through. After you enter this transmission channel, a unique serial number will be implanted into your body. This number will follow you through every smelting trial that you complete within the Azura Road, and it will only vanish when you leave or upon your death. This number will also become the only marking from which the Azura Road's heavenly Tao rule will recognize you. I understand. Then, when Dragon Fong entered the Azura Road in the past, was it also 3 lives old man that helped him open a portal? Yes. Within the entire divine realm, there aren't many people that can open a portal like this. There are probably around 20 to 30 people that can. Although 3 lives old man is nearing the end of his lifespan, he still remains horrifyingly powerful. He is the most senior person in the entire divine realm. 280 million years ago, he had already become an extreme Empyrean. Lin Ming said, "If so, then aren't the conditions for opening the transmission channel to the Azura Road too high? There shouldn't have been many young geniuses that were able to enter the Azura Road in these past years to temper themselves." Indeed, there haven't been many at all. Empyrean Divine Dream nodded. Not entering the Azura Road isn't necessarily a disadvantage. Even extreme geniuses have a chance of perishing within the Azura Road. In addition, besides having an Empyrean open a portal to allow martial artists to enter the Azura Road, there is also another method. Before the last great calamity, there were many Azura commands that existed in the divine realm. If you can find an Azura command, then there is no need for you to take a transmission channel. You can rely upon that Azura command to directly enter the Azura Road. Moreover, this Azura command is also a necessary item to leave the Azura Road and return to the divine realm. Azura command? Lin Ming's mind stirred. It seemed that if he couldn't complete the smelting trials of the Azura Road, the only way he would be able to leave was to find an Azura command. All right, Lin Ming, I shall send you there now. Let me give you a word of caution. Do not try to thoroughly complete the trials of the Azura Road. The difficulties of these trials are too great, far too great. If you can complete a part of it and obtain just a portion of the rewards, that alone is already rare. You should take safety into consideration before you do anything. As long as there is life, there will be hope, and you should value your life as the most precious treasure. Divine Dream earnestly warned Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. I understand. Also, I want to speak to you about that 100-year duel you have decided on with the Good Fortune Saint's son. I know that you did so in order to intentionally place pressure on yourself to grow, but just because there is pressure on you doesn't mean that you will succeed. What I want to say is that if that time truly comes and you are certain that it is impossible for you to defeat the Good Fortune Saint's son, I possess a last resort. I can unbind your heart demon oath, but there will be a high price to pay. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat as he heard Empyrean Divine Dream casually speaking. Pay a price to unbind his heart demon oath? His heart demon oath was especially formed by a transcendent divine might used to form contracts. The most terrifying aspect was that it used a martial artist's heart demons. Everyone had heart demons, and the higher a martial artist's cultivation was, the more powerful their heart demons were. Thus, whether it was young heroic elites, holy lords, world kings, or empyreans, all of them could be bound by heart demon oaths. Even true divinities feared their own heart demons. If someone tried to unbind the heart demon oath of another, they would be forced to endure a counterattack of their own heart demons. Now, Empyrean Divine Dream had said that she had a last resort she could use to help Lin Ming resolve his heart demon oath. There had to be a price paid, but as for what this price was, he had no idea. Lin Ming knew that even if Empyrean Divine Dream had astonishing attainments in the domain of the soul, and she also comprehended heart demons to a high degree, this price couldn't be light at all. Such a promise was an extremely heavy graciousness to Lin Ming. After all, in the eyes of nearly all high-level figures in the divine realm, although Lin Ming was talented, it was almost the idiotic babblings of a retard to think that he could overtake the realm and a half advantage that the Good Fortune Saint's son had over him in a mere 100 years. Senior Divine Dream, this junior will carve this graciousness in his mind. 100 years from now, I will not disappoint you. Lin Ming grit his teeth. He had to squeeze out every single drop of his potential. There was no path of retreat for him. You have never done anything you don't have confidence in. I hope that this time is the same. As Divine Dream spoke, she extended her right hand. Because of the movements of her arm, a beautiful white pure arm as smooth as jade stretched out from her long white sleeve. This arm seemed supple and flexible, but it contained an incomparably terrifying power. With just a tiny tap, the void shattered like a frail ice crystal, completely disintegrating. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. This crack spread out like a growing spider web. In just an instant, it covered the heavens, blotting out the world. Step back a little. Empyrean Divine Dream faintly said. Lin Ming quickly flew back to the spirit ship. Empyrean Divine Dream rapidly moved her fingers, forming a series of seals. The entire area began to spin around, forming a giant vortex in space. Endless heaven and earth origin energy began rolling up towards this vortex, swept up into it. Empyrean Divine Dream had actually forcefully created a black hole vortex. This sort of action left Lin Ming shocked. With the slightest of gestures, Empyrean Divine Dream had broken apart all space for 100 miles and forcefully opened up a spatial transmission channel. This was the power of the most extreme Empyrean. You may enter now. I have already reformed the space channel. Through this channel you can directly enter the Azura Road. Also, this space channel is limited by certain rules. Only you alone are allowed to pass through. It is impossible for you to bring along incarnations of powerhouses. Otherwise, I could have produced several of them to help protect you in critical moments. Oh, what happens if I violate these rules? Lin Ming suddenly asked. Not much. You will be shot back out with some minor injuries, but you can re-enter afterwards. I see. Lin Ming nodded. Then Senior Divine Dream, this junior will be on his way. As Lin Ming spoke, he took a deep breath and then turned into a beam of light as he dove into that black hole vortex. The moment he entered that black hole vortex, Lin Ming felt a massive resistance. This resistance began to rapidly increase. In just the blink of an eye, it became an overwhelming momentum that formed an impregnable iron wall, rushing towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was startled. Before he could respond, he was struck by this horrifying strength. He was slapped backwards as if he were struck by a mountain. Whoosh! Lin Ming flew out from the black hole at an even faster speed than he entered. The terrifying strike of energy caused Lin Ming to feel as if all his bones almost shattered. A coppery rush swelled up his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood and nearly fainted where he was. What happened? Lin Ming's entire body was in severe pain. The energy within him was restlessly moving and his organs felt discombobulated. Before he entered the Azura Road transmission channel, he had asked Divine Dream what would happen if he violated the rules. If the punishment were to be exterminated like a rabid dog, then that sort of death would be far too unjust. Afterwards, Empyrean Divine Dream had said that the punishment wasn't too great, so Lin Ming didn't mind much after that. Or, to be more accurate, he didn't think that the Azura Road would recognize that he violated these rules. However, Lin Ming had indeed violated the rules. Within the magic cube space there were two people. One was Mo Eversnow and the other was the gluttonous and sleep-loving Fishy. In Lin Ming's opinion, the magic cube was an existence that surpassed the scope of the heavenly Tao laws. It was impossible for anyone to see the magic cube that was deeply slumbering within his body. In the past, Lin Ming had encountered various mystic realms which also had various restrictions when crossing into them, but none of them were able to block the magic cube. This was the same when Lin Ming returned to the Sky Spill continent. The Sky Spill planet had the protective enchantment of Empyrean Primordius, making it so that no non-native martial artists with a cultivation above the Divine Sea realm could enter. But this hadn't been able to stop the magic cube. Only today had he ever encountered problems. This was something that Lin Ming never imagined possible. This Azura Road was far too strange. Even the magic cube was unable to skirt around its rules. Lin Ming, you? Empyrean Divine Dream looked at Lin Ming, puzzled. Do you have an incarnation jade slip on your body? Was it given to you by one of Mount Potala's eminent monks? Lin Ming ruefully smiled. He certainly didn't have an incarnation jade slip on his body to explain his current predicament. If he couldn't bring Fishy and Mo Eversnow with him, then he would need to explain this to Empyrean Divine Dream. Empyrean Divine Dream had helped him far too many times. At Demon Dawn World, she had also saved his life. Lin Ming's emotional and mental inhibitions towards Divine Dream had fallen to the lowest limit. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then truthfully said, "It isn't an incarnation jade slip. On this junior's body is, Senior, please take a look." As Lin Ming spoke, his thoughts moved and both Mo Eversnow and Fishy were teleported out from the magic cube space. Although Mo Eversnow was residing in the magic cube space, she also had an approximate understanding of what was happening. She looked towards Lin Ming and also looked towards Empyrean Divine Dream. This sort of situation was completely beyond her realm of expectations. With everything happening so suddenly, she was a bit embarrassed and also a bit cautious, although she knew there was no point keeping her guard up in front of Empyrean Divine Dream. As for Fishy, she rubbed her large and sleepy eyes. She looked around, her eyes blurry, like she didn't know what was happening. As Empyrean Divine Dream saw Mo Evers Now and Fishy suddenly appear, she was shocked. Hiding within Lin Ming's body were two women, and from beginning to end, she had never seen through it. You? Divine Dream looked at Mo Evers Now and Fishy. At this time, Fishy's eyes were extremely large, and she looked at Divine Dream with a dazed expression. She was used to staying and sleeping in the magic cube space, so the sudden change in scenery had left her extremely confused. This pretty big sister is... Fishy hadn't seen anyone besides Lin Ming and Mo Evers Now in 10 years. During this period, she had been sleeping for 99% of the time. Fishy, don't be rude. This is Senior Divine Dream, not your big sister. Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he heard how Fishy referred to Divine Dream. She had actually called Divine Dream her big sister. However, Fishy's true age was actually a mystery. Lin Ming had once asked Fishy about her age, but Fishy was hazy on this subject. She didn't understand the concept of time, and what left one the most speechless was that Fishy would often dig deep into the ground to sleep. She had no idea just how long she had slept for during these periods. Short periods would be several months and long periods would be a few years. In fact, if one truly calculated the ages of the four people present, Lin Ming was probably the youngest. As Lin Ming realized this point, he traced his nose, a strange feeling swelling up in his heart. This tiny little child Fishy was actually much older than he was. You are... Divine Dream couldn't imagine that even with her extreme Empyrean cultivation, she still hadn't been able to sense the aura of these two people. It seemed that there were far more secrets on Lin Ming than she had thought, and these secrets far surpassed most others. Thinking of this, Divine Dream didn't probe further, nor did she ask what Lin Ming's secrets were. At this time, she suddenly discovered that these two women who had come from within Lin Ming's inner world were far from ordinary. She deeply stared at Mo Evers Now. A blurry phantom crossed her mind, but in that instant, this phantom became crystal clear, overlapping with the Mo Evers Now in front of her. Suddenly, an incredulous light flashed in Empyrean Divine Dream's eyes. You are Heavenly Empress Xianxia. That is impossible, you have already... Divine Dream continued to look at Mo Evers Now and then came to a realization. You are not Heavenly Empress Xianxia, but that mortal body is truly that of Heavenly Empress Xianxia. The bloodline aura of the god race is something that my divine sense will not misidentify. Empyrean Divine Dream was able to see through the mysteries of Mo Evers Now's body. But, as she turned her eyes towards Fishy, Fishy's physique was actually a mystery to her, like a dense fog. Even with Divine Dream's extreme Empyrean cultivation, she still found it difficult to tell what was happening. A coalescence energy body? Such a physique is possible? Although Empyrean Divine Dream wasn't able to discern who Fishy was, she could still thoroughly see through Fishy's body. In her eyes, this was the perfect spirit body. How could such a body exist in this world? The sudden appearance of these two women had left Empyrean Divine Dream far too surprised. They had hidden themselves within Lin Ming's inner world and hadn't revealed the slightest hint of their aura. This point alone was already astonishing to Empyrean Divine Dream. Fishy's physique shouldn't exist? Lin Ming looked at Empyrean Divine Dream. Those words just now had caught his attention. Empyrean Divine Dream let out a light breath. Yes, this sort of body is a perfect energy body, and also the most sublime spirit body. For us martial artists, no matter how thorough our 9 stages of life destruction are, the spirit body we form is still composed of flesh and blood. At most, our bodies are tempered by energy to the limit, allowing us to hold a tremendous amount of energy in our bodies. But this little girl's entire body is composed of perfect energy. She is an energy life form. If she were to cultivate the essence gathering system, the boundary she could reach would be unfathomable. It is hard to imagine just how talented she would be in that aspect. Of course, she cannot dual cultivate body and energy and can only cultivate energy alone. Even so, just by walking down the road of the essence gathering system, she can still become divine. Lin Ming looked at Fishy with incredible disbelief as Empyrean Divine Dream said this. If Empyrean Divine Dream could place such praise on Fishy, then Fishy's talent was truly extraordinary. Still, what was strange was that even now she had never cultivated before. It seemed as if she was completely unable to move the energy that was within her body. Lin Ming, what is happening here? Lin Ming explained the process of how he met Fishy as well as how he helped Mo Evers now possess the body of the goddess, concealing the least he could. He also told Empyrean Divine Dream about Fishy's secret ability to eat violet sun crystals and even 9 sun jades. After Empyrean Divine Dream listened to this, she fell into silence for a long period of time, as if she were thinking about something. Lin Ming didn't disturb her. He silently waited at the side. Mo Evers now looked at Lin Ming, a tinge of worry in her expression. Mo Evers now knew just how strong Divine Dream was. After such a situation occurred, although Lin Ming's secrets hadn't been fully revealed, it was about the same. If Divine Dream truly wished to plunder anything from Lin Ming, she could do so easily. Lin Ming returned an at-ease expression to Mo Evers now. He said with a sound transmission, "Senior apprentice sister, feel relieved that if Empyrean Divine Dream wanted to explore what my secrets were, she would have already done so. I simply wouldn't be able to conceal it. Moreover, Empyrean Divine Dream has even given me life-saving grace before. In fact, I even thought that if I can truly grasp the power of the magic cube within 100 years and defeat the good fortune Saint Sun, then I could lend the magic cube to Empyrean Divine Dream for several dozen years. I believe that if Empyrean Divine Dream were able to study the magic cube for such a long time, the might she would be able to display with it would be unimaginable. You and I would both benefit from that." Lin Ming had made this decision after careful consideration. Just because Divine Dream didn't probe Lin Ming's secrets didn't mean that she wouldn't be tempted by the magic cube. However, in this great calamity, when facing the much stronger saint race, humanity had to work together and unite as one in order to overcome this hurdle. Mo Evers now nodded. "I'll follow your lead. Thank you, senior apprentice sister." Lin Ming smiled as he spoke. This smile came from the depths of his heart. Mo Evers now was already the most important partner in his life. She was one of the extremely few people that he could trust without reservation. At this time, Empyrean Divine Dream said, "The two of them should remain here." Lin Ming was startled. He thought that Empyrean Divine Dream would send Mo Evers now with him to adventure through the Azura Road. "Remaining here will be much more significant for you than entering the Azura Road. You..." Empyrean Divine Dream looked at Mo Evers now. Mo Evers now bowed. "Junior's name is Mo Evers now." Mo Evers now. Although you possess Heavenly Empress Xianxia's mortal body, you still train in the cultivation methods of the human race. You probably obtained some remnant cultivation methods of the god race, but there are too many flaws. The god race are the favored children of the heavens, and they combine all the merits of the 3 major races. Yet, you chose to only practice the human race's cultivation techniques. That is simply wasting away what was given to you. Mo Evers now was ecstatic as she heard Empyrean Divine Dream speak. She could already guess what Empyrean Divine Dream wanted to say. "In the past, I once left the divine realm and traveled all over, adventuring through the endless lands and even entering an ancient ruin of the god race. If you enter Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, you can study with me. With your background, the boundary you can achieve 100 years from now will be unimaginable. However, if you go to the Azura Road, although that is a good place to temper yourself, it will actually delay your earliest stages of cultivation. That may not necessarily be good for you. Moreover, while the Azura Road has all races from the 33-layered heavens, they actually lack only the god race. The god race is too perfect and its people are forbidden by the heavenly Tao. Even within the Azura Road, I fear you will not find the god race." Empyrean Divine Dream looked at Mo Evers now once more. She asked her, "The decision is yours." Mo Evers now looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming responded with a true essence sound transmission. "Senior apprentice sister, please don't worry about me. I will be fine by myself." Mo Evers now nodded. She believed in Lin Ming. Thus, Mo Evers now deeply bowed towards Empyrean Divine Dream. saying, "I thank Senior for helping me to cultivate." Empyrean Divine Dream smiled with satisfaction. Then she glanced at Fishy. "You are called Fishy, right? You can return with me. I heard from Lin Ming that you can eat violet sun crystals and 9 sun jades." Yes. Fishy was naturally shy and timid, but she didn't feel alert towards Empyrean Divine Dream at all. It was like Empyrean Divine Dream released some invisible aura that made everyone around her feel perfectly at ease. "Very well then. I have quite a few 9 sun jades, and you can eat as many as you want." Empyrean Divine Dream smiled as she spoke. Fishy was overjoyed at hearing this. "Really? That's great." Her eyes nearly became the same shape as 9 sun jades. Fishy's natural character was someone who loved to eat and sleep above all else. This was simply who she was. Although Lin Ming could provide her with her favorite foods, he was still a far cry from how wealthy Empyrean Divine Dream was. Fishy's body was like a bottomless pit. No quantity of 9 sun jades seemed to be able to fill her up. At the end, it was actually only Lin Ming that was going in by himself. Mo Evers now looked at Lin Ming, not knowing what to say for some time. "Senior apprentice sister, Fishy, please take care of yourselves," Lin Ming sincerely said. He was fully aware that he would be gone for an unknown number of years. He bowed towards Empyrean Divine Dream once more. Then, he turned into a beam of light that submerged into that endless space vortex. The gray skies were covered with dark red clouds. The layers of clouds hung low in the skies as if they would start bleeding at any moment. The ground was a vast desert with shattered stones littered throughout. It was an extremely bleak and desolate land. "This is the Azura Road?" Lin Ming stood in this desert, his eyes closed. The heaven and earth origin energy was extremely fierce and wild. All sorts of different origin energies gathered here, recklessly colliding in chaotic abandon. For martial artists that just arrived, even if it was Lin Ming, they would still be unaccustomed to this atmosphere, and it would even cause their skills to be impacted. Of course, this could be adapted to with a little bit of training. "This is the Azura Road, a separate world." Lin Ming stretched out his finger and gathered the power of space on his fingertip. To his amazement, he discovered that the power of space here was several times more stable than in the divine realm. It was extremely difficult if he wanted to shatter the void here. In fact, it was impossible for him right now. It's hard to imagine that this is really a world created by someone, and yet it is far more stable than a natural true universe. I have no idea just what boundary the person who created this world reached. Lin Ming thought to himself. He had a long future here. Perhaps it would be 10 years or even dozens of years, but this was the land he would be traveling through. His goal was to thoroughly complete the smelting trials available to him. However, according to what Empyrean Divine Dream had said, even if the Azura Road was linked to all of the 33 layered heavens, the people who had managed to do this were incomparably few. Sha. Lin Ming moved forwards a step at a time. A faint rustling sound occurred every time he moved forwards. He cast his sense out in all directions, carefully monitoring his surroundings. He could clearly sense every living creature under the sand and stone. There was a foot-long sand scorpion, its body dark red and its tail utterly venomous, waiting underneath a rock. In the distance, there was a wild desert wolf carefully waiting for prey. After some time, Lin Ming suddenly stopped where he was. He could feel that a faint aura had locked onto him. Lin Ming's mind turned cold. He had just come to the Azura Road, and yet he had run into some unexpected visitor? He gently traced his spatial ring. This aura was faint at the start, but it began to strengthen more and more, lingering around him as it became increasingly intense. Jejejej! A newbie appeared. A grating sound echoed out from behind a boulder. Lin Ming coldly watched as 2 men walked out. They were both less than 6 feet tall. Their skin was rough and gravelly, and they wore glazed white earrings. Upon further inspection, these earrings weren't some precious stone at all, but rather teeth. These teeth had been polished to an extreme degree, thus they looked like glazed stones. These 2 gazed at Lin Ming as if he were some delectable meal that had just crossed their path. They looked at him from head to toe, licking their lips and laughing. "Ha ha! I haven't seen someone new in such a long time. To see a fresh face here is quite exciting. Lin Ming's expression was indifferent. He calmly took out his phoenix blood spear. In such a desert, killing and robbing someone likely wasn't uncommon at all. "Ho, you seem quite brave." Another martial artist looked at Lin Ming's spear with disdain. "You're just a small, hairless little boy, and yet you're so confident in your own strength? Oh, interesting. Isn't this boy a human?" "He really is a human. It's rare to see new humans come here. We've been camping at this transmission area for such a long time and we've finally encountered a little dish. Trying to obtain some harvests really isn't easy. Ha ha ha." There were hundreds of thousands or even millions of transmission points in the Azura Road. It was impossible to count them all. Some transmission points were even random. They would be in one location for a few months before swapping over to somewhere new. However, there were some experienced bandits that had some unique abilities or methods to search for transmission points. They would camp around these transmission points and especially wait for newbies to enter the Azura Road. The strength of newcomers was normally weaker than most. However, since they would have just entered the Azura Road to adventure, they would often carry a great deal of supplies with them. This was an extremely good effort to reward ratio. After killing one of these newbies, the profits from such an endeavor were extremely high. Of course, if these robbers were to run into some cruel and ruthless people, they would simply avoid them. After all, those people had just entered the Azura Road, so how would they know that the people camping around the area were robbers? Unless they were perverted murderers, why would they randomly start killing? Thus, squatting over a location to wait for newcomers was an extremely safe hunting method. These people were widely known as vultures. As vultures, they had to learn an ability that could quickly and accurately ascertain the cultivation of others. Otherwise, they could easily kick the wall with some mistake. In the Azura Road, quickly discerning the cultivation of others wasn't easy at all. The Azura Road was filled with countless different races. Although every race had to follow one of the three great cultivation systems of essence gathering, body transformation, or soul forging, each race used different cultivation methods to do so. And these robbers had accumulated a great deal of experience about these various cultivation methods. Now, they could immediately see that Lin Ming's cultivation was lower than both of theirs. They suppressed him in cultivation, and this was also 2 against 1. The two men cruelly laughed as they circled around Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes became increasingly cold. "You want to kill me and steal my possessions? Kill you and steal your possessions? Ha ha ha." A man laughed. "What do you think? Essence gathering system, divine transformation realm human, and also a little defenseless boy. Your talent is quite good, but you shouldn't be over 100 years old. Eh? Your mortal body is tempered quite nicely. A dual body and energy cultivator? Killing you would be a pity, but if you want to use that?" The two people didn't bother concealing their conversation from Lin Ming. Lin Ming was startled as he heard all of this. These two people were quite skilled in seeing through his cultivation. They weren't humans, but they could actually discern his cultivation realm and even see his dual body and energy cultivation path. As for Lin Ming, he didn't know anything about these two people's cultivation systems at all. It was obvious that these two people cultivated something Lin Ming had never seen before. It was some cultivation method that didn't belong to the humans, saints, or demons, but still had to be one of the 33 different heavenly Daos. Lin Ming could just barely sense their aura to roughly judge their approximate strength and then translate that into human cultivation levels. Alright, but if he cannot be raised well, then it will be a bit of a waste. Those runes are extremely rare. If we sell them, we can trade them for a great deal of good things. It should be possible. We only need to raise him for 3 to 5 years before we can use him. He should make a good slave puppet. If he becomes stronger and we can use him to hunt greater prey, then the price will be worth it. If there's danger, he can also protect the rear. As the two men spoke, Lin Ming was bewildered. What were they speaking about? They wanted to turn him into a slave puppet? At this time, one of these two vultures began to shine. His entire body lit up with a gray light as runes shone around him. Runes? Lin Ming immediately went on complete alert. In the outside world, when Lin Ming fought with his enemies, He had seen countless runes and things similar to runes. Whether they were law fragments, seals, or even patterns and lines, all of them were similar to these god runes. Towards these runes, Lin Ming never cared too much. When he saw them, he would respond in kind, using his strongest attack in return. But now, as he saw these vultures shine with runes, Lin Ming's guard rose. These were definitely the god runes that Empyrean Divine Dream had spoken about. These god runes only existed in the Azura Road and corresponded to the special heavenly Tao rules here. They possessed an unimaginable strength and were able to strengthen various aspects of a martial artist. After locking his sense onto these runes, Lin Ming could feel a vast and mystical aura from them. These runes were like spirit gods dancing in the air. The runes of an ordinary martial artist were controlled by the martial artists themselves. However, these runes were different. They were an independent strength that didn't belong to the martial artist but originated from the power of the heavenly Tao laws. In a sense, a martial artist used themselves as a medium to directly borrow extra power from the heavenly Tao. Like this, god runes could be used to greatly increase a martial artist's combat strength. Surprised? It seems this is your first time seeing god runes. Hehe. No wonder. You're nothing but a newbie. Let me tell you something. The Azura Road is not for little children like you to wander around in. I will have you regret ever having stepped foot in here. The robber whose body shined with runes roared out loud. Then, 3 runes separated from his body and shot towards Lin Ming. Midway, these runes released an invisible strength that shrouded over Lin Ming. It was like a restriction of laws, making it so that he couldn't retreat. Whoosh! These runes chased after Lin Ming and flew into his body. He shook for a brief moment as his heart chilled. What is this? I can't even dodge them? Lin Ming panicked. He simply wasn't able to avoid these god rune attacks at all. It was like they had the support of the heavenly Tao laws. Once they started, it was a sure hit strike. The only way to stop them was if his strength reached a degree where he was able to contend with the Azura Road's heavenly Tao laws. However, these laws had been created by someone with an unimaginable strength. Wanting to contend with them was simply the ramblings of an idiot. Just what sort of effect would these runes have? If he encountered some runes that were strong enough to immediately defeat him, wouldn't that be the most unjust death? As all of this flashed through Lin Ming's mind, how could he not be panicked? But at this time, the 2 robbers laughed out loud. Little brat, are you afraid? Ha 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 ha. You have been struck by my god-slave seal. As long as this god-slave seal submerges into your spiritual sea and you are severely wounded by me, then you will become my slave. You won't even be able to kill yourself. I think that you are quite a good seedling. After you become my slave, I will train you and make you my dog. You will be used to kill my enemies. Accept your fate. For us to use you is your honor. The 2 robbers laughed, cutting down with their swords at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. What? Those god-slave seals would only come into effect after he was severely wounded? In the divine realm, there also existed a slave seal that could be used to completely control someone. However, this was only possible if there was a vast difference in strength or the one being subdued decided to submit of their own will. Otherwise, they could burn away their body in suicide instead of becoming a puppet. In the Azura Road, as long as someone was extremely injured and their mind fell into confusion, then the god-slave seals would be able to display their effect. Even if both sides fought to a draw, had similar strengths, and were mutually wounded, this might also be the case. This was the function of the god-slave seal. It wasn't too heaven-defying at all, but seemed rather practical. So that's how it is. These god runes can strengthen a martial artist to a certain degree, but they won't be too heaven-defying. Otherwise, a child who couldn't wrestle a chicken would be able to exterminate a holy lord if they had enough god runes with them. After all, these runes have the support of the heavenly Tao rules and are nearly impossible to dodge. But if that were true, this Azura Road would have lost all sense of fairness and would have no effect at all as a smelting trial. Lin Ming suddenly realized what was happening. Like this, he didn't need to dread these god runes too much. He would always have the ability to resist at least. The runes of the Azura Road could only enhance the various strengths of a martial artist within a certain range. They could only play a supporting role, and a martial artist's own strength was the main factor. This was so there wouldn't be a situation where a holy lord would be able to kill an Empyrean. With this condition as the basis, only then would these runes help in tempering individuals. As Lin Ming understood all of this, he felt much more relieved. At this time, the two bandits rushed towards him. "You are still distracted in a fight? A laughable idiot like you is only courting death. This sword of mine will split apart all of your ribs." The two bandits attacked Lin Ming together. Atop their swords, fierce ghostly faces appeared. These souls were distorted in pain, crying out for help. Hum hum hum. The haunting cries of 10,000 ghosts radiated outwards. These two people were clearly martial artists of the demonic path. Facing this aura, Lin Ming sneered. "You can only control me if I'm injured. But what happens if you're the ones that are injured instead?" Bang! After understanding the approximate conditions of the god runes, Lin Ming didn't need to hold back anymore. His strength erupted from his body like a volcano. Behind him, the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared, and the manic power of thunder and fire howled forth. Ka-ka-ka. The void trembled. Although Lin Ming couldn't crush the space within the Azura Road, he could still cause it to violently shake. The two robbers that cockily tried to attack Lin Ming were both shocked. What? A move that could cause the void to shake? How is this possible? What a formidable aura. He definitely isn't an ordinary youth. We've kicked ourselves this time, we have to run. Without further ado, the two martial artists turned tail to run. The runes from the body of one of the robbers lit up, as if they were about to manifest into some other effect. A cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He didn't know what those runes were used for, but he definitely couldn't let them activate. Otherwise, if those runes could greatly increase the defenses of those two or even form a defensive barrier around them, then that would give them the time to use some other methods to escape. The power of thunder and fire. Heavenly Tao Judgment. Lin Ming didn't hold back. The complete power of thunder and fire tribulation erupted. This was Lin Ming's self-created transcendent divine might. To use this move to deal with two people that were nearly equal to ordinary human divine lord martial artists was like using a giant cleaver to slay a chicken. But, in order to be cautious against the existence of these god runes, Lin Ming had used this move without hesitation. Bang! A terrifying detonation lit up the world. Countless crushed stones and waves of sands were sent soaring into the heavens, directly disintegrating and turning into endless clouds of dust. It was like a giant meteor had smashed into the earth, obscuring all vision on the ground within a dazzling red and purple glow. "Ah!" The two robbers cried out in pain. One of them was immediately evaporated into ash in the violent explosions. As for the other, an incomparably brilliant god rune appeared from his chest. This rune shimmered with an intense light as it resisted the power of heavenly Tao judgment. The red and purple divine light was constantly melted away even as the light of the god rune was constantly weakened. A moment later, there was a faint explosive sound as the god rune was exhausted of all its energy. It crumbled apart within the destructive power of heavenly tribulation. As for that robber, he fell onto the ground like a dead dog. His entire skeleton was shattered and his skin was burned black. His breath came in halting gasps. He was on the verge of death. This caused Lin Ming to be extremely surprised. Heavenly Tao judgment couldn't be said to be his complete strength, but it still wasn't able to kill some demonic path martial artist that was only equal to a weak human divine lord in cultivation. Without a doubt, that god rune had played a crucial role in his survival. It must have greatly strengthened this fellow's defensive abilities. If an early divine lord martial artist was able to achieve such an effect with such a god rune, then what effects would it display with a holy lord or world king? Lin Ming felt more and more that within the Azura Road, these god runes were considered an extremely important part of a martial artist's strength. Of course, a martial artist's own strength was the first and most important factor. But, if one had enough god runes and enough formidable god runes, then that might allow a martial artist's strength to rise by a large boundary. Not just that, but after completing certain smelting trials in the Azura Road, These god runes would transform into true strength within Lin Ming's body. The mightier the runes that Lin Ming was able to obtain, the more his strength would rise. It seemed that his first goal after arriving at the Azura Road should be to understand the functions of as many god runes as he could, as well as to obtain his own god runes. That's right. Didn't Senior Divine Dream say that there were many god runes I would be able to take from others? Lin Ming happily smiled as he thought of this. He glanced over at the two robbers. One had been torn to bits and pieces by the power of thunder and fire and had died on the spot. As for the other, because of the protection of the god rune, he was still hanging onto one final breath of life. He had just arrived at the Azura Road and Lin Ming hadn't even gone to steal anyone's runes. Yet some people had already come to deliver their runes right to him. This was like running into a pot of gold. Although these two robbers' runes were likely not too heaven-defying, it was still better than nothing at all. Lin Ming walked towards the dead robber and swept through the shredded corpse with his divine sense. He discovered that this robber's god runes had already disappeared. This caused Lin Ming to sigh with regret. It seemed that upon a martial artist's death, the god runes they had would disappear. Unfortunately, he hadn't known of this just now and had wasted many runes in vain. Then, Lin Ming walked towards the next robber. This robber was still conscious. He looked at Lin Ming, his lips purple and his face white and cold. His voice shook. Forgive me. I will give you my runes. The robber rolled over with some difficulty, crawling on the ground. His hand pawed against the rocky sand floor, leaving behind a trail of bright red blood. I don't need you to give me your god runes. I'll take them myself, Lin Ming callously said. He had no sympathy towards someone who murdered others and stole their possessions. The phoenix blood spear in his hands thrust out and stabbed into the robber. The robber squealed like a pig and almost fainted. This piece of flesh actually had a rune carved into it. Lin Ming wanted to separate this rune, but he discovered that as soon as he cut it out, although a god rune really did appear, it vanished as soon as it floated upwards. No, no. The robber's voice continued to tremble. If you kill me, you won't have anything. If you can make an oath, I will give you all my runes. The robber haltingly spoke. However, Lin Ming wouldn't care about the words of a robber at all. He only thought for a moment as he recalled Empyrean Divine Dream's words. She had told him, of course, there remains the most simple and direct way of obtaining god runes, and that is to take them from others. There are some god runes that you can take for yourself as long as you kill the other party. Empyrean Divine Dream had only said, some, which meant that only some runes were able to be taken. As for the others, he likely couldn't take them even if he killed others. Those runes were likely bound to a martial artist's body. So that's how it is. Lin Ming finally understood. He raised his spear once more and thrust it straight through the robber's back. The robber spat out a mouthful of blood. Dead. From his corpse, 7 runes appeared. 6 of them disappeared, leaving behind a single one that slowly floated towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming stared at this rune for some time. Then, he slowly reached out his hand and touched this rune with a fingertip. Whoosh! With a light sound, this rune flitted forth like a little butterfly and entered Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming felt heat flow into his flesh, blood, and meridians. After that, a message appeared in his mind. God rune, mournful spirit's right hand, grade, silver level, can be inscribed onto the palm of the right hand to increase the striking power of the right hand. There are a total of 7 runes within the mournful spirit's right hand, divided into the gold and silver levels. The more that are collected, the greater the strength will be. By collecting all 7, they may be fused into one. The grade of the rune will also enter the blue soul level. This small tidbit of information flashed through Lin Ming's mind. However, there was far more information than the general attributes of this god rune. Lin Ming was able to glean many things from what he had learned. First, there were god runes that came in sets. Second, by completing a full set, there would be additional rewards. If a trial challenger wished to gain even more strength, they would have to endeavor to collect a complete set. Third, God runes were divided into different grades, and the cost of different grade God runes were also vastly different. Moreover, it seemed that the classification of this grade system was entirely similar to that of battle spirits. This left Lin Ming a bit surprised. Could it be that the supreme being who created the Azura Road was also human? The entire Azura Road consisted of a massive continent. This central continent was in the shape of a giant rectangular strip. The Azura Road was over 100 quadrillion miles long, but it was actually only 1 billion miles wide. This strangely shaped continent was countless times longer than it was wide. This caused the entire land to look like a straight road. In addition, countless slaughters took place on this continent, just like an Azura battlefield. The name of the Azura Road had been derived from these two aspects. The Azura Road was divided into 3 sections: the outer section, middle section, and inner section. The deeper one went down the Azura Road, the more intense the slaughter would become, and also the more dangerous it would be. If one wanted to emerge from the depths of the Azura Road, that would be extremely difficult. Currently, Lin Ming was on the outermost section of the Azura Road. Azura Road, City of Discord. This was the first large city on the edges of the Azura Road's outer section. The skies above the City of Discord looked like a giant gray curtain. The air was overflowing with chaotic origin energy, and deep pulses of killing intent appeared frequently. Here, countless masters roamed the lands and countless influences were caught up in intrigue. It was a perilous city in constant chaos. In the city itself, the thugs of the various influences still had some level of restraint. However, in the outskirts of the city, murdering others and stealing their goods was far too common. A fat sheep has come. A human martial artist? His cultivation is a bit low, but it's rare to have such a deep foundation. He must be some genius that came here to temper himself. This sort of person is usually extremely wealthy. In a jungle on the outskirts of the City of Discord, 7 or 8 demon race martial artists were gathered together. They all wore black clothes and they were tall, with powerful and robust figures. Their bodies were healthy and corded with muscles. They were a bit similar to the Sky Spill continent's giant demon race, but slightly shorter. In addition, there was someone completely wrapped in a thick black robe with a bamboo hat covering his face. His entire body exuded dark, demonic energies, and he seemed ethereal. He gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Be careful, this person is strong. Although his cultivation isn't high, do not underestimate him. The black-robed man said in a coarse voice. It seemed he had a high status amongst these people. We understand, mister. We've been in this line of work for 20 years, and we've already had over 100 of us brothers die, so we've long understood such a truth. Even if the person in front of us is only a normal divine transformation youth, we still won't take him lightly, and will use everything we have. Even a lion must try its best to capture a rabbit. The leader of these black-clothed people said. The black-robed man they called Mr. was already sufficient to explain his status. He should be considered the strategist of this bunch. The several black-clothed martial artists looked at each other. Then, the captain of these demon martial artists waved his hand, saying, "Go!" Of these 7 or 8 martial artists, the weakest were equal to late divine transformation martial artists. At this time, they all rushed out together, hurtling towards their prey. More robbers. Flying in the air, Lin Ming had long ago discovered this group of people. Although he couldn't understand their cultivation and thus couldn't see their exact boundary, he could still discern their relative strength through their auras. Lin Ming discovered that in the Azura Road, his own cultivation had become his lucky charm. Of course, Lin Ming didn't think he was invincible in the Azura Road. In fact, there were some people here that could kill him without much effort at all. However, the strength Lin Ming revealed on the outside was far too low, only at the divine transformation realm. Those people with strength equal to the late Holy Lord realm simply wouldn't bother wasting their time on robbing someone at the divine transformation realm. Those that would do such a thing were usually at the divine transformation or divine lord realm in strength. And these people weren't able to pose a threat to Lin Ming. As Lin Ming saw these people shoot towards him, he sneered. He didn't retreat. Rather, he suddenly accelerated, breaking through the air directly at them. This brat. The captain demon martial artist was shocked. He never thought that not only would his prey not run away, but he would actually accelerate towards them. There were only two possibilities for such a situation. The first was that this youth was a fool, and the second was that this youth had absolute confidence in his own strength. For a youth that dared to enter the Azura Road smelting trial and also have such a solid foundation, there was almost a zero chance for the first possibility. That meant it could only be the second. As the black-clothed demon captain thought of this, he viciously smiled. If that's the case, let's see just who is more ruthless. Kill! A roar shook the heavens. The 7 or 8 demon martial artists attacked together. Lin Ming flung his hand forwards and thrust out the phoenix blood spear. A divine light of thunder and fire twined together, slicing through the void, causing a horrifying wave of energy to sweep forwards. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a series of terrifying explosions, the red and purple spear light covered all the demon martial artists. In an instant, blood rained down as anguished voices cried out. The 3 demon martial artists in the front that bore the brunt of the attack immediately exploded into pieces from the brutal power of thunder and fire. Up until these people died, their faces were still covered with expressions of absolute disbelief. The demon captain was panic-stricken. He would never have dreamt this was possible. He had already given this human youth an extremely high appraisal in strength, but his true strength was as different from his thoughts as the heavens and earth. If this youth wasn't concealing his cultivation, then perhaps only the greatest genius of a universe could be so ridiculously strong. How could such bad luck? That was the demon captain's last thought. In the next moment, all of the demon robbers had been completely exterminated by Lin Ming. The entire battle had lasted for less than a single breath of time. The phoenix blood spear was still held slanted in Lin Ming's hand, the spear point not stained with a single drop of blood. Lin Ming's complexion was still indifferent like before, and in that jungle area, there was still the black-robed man. His entire body shook. It was clear that he was shaking in fear. That human is simply a devil. This black-robed strategist hid behind a giant rock, hiding his aura as much as possible. A force field made from his soul force appeared around him, isolating out all fluctuations of life. In terms of concealing his aura, only a soul form could do this in the most perfect way possible. But at this time, with a slight swishing sound, a human youth appeared right in front of him like ghosts and gods. Ah! Fortunately, the black-robed man was used to seeing life or death scenes, or he would have already fainted in fear. Lin Ming had appeared too suddenly without any indication at all. The last one. Lin Ming raised the phoenix blood spear, killing intent flowing out from him. Against these people that murdered and robbed others, he wouldn't give them any quarter at all. He would kill all them without a shred of mercy. Wait, wait! The black-robed man shakily spoke out words of the divine realm. In these past days within the Azura Road, Lin Ming discovered that there were 3 main languages used. One of them was the language of the divine realm, mostly used by humans and demons. However, because there weren't many humans in the Azura Road, the divine realm language was mostly spoken by the demon race. This black-robed man clearly wasn't from the demon race. Lin Ming could feel a very powerful soul aura coming from this man's body. As for the blood vitality of his body, it was far, far too little, approaching almost zero. Spiritas. A thought lit up in Lin Ming's mind. This was the first time he had seen a martial artist of the soul race. The soul race was one of the peak races of the 33-layered heavens. Their strength was an unknown to him, but they shouldn't be any worse than the saints. Yes, I am a Spiritas. Do not kill me. I am willing to give you all my god runes and be your slave. As the black-robed Spiritas spoke, he took off his robe, revealing a sparkling body. This Spiritas wore a set of armor that shimmered with a great light. It seemed as if he wasn't a solid entity at all. The man knelt down on his knees, showing absolute submission. Be my slave. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. When he first arrived the Azura Road, he had encountered 2 robbers that possessed god slave seals. Ordinarily, Many people would rather die than become a slave. This was because after becoming a slave, they would lose all sense of personality and turn into a mindless puppet without any awareness at all. This was no different from death. They would be controlled by others and lose any and all dignity. Unless a master lifted the seal on their own initiative, they would be a slave until death. You would rather be a slave than die? Lin Ming still hadn't retracted his spear. Yes, because of some reasons I still do not wish to die yet. Moreover, you are extremely strong. If I follow you, I will quickly lose value, and perhaps you might let me go at that time. Lose value? Then tell me just what value you have for me now. Lin Ming's coldly said. In terms of strength, this Spiritas in front of him was nothing at all. Information, the Spiritas martial artist said. In addition, I can refine pills and draw inscriptions. You might not know, but the best alchemists and god rune masters in the Azura Road are all Spiritas. In the achievements of these two skills, my soul race is several times stronger than the other races combined. There is just no comparison. Oh, Lin Ming's mind stirred. Inscription. Within the divine realm, when one reached a high enough cultivation, the role that inscription technique could play was extremely small. But in the Azura Road, the inscriptions that this Spiritas martial artist spoke about were obviously not as simple as the divine realm inscription technique. What he said was God Rune Master. This likely had something to do with God runes. And the Spiritas martial artist's next words confirmed Lin Ming's thoughts. The Spiritas said, in the Azura Road, if God runes are combined with inscription technique, then they can produce incredible changes. Here, God runes are nearly equal to the highest laws. Moreover, the truth is that these laws can even be used in the outside world. All of that depends on whether or not you can receive the permission of the Azura Road's heavenly Tao. If you can spare my life, then I can do inscription or alchemy for you. Even if there is some alchemy or inscription mission that I cannot help complete, I can still recommend to you Spiritas Grandmasters. Once you control me with a god rune, I will be absolutely loyal to you and you will not need to suspect me at all. Moreover, the god runes are the highest laws, so no one can unravel them but you. And you can ask me any questions you have about the smelting trials and unknown lands of the Azura Road. The conditions that the Spiritas martial artist put forth were very tempting, especially the last one. Indeed, Lin Ming knew far too little about the Azura Road. He didn't even know how to complete any of the Azura Road's smelting trials. Lin Ming looked at the Spiritas martial artist. You seem to know that I'm a newcomer to the Azura Road. How do you know this? That is because I can approximately feel the strength of the god runes within your body. And they are too weak, far too weak. Not only is there an extremely small quantity, but the quality is also very low. If you were weak, then this would be reasonable, but you are extremely strong. This proves that you are likely a newcomer. Moreover, even if you weren't a newcomer, your understandings of the Azura Road shouldn't surpass mine because I have already lived here for several hundred years and have collected a great deal of information. Very well, it's a deal. Lin Ming agreed. Killing this Spiritas martial artist was meaningless to him, but keeping him around would indeed be a bit useful. A gray-blue rune shimmered in the air before slowly sinking into the Spiritas martial artist's forehead. The Spiritas' face twitched as he grit his teeth and withstood the pain. For a moment, the pupils of the Spiritas were filled with chaos before suddenly being restored to pure brightness. Now, as he looked towards Lin Ming, his eyes were filled with awe and respect. Old slave Soul White greets master. Good. Soul White, I do not need you to follow me for too long. When I leave the Azura Road, I will return your freedom to you. Now, I want to ask you, how can I be considered as having passed the smelting trials of the Azura Road? Reporting to master, this Azura Road, in the mind of this servant, is like a game created by a supreme god. We are placed in this game and made to play it. For the winners, unimaginable rewards await. But for losers, there is nothing but death. In the Azura Road, the heavenly Tao rules that govern this world are incomparably strange. Many things have already been set in stone. Trial challengers can find god runes through certain lucky chances. And once you collect the required specific sets of god runes, then that will trigger a chance to enter the final smelting trial. Through this smelting trial, you will be able to obtain the rewards of the Azura Road's heavenly Tao. This is because the person who created the Azura Road is an unimaginable existence. There are even those who speculate that this unknown existence is the master of the 33-layered heavens. In short, the rewards of the Azura Road are extremely rich. Collect the sets of God runes? Lin Ming's mind stirred. Yes, only those God runes that can form complete sets are considered the most useful. There are some individual scattered God runes, for instance, the slave seal rune that Master used on this servant, that do not have much significance. Currently, there are known to be over 1,000 sets of complete God runes. But these God rune sets are mostly focused within the bronze level and silver level. A small number are in the gold level and even less are in the blue soul level. Beyond that, any complete sets at the zenith black level are simply a legend. In order to qualify for the final smelting trial, there are 36 sets of God runes required. A complete set of God runes is 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more valuable than runes of the same grade that aren't complete. Moreover, runes that can form complete sets will not fuse with the blood and flesh of a martial artist. Once martial artists are killed, these God runes will escape from their bodies where they can be obtained by the killer. So that's how it is, Lin Ming said to himself, suddenly aware. When he entered the Azura Road, he had killed 2 robbers, and one of them had dropped a God rune called the Mournful Spirit's Right Hand. This God rune was part of a set, and now it seemed that this wasn't a coincidence at all. It seemed that only these God runes were able to be dropped from others. And as Soul White had said, if one wanted to pass the smelting trial, the first condition was to collect enough complete sets of God runes. Only like this would he have the chance to go through the smelting trial. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter at all. Moreover, every time a set of God runes was gathered, it could greatly enhance a martial artist's strength. From this, one could see that they were much more valuable than ordinary God runes. Even so, not even a complete set of God runes would bind with the flesh and blood of a martial artist. Once a martial artist was killed, these God runes would fall out. These God runes would inevitably become objects that countless martial artists struggled over, treasures that would start a storm of blood and war. This was especially true for extremely high-level God runes. Let alone a set, if only a single one were to appear in the world, that was still enough for everyone to crazily struggle for it. Who knew just how many rivers of blood would have to flow? If the Azura Road was really a game created by a supreme god, then the original intention of this game was to make the trial challengers here slaughter each other, and then use this trial of blood and death to select the most outstanding individual from the mountain of corpses. Soul White, tell me something. Through all these years, just how many people have thoroughly completed the Azura Road's smelting trial? Lin Ming could imagine that wanting to complete the smelting trial was more difficult than ascending to heaven. But, according to Divine Dream, the Azura Road had already existed for countless hundreds of millions of years. It was a world that had existed far beyond the last great calamity. In all of these years, more geniuses had emerged than there were grains of sand in an endless desert. In addition, with the increasing number of martial artists that were native to the Azura Road, there should have been someone capable of passing the smelting trial. Soul White said, reporting to Master, the Azura Road's smelting trial is simply far too difficult. In history, there are indeed martial artists who have crossed the smelting trial, but their era is far too remote for our imaginations. These people once left behind endless numbers of legends in the past, but these legends were watered down over the generations, evolving into numerous versions that are impossible to verify. To thoroughly pass the smelting trial is a near impossibility. But, if it is only collecting the 36 sets of God runes required to enter the final trial, and then surviving and completing a part of the trial and correspondingly collecting a part of the rewards, then that is a bit more simple. Of course, this is simple only in the context of the massive number of martial artists in the Azura Road. With so many people, there will always be those that possess strength that defies the heavens or luck that defies the heavens and are thus able to collect the required God runes. I believe the Master is also one of these people. However, if Master enters the final trial, Master must be careful, because this final trial has an extremely high mortality rate. Master must not be greedy for more rewards and choose a path that cannot be completed, that will only result in dying in vain. In these last 100 million years, out of all the martial artists that have started the final trial, the one with the highest completion has only reached an 83% completion rate. Oh, Lin Ming thought out loud. 83%? You know this exact number. Of course. This is because after the Azura Road's final trial ends, the Azura Road's heavenly Tao will inform every existence in this world about the results of those martial artists that have completed above 70%. The heavenly Tao will also inform the world of their name and cause their name to rise to fame. In the last 100 million years, only 2 people have managed to surpass 80% in the final trial. One of them is a saint race martial artist and the other is a soul race martial artist, one a man and the other a woman. Coincidentally, both of them appeared 30 years ago. The saint martial artist had an 81% completion rate and the young Spiritas girl had an 83% completion rate. Afterwards, both of them earned unimaginable rewards. It is said that the 2 of them were the top geniuses of their respective races. As White Soul spoke to hear, Lin Ming was startled. Number 1 top talent? 30 years ago? Lin Ming didn't ask about who that Spiritas girl was. He certainly wouldn't know her. But that saint martial artist. What is the name of that saint martial artist? A light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. That person's name was Wuma. White Soul spoke as if this was something everything knew about. As Lin Ming heard this name, he sucked in a deep breath. Wuma, the good fortune saint's son. Wuma. It really was him. As he thought before entering the Azura Road, the good fortune saint's son had yet to obtain his title. At that time, he was only known as Wuma. But after leaving the Azura Road and also completing 81% of the final trial, the good fortune saint sovereign had bestowed a title upon him, the good fortune saint's son, the official title for the next saint sovereign. The next time that he appeared in the world, he naturally was referred to as the good fortune saint's son. Then that title had become his name. So that's how it is. Wuma also once entered the Azura Road. Lin Ming didn't think this was strange. In the divine realm, because of the broken transmission arrays, only those skilled Empyrean descendants would be able to come to this Azura Road smelting trial. As for the other races, this sort of trial was likely much more common. If the good fortune saint's son was such an extraordinary person, how could he miss out on this opportunity? He participated in the smelting trial 30 years ago and obtained an 81% completion rate. That makes him one of the top-ranked martial artists in the last 100 million years. And this compares all the geniuses of the 33-layered heavens. If Wuma can accomplish this, it's no wonder he's so arrogant. With such an achievement under his belt, it was no surprise that he didn't care for Lin Ming. Not only did the good fortune saint's son believe that Lin Ming's talent was inferior to his, but to make up the disparity of dozens of years was easier said than done. In the turmoil of the world, the soul race is really overflowing with talent. That Spirita's genius was actually able to suppress Wuma. It's unbelievable. In the 33-layered heavens, powerhouses are like clouds. There is no limit in this universe. There is always a higher mountain and a stronger person. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he felt his heated blood boiling within him. Out of all the upcoming heroes of the 33-layered heavens, he was sure to be one of them, and also an important one. The good fortune saint's son had completed his smelting trial 30 years ago, but he had likely entered the Azura Road at least 40 years ago. In other words, the disparity between Lin Ming and the good fortune saint's son was around 40 years. In the next 100 years, Lin Ming had to overcome this disparity of 40 years. If he was chasing after an ordinary genius, then this would be simple. But the one he was chasing after was the second most talented genius in the last 100 million years of the 33-layered heavens. This required that Lin Ming grew over 50% faster than he did. Grow 50% faster. Lin Ming gripped his fists, a smile crowding his face. I don't think that's too bad. Now that he had a clear goal in his heart, he felt his fighting spirit roused. He had to overtake the good fortune saint's son and reveal his skill in the future. Now, his quest to do so would begin at the Azura Road. No matter what, Lin Ming's degree of completion had to surpass that of the good fortune Saint Sun as well as that Spirita's girl. Lin Ming subconsciously gripped his fights. But, as his fighting spirit was seething, he didn't know that 1,000,000,000,000 miles away at one of the countless other entrances to the Azura Road, a team of martial artists had entered. These people were all saint martial artists. There were several hundred of them in total. Without a doubt, each and every one of them was a genius. If they were placed in the divine realm, it was likely that they could reach the top 100 of the first martial meeting finals. The leader of these people was a tall youth. This youth was Imperial Prince Naki, who had been defeated by Lin Ming. After several months of recuperation, Naki's shattered body had healed from his savage beating by Lin Ming. After all, in terms of recovering, Naki surpassed even Lin Ming. Azura Road. We finally arrived to complete this trial. Just wait for me, Lin Ming. During our battle at the chaotic blood continent, you used some strange move to summon a stone gate carved from chaos stones and had me smash into it, severely wounding and even defeating me. That loss was due to a tactical mistake on my part and not because I was lacking in strength. I refused to accept that battle. We still haven't truly compared just who amongst us is stronger and weaker. Now that I have come to this Azura Road, my ultimate goal is to complete over 80% of the final trial and have my name carved down on the divine tablet for the next 100 million years. At that time, I will obtain incredible advantages, and then I will fight you again, ruining your body and soul, destroying your confidence until you never dare to fight me again. This is the City of Discord. Lin Ming looked at the massive city in front of him. Just the city walls themselves were hundreds of feet high and the city gate was thick and heavy, made from some unknown material. All sorts of complicated seals were etched onto its surface. On each side of the city gates was a hefty-looking guard. These people were both from the demon race and were equal to a late divine transformation human martial artist in Cultivation. The city entrance fee is a single origin energy rune for each person. As Lin Ming approached, the two guards glanced towards him without any expression. Origin energy rune? Lin Ming was startled. This sort of thing sounded like a currency. In the Azura Road, did even the currency consist of runes? At this time, behind Lin Ming, Soul White hurriedly walked forwards. He wiped his hands together and some floating motes of light left his palms, forming two runes that flew towards the guards. One of the guards took out a jade slip and received the two runes. He stoically said, "You may enter." With a wave of the guard's hand, Lin Ming and Soul White entered the city. Origin energy runes are currency here? Then is it not possible to use the 9 sun jades I brought? Lin Ming asked. If this were true, then things would be a bit inconvenient for him. 9 sun jades? Soul White was startled. He naturally knew what 9 sun jades were. They were an extremely large unit of currency to the humans. Master's background is truly grand, Soul White said. Reporting to Master, 9 sun jades can be used, but only demons and humans will accept them. The Spiritas and Saints don't have much use for the 9 sun jades. The Soul race will accept soul stones, and the Saint race will accept blood demon crystals or blood yang crystals. So that's how it is, Lin Ming said, suddenly aware. There were many different races in the Azura Road, and because of differences in cultivation systems and methods, resources held differing values to them. How are origin energy runes obtained? Lin Ming asked. Soul White said, in the Azura Road, there are many blank runes. These blank runes can absorb heaven and earth origin energy to become origin energy runes. However, this process requires a long time and a great deal of energy. Origin energy runes are the most basic form of currency in the Azura Road. They can be exchanged for all other types of currencies. Other types of currencies can be exchanged for origin energy runes, but the exchange rate will be a bit lower. Generally speaking, 10,000 or so violet sunstones can be exchanged for a single origin energy rune. Understood. Lin Ming nodded. With Soul White following him, it was indeed much easier. Otherwise, he might even have had trouble entering the city gates. As Lin Ming was about to walk deeper into the city, he discovered that many other martial artists didn't need to pay a fee to pass the city gates. How come those people don't need to pay an entrance fee? They are permanent residents of the City of Discord, White explained. He knew a great deal about this area. Within the City of Discord, the permanent residents are protected by the law enforcement team. If there is anyone that attacks or poses a threat to the lives of the city residents, then they will be hunted down by law enforcement and killed. As for those that aren't permanent residents of the City of Discord, they do not receive this treatment. If they die and nobody cares. This is why many people want to become permanent residents here, however. It is simply far too difficult for most. The simplest method to become a permanent resident in the City of Discord is to buy a house here. But even the cheapest house is several 100 million origin energy runes. Even if a Divine Lord powerhouse had unlimited blank runes and were absorbing heaven and earth origin energy at all times every day, they would still require several 100,000 years to produce that many origin energy runes. And a Divine Lord powerhouse can only live for 100,000 years. They would have to work for several generations to accomplish that. Such a ridiculous house price? Lin Ming felt this was unbelievable. Even if a Divine Lord powerhouse were to work for a lifetime, they still wouldn't be able to afford a house. In the Divine Realm, this would be incredible. Several 100 million origin energy runes was equal to several trillion violet sunstones, around half of a boundless world pill. This was a completely unfathomable price to an ordinary Divine Lord powerhouse. It is normal. This is the Azura Road, where slaughter is everywhere. It is hard to find a safe place to live. If one can become a permanent resident, then they will have a safe place to cultivate and won't need to worry about being killed every day. This is an extremely tempting proposition to many martial artists. However, there is a limited number of houses in the city, so the price is correspondingly high. This old servant just said that if one used origin energy runes alone, then even a Divine Lord powerhouse wouldn't be able to afford it in their lifetime. But periodically, there are those that have heaven-defying luck and will obtain a priceless rare god rune. If they sell this god rune, it is possible to immediately have the funds to purchase a house. After all, there are many outside martial artists that come here to adventure and temper themselves, and what they want are only god runes. Moreover, these people are often exorbitantly rich. Lin Ming nodded. He was also the same. He had no interest in buying a house here and only wanted god runes. Before, you said that there are many places in the City of Discord to obtain god runes. Yes, master, please follow me. As White spoke, he brought Lin Ming to walk towards the center of the city. The streets in the City of Discord were extremely spacious, and the buildings were several times larger than Lin Ming had imagined. The buildings were constructed with roughly hewn rock that wasn't carved much at all. Even so, it possessed a bold and wild taste to it. As they walked further, Lin Ming discovered that the martial artists he passed along the way all had very good levels of talent. There were often martial artists with sloppy foundations, but they would normally be shop attendants, waiters, or entertainers of some sort. Besides these common people, everyone else here was extraordinary. These elites were not just trial challengers that came from the outside 33-layered heavens, but also included native residents of the Azura Road. In fact, there were far more native residents of the Azura Road than there were outsiders. These people could also cultivate martial arts in the Azura Road as well as attend the same trials and inspections. Everything that was available to the trial challengers was also available to them. There were similarly great geniuses that could be born from these people. Now, all of these various geniuses had gathered at the City of Discord in order to receive the missions here. These were God Rune missions. If one could complete a mission, they could obtain the corresponding God Rune rewards. It's here, Black God Fort. White pointed at a giant towering black building in front of him. This black pagoda had a total of 13 levels, and each level was hundreds of feet high. The pagoda was extremely large, making it look like a dark mountain. As they entered the first level of Black God Fort, the inside was staggeringly huge. If it weren't for the many martial artists gathered here, it would be possible to go horse riding. Lin Ming swept his eyes over the crowd and noticed that many martial artists weren't here for missions, but had set up various stalls in the giant hall. They sold all sorts of things. Besides pills and magic tools, the most available goods were shield-shaped badges. There were far too many people that had set up stalls, and because there were so many people within Black God Fort's first level, it had an extremely chaotic atmosphere. The people here all came from different races. There were ogres that were 5.5 feet tall, their entire bodies wrapped in thick corded muscles with chains all around them. There were imps that were less than 5 feet tall, their entire bodies covered in wrinkled skin without any hair at all. There were many beautiful monster race youths. There were many spiritas that had ethereal bodies, and all sorts of other races. However, there was an extremely small number of humans, just as Lin Ming had expected. The small number of young human elites in the hall were all martial artists that were native to the Azura Road. The reason that this had occurred was naturally because the portals leading from the Divine Realm to the Azura Road had been destroyed. In addition, within the current 33-layered heavens, humanity was the weakest of the three main races. Their numbers weren't too high, and thus it was reasonable that there weren't too many of them in the Azura Road. Like this, Lin Ming's appearance attracted a great deal of attention in the hall. Heh! A little divine transformation human kid. His foundation is quite nice. For a divine transformation realm boy to enter the Azura Road alone means he's quite brave. However, within the Azura Road, the overly brave tend to die overly fast, ha ha ha. Several saint martial artists discussed amongst each other with true essence sound transmissions, a smile hanging on their lips. The saints were mortal enemies with the humans. In this Black God Fort, they had some scruples and wouldn't recklessly attack. But if they were outside, it wouldn't be rare to encounter situations where saints and humans fought upon first meeting. Lin Ming faintly frowned. He could sense many unfriendly or even hostile senses bearing down on him, wanting to observe his inner world. It's the saints. Lin Ming didn't need to use his eyes to see who was watching him. In the Azura Road, there was no restriction of treaties. It was likely that the saints would annihilate any humans they came upon here and steal their wealth and god runes. Lin Ming didn't bother with these saint martial artists. He looked towards the giant mission board in the center of the hall. Different difficulties of missions corresponded to different degrees of rewards. What surprised Lin Ming the most was that even accepting these missions required one to pay an origin energy rune fee. Moreover, the fee required for these missions was quite astonishing. In order to receive a gold-level mission, one required 100,000 origin energy runes. These origin energy runes would not be returned, regardless of whether or not the mission was completed. 100,000 origin energy runes was equal to 1,000,000 violet sunstones. Although it wasn't anything to him at all, how could an ordinary martial artist afford this? Moreover, if they couldn't complete this mission, then they would lose everything. Soul White said, because origin energy runes are required to accept missions, this has further cemented the status of origin energy runes as the most robust and solid currency of the Azura Road. After looking at the gold-level missions, Lin Ming looked over the blue soul-level missions. The price to accept a mission had increased by 100 times. Now, it cost 10 million origin energy runes for a single mission. Following that was Zenith Black-level missions. On the entire mission board, there was only a single mission at that level. The price was also increased by 100 times. That was 1,000,000,000 origin energy runes. In other words, 10 trillion violet sunstones or 10,9 sun jades. That was more expensive than a boundless world pill. In the past, the boundless world pill could only be purchased by at least a world king holy land at a tremendous price. Now, when this level of wealth was placed in Black God Fort, it was only able to trade for a single chance to complete a Zenith Black level mission. If someone were to accept the mission and fail, all of that wealth would be lost. No wonder Soul White had said that gathering a complete set of Zenith Black runes was a legend. At this time, Soul White said, Master, you can also purchase missions from the stalls that the Trial Challenger have set up in Black God Fort. The badges each represent a mission and the different colors each represent a different level. The silver-white badges are silver-level missions, the golden badges are gold-level missions, and the blue-green badges are blue soul-level missions. After a mission is completed, the badge will automatically turn into a rune. Normally speaking, buying a mission badge from a trial challenger is far cheaper. Oh, no wonder there are so many stalls set up in Black God Fort. It seems there are many more missions than are listed. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. If someone were to first come to Azura Road and not understand any of the rules here, then it was possible to be led through many detours. Lin Ming glanced over the stalls and picked one. The reason he chose this stall was because he felt that out of all the nearby dozens of vendors, this one was a bit stronger than the rest. This vendor was an ogre, and his cultivation was equal to a peak human divine lord. His foundation was extremely shaky, but he should still have the ability to battle with a half-step holy lord. Moreover, an ogre race martial artist would be willing to trade in violet sun crystals. This would make the process much easier. Lin Ming looked at the stall. Out of the dozens of mission badges, most were gold, a small number were silver, and there were also a few at the blue soul level. Some badges had a price tag attached. These prices were around half the price of those offered by Black God Fort. Seeing Lin Ming walk over, the vendor didn't seem very excited at all. The vendor took out a jade slip with a rune inscribed on it. He began to estimate the value of this rune without any intention of assisting Lin Ming. This was naturally because Lin Ming's cultivation was too low. Thus he didn't seem like a customer. How come some badges don't have a price listed? Lin Ming asked. The vendor glared at Lin Ming and impatiently said, "The badges with marked prices aren't high-quality items. As for the higher-priced ones, speak to me if you want to buy one, and if you don't want to buy one, then don't block the view of my stall." "I want to buy one." Lin Ming didn't care about this vendor's attitude. In the City of Discord, if one didn't reveal enough strength, then they wouldn't be respected. "Which one?" The vendor laid down the rune jade slip he was fiddling with, his voice still as cold as before. "This one. How many origin energy runes is it?" Lin Ming pointed at a blue soul level mission badge. Before this, he had already asked Soul White with a true essence sound transmission about it. This badge should be very expensive because it offered a complete set. The vendor looked at Lin Ming with surprise, frowning. "Are you trying to waste my time? You're only at the divine transformation realm, but you want to buy a blue soul level mission badge? Do you want to die?" Normally speaking, a blue soul level mission required a divine lord realm master to complete. Moreover, these missions were extremely dangerous. There was a high chance of death. In these missions, defeat not only meant the loss of wealth but often the loss of life. "You don't need to worry about whether or not I can complete the mission. I will pay whatever the origin energy rune cost is." "Heh, then you best not be playing around with me. I do not like being messed around with like a fool." 8 million. "That is the final price," the demon race fellow loudly said. His words exuded an oppressive feeling, as if he disallowed all negotiations of price. This was also the style in which one did business in the City of Discord. Without strength, one would be at a disadvantage to even buy something. "This is the price," Soul White said with a true essence sound transmission. He was good at estimating accurate prices. Lin Ming nodded. "Deal. I want to ask, do you take violet sunstones?" This fellow agreed so easily. The demon vendor was stunned. Although this price wasn't too high, 8 million was still a considerable sum of money, even to a divine transformation realm martial artist. Yet Lin Ming didn't even bat an eye. "I can take violet sunstones." The demon vendor nodded. It was common for humans to take out violet sunstones as a transaction currency. 1 to 1,500. This vendor immediately put out an exchange rate. Lin Ming glanced at Soul White, and Soul White responded, "This rate is a tiny bit of a loss, but still within an acceptable range." Lin Ming quickly took out violet sun crystals. As long as someone wasn't trying to trick him, he didn't mind spending whatever amount of money necessary. "The number seems right." The vendor swept through the violet sun crystals with his sense and determined it was correct. He looked at Lin Ming with some surprise. A divine transformation realm martial artist that bought a blue soul level badge without even batting an eye, and, what was rare was that he didn't even try to bargain. It seemed as if this boy had some background to him. Lin Ming received the badge. Before he had a chance to look through the mission details within it, a not-so-friendly voice suddenly rang out. "Hey boy! Come over for a little chat." Lin Ming turned to see the 3 Saint Race martial artists staring at him from behind. One of them was lying back in an armchair, his legs propped up on a stool in a very comfortable position. He stretched out his right hand, waggling a hooked finger at Lin Ming, clearly wanting Lin Ming to come over. "Yes, you, come here." Lin Ming sneered in his heart. These three saint martial artists were the people that were probing him the moment he entered the hall, trying to investigate his inner world. This was an extremely rude and unreasonable form of behavior. Now these three people were sitting there trying to wave him over. It seemed they were far more mentally ill than Lin Ming first presumed. Lin Ming couldn't be bothered to deal with them. But, at this time, the ogre vendor who sold Lin Ming the blue soul level badge said, "I advise you to go over. Those three are called the Black Iron Ghost Triad and are quite infamous in the City of Discord. They force through transactions and even kill others to steal their possessions. They stop at nothing to get what they want, and many people have died beneath their hands. If you go over there, you might suffer a little loss and lose a little money, but if you ignore them, then you might lose your life later. I know you have some background and are usually like a young master that is used to having his way, and you don't like any stains to ruin your sight. But this is the City of Discord. Here, strength is everything. Faraway dragons cannot pressure local snakes. If you die here, who cares what sort of background you have? They might not even be able to find out what happened. Thank you for the advice. I want to ask, is fighting allowed in Black God Fort?" Lin Ming asked. "You cannot, so you should be safe here. However, you cannot stay here all the time. They probably see that you come from some wealthy background and want to forcefully sell you something and make you eat the loss. In the City of Discord, you must learn forbearance," the ogre vendor casually said. These sorts of matters were obviously common at Black God Fort. Here, if one revealed their own wealth and lacked the strength to protect it, they would be targeted by others. "It seems I really can't fight here. What a pity," Lin Ming thought to himself. The ogre vendor never would have imagined that the question Lin Ming asked just now was not because of his own safety but because he wanted to directly eliminate these three. "Boy, we're calling you. Are you deaf?" The three saint martial artists were enraged as they saw Lin Ming continue to ignore them. They stood up, smashing their fists together and making explosive crackling sounds with their joints. "If you want to see me, then come over here yourself. You want me to go over there? It looks like you ate something bad today." Lin Ming's voice was indifferent, but his words caused the Black Iron Ghost Triad to be shocked. They were actually being yelled at by a mere divine transformation realm boy. This scene immediately attracted the gazes of many people present. After they saw the identities of both parties, they waited with expectant expressions. "It's the Black Iron Ghost Triad. Haha! A divine transformation realm boy just challenged the Black Iron Ghost Triad? Hee, that boy just arrived at the City of Discord, so he likely doesn't know who the Black Iron Ghost Triad are or how vicious they can be. He's really kicked the bucket this time. What bad luck for him. I thought this boy had some sort of background, but it's a shame he doesn't know that these ruffians simply don't care about any sort of status in the City of Discord. Those with shoes aren't afraid of those with bare feet. At the worst, if the three of them kill that boy, they'll just run away. Even though that boy is fine at Black God Fort, once he leaves, he's definitely going to suffer a miserable fate. Not only are those Black Iron Ghosts difficult to deal with, but they kill anyone that offends them. Moreover, they even hang the corpses up above the streets to serve as a consequence, showing people what happens when they are angered. People were speaking out loud without true essence sound transmissions. They simply didn't care if anyone heard. The vendor who sold Lin Ming a mission badge slowly shook his head. In his opinion, Lin Ming's character was too feisty and eccentric. For him to deliberately provoke the Black Iron Ghost Triad wasn't a wise move at all. If he had such a character, it would be impossible for him to continue living in the Azura Road. It was likely he would be killed tomorrow by the Black Iron Ghost Triad. He had only met Lin Ming by chance, so he wasn't too interested in persuading him. This boy could heed his advice if he wanted. "What did you say? Did I hear wrong?" One of the three saint martial artists looked at Lin Ming, devilishly smiling. "How strangely odd. Is this world becoming more idiotic, or is it us Black Iron Ghost Triad that is becoming too merciful? Is it because we haven't killed anyone recently? How interesting. Boy, I originally just wanted a bit of your blood, but now I'll be taking your life." You'd better not leave Black God Fort for the rest of your life. The Black Iron Ghost Triad stood up and began grinning demonically as they walked towards Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming didn't care about them at all. He turned around and began walking towards the second level of Black God Fort. Since he couldn't fight here, he couldn't finish these people off. Everything would be settled once he left this area. Now, he wanted to see just what there was on the second and third levels of Black God Fort. The first level only had a single Zenith Black mission badge. Although Lin Ming could afford it, he didn't want this mission at all, because the God runes rewarded for it weren't complete. Only by finding complete sets of God runes could he qualify for the final trial. Although separate Zenith Black level God runes were valuable, Lin Ming didn't want to waste his time if they couldn't help him enter the trials. Where are the stairs? Lin Ming asked Soul White. In the center of the hall behind the central pillar. You can go to the second floor from there. Soul White was calm this entire time. He had experienced Lin Ming's strength for himself, so he didn't worry for him at all. Lin Ming nodded and turned towards there. But at this moment, the staircase to the second floor began to shine. Then, the voice of a young girl spread through the entire Black God Fort. Congratulations, trial challenger Dugu Li. You have successfully defeated all opponents within the game and have completed the checkpoint. You have earned one chance to draw a blue soul level mission. These words caused the entire hall to erupt into chaos. Fuck! A blue soul level drawing. This Dugu Li is too lucky. To think he actually managed to obtain the qualifications for a drawing. Don't be jealous of him. This is because he is strong. Dugu Li is stronger than us to begin with, and with some luck he managed to obtain the qualifications. Everyone was rapidly discussing. All of the transactions at the various stalls also came to a halt. Even the three black iron ghosts that were menacingly glaring at Lin Ming were distracted. This left Lin Ming a bit puzzled. What is a blue soul level draw chance? Is it precious? Yes, it is extremely precious. Master may not know, but even among blue soul level missions, there are some blue soul level missions that will provide very rare god runes which are tens or hundreds of thousands of times more valuable than ordinary blue soul level god runes. Moreover, Black God Fort will not sell these rare blue soul level missions. They can only be obtained through a drawing. Not even the rich can purchase them. Oh, there's something like that, Lin Ming said, a tad interested. From what I heard, he played some game and finally won in the end to obtain the drawing qualifications? Yes, this game is on the second floor of Black God Fort. Black God Fort's second level? Lin Ming rubbed his chin. Then, can I also participate in this trial? Of course, Master. Anyone that enters Black God Fort has a chance to participate in the trial. As long as you pass through all the checkpoints, you will obtain a single drawing chance. In the drawing there are 3 things that can be obtained, however. The ones with the greatest chance to be drawn are mission badges. Still, these mission badges will inevitably be rare ones. Within Black God Fort, there are some mission badges that cannot be purchased with any amount of money. Luck and strength are both essential factors. If you have enough strength or you have luck that defies the heavens, then you can obtain these rare mission badges at a small price. These types of mission badges are often 100 times more valuable than those obtained with origin energy runes. Interesting. Let's go take a look. Lin Ming felt more and more that Soul White's previous speculations were correct. This Azura Road seemed as if it were a giant game area created by some supreme divine god. The rules that were governed by the heavenly Tao laws actually resembled game rules somewhat. Let's see what this Dugu Li fellow can draw out. Yes, I hope it will at least be a rare blue soul level rune. Although it isn't ours, it should still be fun to watch. Heh. Maybe Dugu Li won't want it and will be willing to sell it to us. Many people started moving towards the second floor. Some rich martial artists even had thoughts of buying any runes. Between the first and second levels of Black God Fort was not only a wide staircase but also several transmission arrays. Even if 1,000 people were to rush up, it would still be spacious. The second level was several times broader than the first level at over 10 miles wide. The reason there was such a scene was clearly because there was a minor dimension located on the second level. Even with so many people standing here, it didn't look crowded at all. At this time, in the center of the second level, there was a giant platform. A tall saint man was standing above this platform, his expression excited and in high spirits. This man was clearly Dugu Li. Standing beside Dugu Li were 4 or 5 guards. These guards all wore white suits of armor, and there was the image of a snowflake carved into their chest pieces. They looked dashing and heroic. Standing in front of these guards, Lin Ming could feel how terrifyingly strong they were. These guards are actually peak Divine Lord powerhouses. A peak Divine Lord powerhouse would have an extremely high status in any ordinary holy land of the Divine Realm, and can even be an elder of a branch palace. But they can only be considered guards here. These aren't ordinary guards, Soul White said from beside Lin Ming. These are the City Lord's personal guards. Because they wear silver-white armor and their chests have the image of a snowflake, these personal guards are called the Silver Snow Corps. There are a total of 108 guards in their forces, and each one of them is an outstanding martial artist. It's impossible for the average person to hope to join them. The City of Discord's City Lord? Lin Ming was startled. In the Azura Road, where slaughter was everywhere, anyone that could become the City Lord of such a large city couldn't be underestimated at all. Yes, it is the City Lord. In the City of Discord, there are 2 groups of people that must not be provoked. The first is the Silver Snow Corps that acts as the City Lord's personal guard, and the other are the Azuras. Azura. This was the first time Lin Ming had heard this term used like this in the Azura Road. Ever since he came here, there were far too many new terms he had learned. Yes, those martial artists who can independently complete trial tasks and complete a full set of God runes will obtain the title of Azura. Those that collect a full set of silver runes have the qualifications to become a 1-star Azura. Those that collect a full set of gold runes can have the qualifications to become a 2-star Azura. Those that obtain a full set of blue soul runes have the qualifications to become a 3-star Azura. Generally speaking, 3-star Azuras are already extremely terrifying. It is normally difficult to see them. Above that, 4-star Azuras are an even more mysterious existence. It is impossible to judge those types of characters with any type of common sense. In order to become an Azura, the God runes obtained have to come from completing certain tasks. Stealing runes and buying runes will not factor into this title. Titled Azuras all receive the approval of the Azura Road's Heavenly Tao. Even a 1-star Azura can obtain a tremendous increase to their strength. In addition, those that can become a titled Azura are all extraordinary geniuses in their own right. They can often jump an entire large boundary to fight. Even ordinary holy lords will not casually think to provoke a 1-star Azura at the Divine Lord realm, much less a 2-star Azura. This is why Azuras are the second group of people that cannot be provoked in the City of Discord. And that Dugu Li who is on stage right now is a 1-star Azura. He is extremely famous in the City of Discord. Those 3 black iron ghosts seem to be bossy and brutal, but even they grovel in front of Dugu Li. This is the suppression brought by strength. I understand. Lin Ming nodded. Dugu Li's cultivation was a bit lower than the 3 black iron ghosts. But in terms of overall combat strength, Dugu Li's talent allowed him to easily best the 3 of them together. Not just that, but because Dugu Li had the title of a 1-star Azura, he had the support of the Azura Road's Heavenly Tao. If he were to fight the Black Iron Ghost Triad, he would simply roll right over them. With such a difference in strength, it was no wonder no one dared to provoke these people. At this time, Dugu Li finally started to begin his drawing. This was the reason that many people had rushed to the second level. The Silver Snow Corps guards began to move a giant metal disc in. This metal disc was extremely heavy. It was unknown what sort of material it was made from. The surface of the metal disc even had stains, and it exuded an extremely ancient atmosphere. This disc, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. He could feel that this clumsy and ordinary disc actually contained infinite mysteries. It even far surpassed the Primordius Gate. This was definitely not something that any ordinary powerhouse could hope to create. Moreover, since the Silver Snow Corpse was personally moving it, it was clearly unusual. Master, have you noticed? Soul White said. This disc isn't ordinary at all. It is called the Wheel of Destiny and will reveal just how lucky your destiny is. It is something that has been passed down from the most ancient times of the Azura Road and represents the will of the heavenly Tao. Cannot be destroyed, and even if you deliberately toss it miles away into the sea, it will still return to the world underneath the mystical rules that govern this land. If you try to attack it or destroy it, then you will be cursed and punished by the heavens. The consequences of such actions are serious, and even your own destiny will fall into ruin. This is why no one ever dares move against the Wheel of Destiny. The reason that this Wheel of Destiny is placed in the City of Discord is to act as the great treasure that stabilizes the destiny of this city. In the end, there is a finite number of cities allowed to exist in the Azura Road. Without a treasure like this to stabilize the city, a city will not obtain the approval of the Azura Road's heavenly Tao and will be easily destroyed. I understand. Lin Ming nodded. He also guessed something similar. This metal disc was likely a magic tool personally created by the mysterious divine god that established this world. Of course, when that divine god forged this object, they likely did it en masse. Although this object was nothing in the eyes of that mysterious being, to the martial artists of the Azura Road, it was a representative of the heavenly Tao. On the platform, Dugu Li took a deep breath and walked in front of the Wheel of Destiny. The drawing chance he obtained was to spin the Wheel of Destiny. After spinning the Wheel of Destiny, all sorts of different results could be had. The most likely possibility was to obtain a God Rune mission badge. These types of mission badges all had extremely rare missions. The second possibility was to directly obtain a God Rune. If one could directly obtain a God Rune, then the gains were truly great. Besides the first two possibilities, there was a third. This third possibility was extremely small. Only those people who had a great destiny upon their bodies and would inevitably inherit the fate of the world could pull out such a drawing. But as for what it was that would be pulled out, no one knew. But without a doubt, this third possibility was the most valuable one of all. Its value couldn't be calculated at all. This Wheel of Destiny was something that would determine one's own destiny to a certain extent. It would be a lie to say that anyone wouldn't be nervous upon spinning it. Even though Dugu Li knew it was extremely unlikely he would pull out that third possibility, as he stepped in front of the Wheel of Destiny, those sorts of odd fantasies still rose up in his mind. With a deep breath, Dugu Li took out the assessment token he had from passing the game and then crushed it in his hands. The rune turned into a stream of light that flowed into the Wheel of Destiny. Then, the Wheel of Destiny began to shine with a brilliant light as numerous runes shimmered upon it. Without a doubt, these runes were all blue. They were blue soul-level god runes. However, amongst these god runes, some were finished runes and some were badges. In addition, on some places on the disc, there were areas without any runes at all. There was only a single ancient character that read, Destiny. If one could draw this option, then one would obtain that mysterious third reward possibility. In the platform at the center of the level, Dugu Li thrust out his hand, pouring the entirety of his astral essence into the Wheel of Destiny. The runes atop the Wheel of Destiny began to emit a bright luster, unpredictably changing. Everyone's eyes were locked onto the Wheel of Destiny. Runes lit up one by one. As Dugu Li looked at these flashing lights, his mind tightened. As the runes began to dim down, the last shining rune would be the one which Dugu Li drew. Although this drawing only occurred for several breaths of time, to Dugu Li, each second seemed as long as a year. Finally, the last lit-up rune lay above a shield badge. At the end of the draw, this shield was the first reward possibility, a rare mission badge. This was the worst of the three possibilities, but also the likeliest. Most people drew this result. Dugu Li's lips twitched, a bit of regret in his heart. After coming this far, he couldn't help but fantasize that he would draw out the third possibility and ascend to the heavens in a single leap. However, the fantasy was shattered. Congratulations, Lord Dugu Li. That's right. Lord Dugu Li truly has a wonderful destiny upon him. A rare blue soul badge is of inestimable value. Everyone began to congratulate Dugu Li. His status was high to begin with, and now he could go even higher. Lord Dugu Li, do you have any intention of transferring this badge? Someone asked. However, Dugu Li immediately rejected this idea. I definitely won't transfer this blue soul badge. Duguli said, leaving no room for argument. Although he currently didn't possess the ability to complete this Blue Soul Badge's mission, he could have this badge temporarily held at Black God Fort until he made a breakthrough before returning at a later date to complete it. If he sold it to others, then that would be far too wasteful. After all, this type of rare badge couldn't be purchased with money. Duguli looked at the one who spoke up and said, "If you want one, you can participate in the trial yourself." The Black God Fort's smelting trial was open all year round, but there weren't many people who participated in it. This was because those that didn't possess an Azura title would find it nearly impossible to gain any advantages in the trial. Even for those with an Azura title, wanting to complete the checkpoints would require a significant amount of strength and luck. Moreover, every time one participated in this trial, there was an admission fee of 100,000 origin energy runes. For many martial artists, this amount of money left them feeling overly nervous. But today, because many people had been roused by Duguli, they began to stand up in abundance. Haha! Since that's the case, I will participate once. I also want to give it a try. I've never participated in Black God Fort's trial before. Although the admission fee is a bit steep, I still want to experience it once. Me too. In a short period of time, 7 or 8 people had signed up. These 7 or 8 people were all outstanding individuals amongst their level. Many of them were just a single step away from becoming an Azura. As long as they had another year or so, they would be able to complete the necessary steps to obtain an Azura title. Upon seeing this scene, the 3 black iron ghosts that came into conflict with Lin Ming were also enthused. They all looked eager to give this a try. Big brother, let's go and try too. 300,000 origin energy runes isn't a small number. But if we can pass the trial, our gains will be great. Still, the chances of us passing this trial are extremely slim. Currently, there are a lot of people participating, and before the trial really begins we will have to struggle against these trial challengers, making things even harder for us. After all, none of these challengers are weaker than we are. If we lose, we'll have lost 300,000 origin energy runes. That will take a great deal of work and time for us to earn back. The leader of the 3 black iron ghosts hesitated. In truth, he understood that even if the 3 of them worked together in the trial, their chances of success were nearly 0. However, after some others heard these words, they were left speechless. The so-called great deal of work and time was actually extorting, robbing, strong-arming, and murdering others. As the 3 black iron ghosts were wavering, not too far away, a human youth raised his hand and said, "I would also like to participate." The 3 black iron ghosts were shocked. This boy, isn't he the fellow who bought the Blue Soul Mission badge? This little beast is far too rowdy. To think that he would dare scold us black iron ghosts triad in front of so many people. In all these years, those arrogant fools that dared to provoke us have all died. The boss of the 3 black iron ghosts sneered. He wanted to wait until they left to deal with Lin Ming, but he never imagined Lin Ming would jump into the tiger's den. He also wants to enter the trial. How interesting. He doesn't know the rules of this area, and yet he dares to participate in the Black God Fort smelting trial. In this world, how can there be someone who attacks those that are stronger than themselves? Even a 1-star Azura could fail this sort of trial. Moreover, Lin Ming didn't have too many runes on him right now. For him to toss out 100,000 origin energy runes to participate in the Black God Fort trial was far too conspicuous. Many people looked over to Lin Ming, including even the ogre vendor who sold Lin Ming the Blue Soul Mission badge. In his eyes, Lin Ming seemed like a pretty little flower that wasted money everywhere and anywhere. If he participates, then this trial might be fun. We should make sure to look after him. Haha, third brother is right. Big brother, we also need to participate. The boss of the 3 black iron ghosts was originally unsure, but now that he was provoked by Lin Ming, he directly raised his hand and said, "We will register too." The 3 black iron ghosts are also entering. After that human boy decided to participate, the 3 black iron ghosts also decided to join in. This is clearly because of him. It seems they want to mess with him in the trial. That's right. This Black God Fort trial isn't something that just any ordinary martial artist can play around in. That human youth is far too young and naive, and now he also has to deal with the Black Iron Ghost Triad. Everyone began to discuss amongst each other. None of them thought that Dugu Li's drawing would cause so many hopeless trial challengers to lose their minds and register. This would only make the trial even more intense and difficult to complete. What a pity. They should have given me those origin energy runes instead of just throwing them away here. Some martial artist sighed. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred as he heard all of this. Soul White, where do the origin energy runes used to purchase mission badges and pay for the trial entrance fee go? Are they taken by the City of Discord's City Lord? Soul White shook his head. It's not like that. If that were the case, then the City Lord would have accumulated an unimaginable amount of wealth. All of the origin energy runes are completely recycled by the Azura Road's Heavenly Tao. It seems as if these origin energy runes are used to support the continued revolution of power for the Heavenly Tao here. Some people even suspect that the entire Azura Road is an incomparably massive array formation, and the trial challengers are placed in this array formation and have to follow its rules. This is... Lin Ming was stunned. Although this sort of perspective was shocking, the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it sounded. Master, the 3 Black Iron Ghosts are specifically targeting you. Although they cannot do anything to you in Black God Fort, the trial is different. Master must be extra careful. I got it. Lin Ming chuckled. Is there no one else registering? Then, all registered martial artists, please step up to the platform. A silver-armored martial artist said from above the platform. He was part of the Silver Snow Corps. At the end, there were a total of 15 martial artists that had registered. Lin Ming quietly stepped onto the platform. Beside him were the 3 Black Iron Ghosts. It could only be said that enemies often crossed paths. Hee, little boy from the human race. Us grandpas will take good care of you. You should try to put up a little struggle. Don't give up so fast. Ha ha ha. On the platform, the 3 Black Iron Ghosts were sinisterly smiling. And at this time, the Silver Snow Corps martial artist stepped in front of the martial artists. He said without any expression, "Now I shall announce the rules. There are some among you who already know them, but I shall repeat them anyways. The trial you shall be participating in is in truth a game. This game is called the Hunter Game. After 20 breaths of time, all of you will be transmitted to a separate dimensional realm. There, all of you are hunters and all of you are prey. Your goal is to hunt as many prey down as possible and obtain the trophies from their bodies. These are the trophies." As the Silver Snow Guard spoke, he flung several black objects towards the participants. Lin Ming took the trophy in his hand and looked at it. It was actually a black skull. This black skull was very heavy and exuded an extremely fierce feeling. The Silver Snow Guard continued to say, "This is a skull badge. The trial challengers that join this game may hunt each other and steal each other's skull badges. In addition, within this dimensional realm there are many prey that come in all different shapes and abilities. If you kill them, you may also obtain skull badges. Of course, these prey may be hunters themselves that hunt you instead. Their strength is decided by the strongest amongst you. Once a trial challenger loses all their skull badges or they are severely wounded and unable to fight, they will be considered as eliminated from the game and directly transmitted out of the dimensional realm. Within the dimensional realm you may freely fight. However, you may not kill others. For every person you kill, that will subtract 2 skull badges from your count. Consider your actions before you take them. Alright, I have finished explaining the rules. When the game ends, your result will be judged based on the number of badges you have collected. If you surpass 50 skull badges, then you will have the chance to draw a blue soul level mission badge. If you surpass 100 badges, then you will obtain a blue soul level draw chance, as well as a zenith black draw chance. The Silver Snow Guard and the other participants didn't have any reaction to this, but Lin Ming was startled. You can also qualify for a zenith black drawing? Yes, master. If you perfectly complete the Black God Fort smelting trial, then you will obtain a zenith black draw chance. But I haven't heard of anyone managing to accomplish this in all these years. Shwa. After the Silver Snow Guard announced the rules, a bright silver door emerged high above the platform. This was the portal to the dimensional realm. Begin. Haha, we'll have results soon. The game lasts for 14 to 16 hours at most. But the truth is that several days will pass inside. This was not the first time that the martial artists present had watched the hunter game. Time flowed differently within the dimensional realm. To martial artists that lived such long lives, 14 to 16 hours was only a brief period of meditation. The Silver Snow Guard said just now that the difficulty of the hunter game is based upon the strongest trial challenger that joined. If so, won't everyone else who has lower cultivations suffer a great loss? That human boy has the lowest cultivation amongst everyone that entered. He's only at the divine transformation realm. As for the other martial artists in the hunter game, they are all at the middle divine lord realm or above. There are even peak late divine lord masters and those that have touched upon the threshold of the holy lord realm. That's right. This is why the hunter game normally has participants who have similar cultivations. Those with weaker cultivations will suffer a loss. As everyone was speaking, many people present looked towards Lin Ming. This hunter game was extremely difficult to begin with. Even if a peak genius were to go in, they would still need to be cautious. If the difficulty was even higher, then it would be almost impossible to complete. Master, your cultivation will have you suffer a loss in the game, Soul White said. It doesn't matter. Lin Ming waved his hand. Didn't you tell me before this that at the start, the prey within the world of the game are extremely weak, but will slowly strengthen? And the rate at which they grow stronger is decided by the cultivations of the trial challengers within. Yes. Then I don't need to worry. Soul White, do you know of the martial artists that are participating? Lin Ming asked as he moved towards the transmission portal. Out of all the participants, there is only a single Azura and he is a 1-star. It is unlikely for him to pass this trial, and as for the others, their chances are even lower. In order to pass this trial and earn the chance to draw a Blue Soul Mission badge, one usually needs to be a 2-star Azura. Sometimes even 2-star Azuras are defeated. As for 1-star Azuras, only outstanding ones like Lord Dugu Li can succeed with a great deal of luck. I see. As Lin Ming said these last words, he stepped into the dimensional realm. Light spun around him. In the next moment, he had arrived at a completely different space. The other trial challengers all stepped through the portal and were transmitted to different places in the dimensional realm. The horizon was blurry at first, but everything began to gradually clear up. In front of Lin Ming were vast, nearly endless grasslands. And scattered over these grasslands were all sorts of black rocks as well as the bones of beasts. What a large world! Lin Ming concluded as he swept his sense all around him. He recalled the Silver Snow Guard's instructions. He would need to gather a total of 50 skull badges in order to be considered as having passed the Blue Soul level checkpoint. Every trial challenger only had a single skull badge. All the trial challengers together only had a dozen some skull badges. In order to gather more, they had to be obtained from the prey here. However, these beasts wouldn't be easy to deal with. According to the Silver Snow Guard, how powerful the prey were was decided by the trial challenger with the highest cultivation. Although Lin Ming was confident in his own strength, the trial in front of him was intentionally aimed at geniuses to begin with. If the difficulty of the trial suddenly rose to the Divine Lord realm, this would be disadvantageous for Lin Ming. Even if he had the ability to gather 50 badges, anything more than that would be impossible. Lin Ming wasn't satisfied with this result. Thus, Lin Ming made a decision. That was, before he killed any prey in this game world, to eliminate every other trial challenger participating. If so, then this hunter game's difficulty would be lowered to the level of a divine transformation cultivation. If everyone knew that Lin Ming had made such a decision before the hunter game even began, they would all think he was crazy. As Lin Ming thought like this, he flew into the skies. These grasslands were extremely vast and the grass was also very deep. In some places it was as high as his waist and in some place it was over his head. If a martial artist was hidden in these grasslands and was also extremely far away and restraining their aura, then finding them would be difficult. Even though Lin Ming could eventually find them with his powerful divine sense, he would have to spend a considerable amount of time and effort. Thus, Lin Ming chose the easier and most direct method, to fly through the skies. Oh! At this time, dozens of miles away from Lin Ming in an open land, 3 Saint race martial artists were gathered. These 3 were the Black Iron Ghost Triad. This is the world of the Hunter game. I've heard about it countless times before, but this is my first time seeing it for myself. The admission fee for the Hunter game was simply far too high, because the Black Iron Ghost Triad knew that it was almost impossible for them to clear it. They hadn't ever attempted it. Even if we aren't successful this time, we at least explored this area. In the future, we will definitely become Azuras, and we will have to pass this checkpoint sooner or later. The 300,000 runes can't be considered wasted. Of course it's not a waste. Since we're here, let's have our fill of the hunt. Big brother, do you think we should go look for that boy now? Or should we wait 1 or 2 days and have that boy gather some skull badges for us before we look for him again? The third brother of the Black Iron Ghosts licked his lips, his tone a bit impatient. Of course we look for him now. That boy can't necessarily last for a long time. The prey here are extremely strong, and they only become stronger over time. 1 or 2 days from now, that boy will probably be eliminated. If so, that is far too merciful for him. Even if he wasn't eliminated, he should only be able to obtain a few skull badges anyways. Good idea. I also think we should look for him as soon as possible. I can't wait. Unfortunately, we cannot kill him here, but crippling him isn't a problem. In this dimensional realm, the Silver Snow Guard only discouraged killing others. He didn't outright forbid it. If someone killed someone else, they would have 2 skull badges deducted. It's not worth it to kill him. 2 skull badges is far more valuable than his life. But the problem here is, where do we find him? If that boy decided to find somewhere to hide and also restrains his aura, then it won't be easy to find him. That really is a problem. This was something that the Black Iron Ghost Triad's boss was also troubled about. None of them knew just how they should begin searching for Lin Ming. But then, the Black Iron Ghost's third brother was suddenly startled as he shouted out, "Big brother, look over there." The third brother pointed in a direction. In the far-off horizon, there was a small spot flying against the sun, just several dozen miles away. Martial artists had extremely good eyesight. Even at such a far distance, they could still clearly see what that spot in the skies was. That is a trial challenger. A human? The Black Iron Ghost Triad boss poured astral essence into his eyes. He immediately saw the person's facial features. It's actually Lin Ming. That boy is just looking to die. Is it really him? Why would he be flying so high? Is he deliberately exposing his position? Just what is wrong with this world? There is someone that isn't scared of dying and wants to fly up to hasten their end instead. This boy is a foolish idiot. No matter what he's thinking, since he wants to die so badly, then let's help him. Let's go. The Black Iron Ghost Triad didn't fly into the skies. Rather, they stayed close to the ground, rapidly rushing towards Lin Ming. Currently, as many martial artists in this trial were hiding their whereabouts. Anyone that flew into the skies stood out like a firefly in the dark night. They're here, 1, 2, 3, 4 waves of people. It seems I'm really welcome here. Lin Ming mockingly said. Out of all the trial challengers, Lin Ming had the lowest cultivation. In the eyes of the others, he was like a piece of meat that could be butchered however they pleased. Out of the 4 different waves of people that were coming, 2 were alone and 2 were in groups. One of the groups was the Black Iron Ghost Triad and the other was a couple. When they passed through the portal, they had held hands and gone together. Like this, they wouldn't be separated in the space transmission passage. Whoosh! The couple was the first to arrive. A monster youth followed close behind them. This monster youth had pale skin and sharp, pointed ears. Although he could be called a youth, he was actually around 100 years old. His nickname was Charming. With his outstanding strength and fair yet handsome appearance, he was well received by the many women within the City of Discord. Hee. Do you want to eat everything yourself? The monster youth grinned. There are too many wolves and too little meat. Just a single skull badge, and there are even more people catching up here. Who can obtain this skull badge will all depend on your ability. The husband and wife couple in front of the monster youth drew their weapons, as if they wanted to compete for Lin Ming's skull badge. To them, Lin Ming's badge was already a piece of fat placed in the pot. The only question right now was who had the ability to eat it. Shwa! Shwa! Right after, 2 more waves of people arrived. The Black Iron Ghost Triad was amongst them. For a time, besides Lin Ming, there were 7 people here in total. It was said that when enemies met, eyes would turn red. When the Black Iron Ghost's third brother saw Lin Ming, he demonically grinned as he kneaded his fists again and again. Brat, heaven's path was there, but you chose not to take it, and instead you would rather break through the gates of hell. Although we won't kill you today because of the rules, we will still beat you into a cripple. Once we leave, we'll tidy you up some more. We'll shatter your bones and meridians until you're crawling like a dead dog on the streets. Ha ha ha. A pack of wolves surrounding a single piece of meat. There's just one skull badge and so many of us here. It will be impossible for us to divide it. Do you really think we should fight each other over a single skull badge? The monster youth glanced over at the Black Iron Ghost Triad and also looked at Lin Ming, his voice calm. If he dared to operate by himself in the City of Discord, he inevitably had a strong foundation of his own. If they were to really fight here, he would not be weaker than any of the other 3 parties. Hee. Everyone, give him to us brothers. The Black Iron Ghost Triad boss spoke up. Us brothers already have a grudge against this boy and we just happen to want to settle it here today. As for that skull badge, it isn't too important to us. Honestly speaking, out of everyone here, none of us really have a chance of passing the game checkpoints. In my opinion, aren't most of you here to gain some experience to prepare yourself for next time? Haha, none of that matters to me. I've long since had the strength to become a 1-star Azura, but I simply didn't have the time for it. I'm really thinking I should stay here to collect the 50 skull badges and complete this trial, the monster youth confidently said, his arrogant voice passing out far and wide. The Black Iron Ghost Triad boss eyebrows shot up. This monster fellow was far too rampant. Just what sort of awesome hero did he think he was? Although the boss found this unbearable, he didn't dispute those words. Instead, the Black Iron Triad boss said, "Fine, you can pass whatever you want. We'll let you have the skull badge. We don't want it." Haha. What a wonderful idea. It's a deal. The monster youth smiled wide. Of course, if he wanted the skull badge, he also had to obtain the agreement of the other 2 parties. However, the monster youth paused for a moment. He suddenly turned to Lin Ming, an interested look in his eyes. Before anything happens, I have something I want to ask you. I've been curious. Why were you flying through the skies? In this hunter game, no matter how I see it, only a mentally retarded child would do something like that. Even a fool knows what consequences flying through the skies will bring. Even so, you seem to have done so intentionally. Was it to draw us to you? You have succeeded. But just what is your motive? Hee, that's simple. He probably understands that it is impossible for him to pass the checkpoint. Thus he deliberately attracted a group of people to him so that they would somehow engage in a group melee. Then, he would be able to take advantage of the chaos. This idea of yours was far too dumb. One of the Black Iron Ghosts sarcastically mocked. Lin Ming chuckled, and his chuckle was very calm. There is no other reason I did so than to draw you all here. I flew through the sky and exposed myself on purpose to save myself a great deal of trouble. How interesting. The monster youth rubbed his chin, his wide and large eyes shining as he stared at Lin Ming, as if he wanted to see through his body. The more I know, the less I understand. This is the world of the hunter game and also the first time you have come here, so it's impossible for you to have set up any traps beforehand to deal with us. Could it be that you actually thought you could deal with all of us by yourself? Correct. Lin Ming snapped his fingers. Your presence here increases the difficulty of the game by a great deal. I admit that with all of you here, I lack confidence to be able to pass the checkpoint. Thus I made the decision to send all of you out and reduce the difficulty. What? As Lin Ming spoke, the monster race youth as well as everyone else was left completely dumbfounded. Was this boy insane? Where did he get the crazy idea of eliminating all of them? Well, to put it in simpler terms, Lin Ming took out the Phoenix Blood Spear. On the spear point, the power of thunder and fire began weaving together. My strength is greater than all of yours combined. As Lin Ming spoke, his figure vanished like ghosts and demons in the night. This is bad. Be careful. The sudden change left everyone panic-stricken. All of them began to immediately retreat. And at this time, the Black Iron Ghost's third brother suddenly felt a chill crawl down his back. A thick killing intent had quietly appeared from behind him, locking onto his entire body. Reflexively, he took out a saber from his spatial ring to slash behind him. However, Lin Ming's speed was far too fast, a level that surpassed his ability to respond to. The moment the third brother slashed out, he felt a cool feeling at his back and a sharp pain as a spear thrust through his chest like a viper, sticking outwards. Blood sparkled on the spear point, dazzling to the eyes. The Black Iron Ghost Triad's third brother was pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. The tough body of a Saint race martial artist was sliced apart like raw beef beneath the Phoenix Blood Spear. The hell? Just 200 feet away, the monster youth was able to clearly see everything that happened. To him, Lin Ming's speed was not much different from teleportation. These were the space laws. Only a human martial artist could use the laws to the extreme. Although saints were fast, they couldn't be faster than the laws. And there was also that casual and light spear strike. Without any grand martial skill behind it and only some true essence poured into the attack, that spear had been able to pierce through the body of the Black Iron Ghost's third brother. This striking force left the monster youth frightened. Although the Black Iron Ghost's third brother only had ordinary strength, he was still a Saint race martial artist and his martial arts came from tempering his body. No matter how weak he was, since he had cultivated to the Saint Lord realm, his flesh and bones should be as hard as divine iron. In addition, there was also astral essence protecting his body, and yet he had still been so easily pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. Just what sort of explosive force was behind that attack? First, Lin Ming suddenly pulled out the Phoenix Blood Spear. The reason that his attack had so easily pierced through the Black Iron Ghost's third brother was because of his true essence and because his mortal strength had reached several 100 million genes after he opened the 8 inner hidden gates. And another reason was that Lin Ming had poured his battle spirit into the Phoenix Blood Spear. Towards the Saint race martial artists that were weak in the aspect of the soul, a battle spirit was a great advantage of humans. Die! Lin Ming coldly shouted. He smashed his palm into the Black Iron Ghost's third brother's chest. This simple palm strike was actually the most insidious martial skill in Lin Ming's arsenal. The pulse-cutting palm. After not using this attack for so many years, this martial skill now struck the Black Iron Ghost's third brother. Lin Ming didn't hold back at all. With a light cracking sound, true essence violently crashed into the Black Iron Ghost's third brother's meridians and bones, instantly severing them and cutting off his blood vitality. Killing was discouraged in this game through loss of skull badges. Thus, Lin Ming decided to follow the choice that the Black Iron Ghost Triad had taken. He wouldn't kill them, but he would completely cripple them. To a martial artist, this was a fate far worse than death, especially for the Black Iron Ghost Triad that had done all sorts of evil acts. The three of them had made innumerable enemies in the City of Discord. If they were to lose their cultivations, then their fates could be imagined. His attack is so strong and ruthless. The monster youth was bewildered. In just 2 moves, this human youth had completely wasted the Black Iron Ghost third brother's martial arts. This sort of clean and merciless strike was definitely not something that a frail and flowery youth raised in the safety of a great family could do. This was something that only someone who constantly walked on the edge of life and death could accomplish. Someone who had killed countless opponents. His skill was extraordinary and the terrifying strength and killing intent hiding within his body was nearly limitless. Although this youth seemed like a modest gentleman most of the time, once he erupted, he was like a bloodthirsty tyrannical beast, savage and brutal. Run! This thought instantly appeared in the monster youth's mind. He could no longer care about why Lin Ming was so strong at such a low cultivation. All he knew was that if he didn't run away right now, he would absolutely suffer the same fate as the Black Iron Ghost's third brother. However, as soon as the monster youth made this decision, he felt his body shake. An invisible strength had struck him like an arrow and entered into his body, marking his bones and meridians. What is this? The monster youth was shocked but immediately reacted. Is this a tracking god rune? In the Azura Road, there were many auxiliary god runes. Tracking god runes were one of these. Once they were planted, they were extremely difficult to resolve. But now, the monster youth could feel that what Lin Ming planted inside his body was not one of these god runes but a self-created tracking mark. It isn't a rune. It is a battle spirit mark, but the effects are the same. The monster youth instantly understood what happened. Lin Ming had planted a tracking mark in his body to hunt him down. This was a true hunter game. Unfortunately for them who had participated in this game, they were not hunters, they were the prey. As a monster race martial artist, although his talent in battle spirits couldn't compare to a human's, he was still far superior to a saint. He immediately reacted, wanting to erase this battle spirit mark. However, just as his sense touched upon the battle spirit mark, he felt his arms and feet turn cold. This battle spirit mark flickered with a deep blue light, like the purest of blue jades. This was clearly a blue soul battle spirit. Blue soul battle spirit? Are you fucking joking with me? The monster youth was horrified. His own battle spirit was only at the elementary gold level, and yet he had bumped into a blue soul battle spirit. This couldn't even be described as hitting a stone with an egg. On the battlefield, Lin Ming's figure flashed and he disappeared from sight. He was like a death reaper that haunted the night, wantonly harvesting life. His speed was far too fast. From crippling the Black Iron Ghost's third brother to taking his spatial ring, this had only taken a fraction of a second. The moment that people saw blood splash out, the Black Iron Ghost's third brother's crippled body was already falling down from the air. Third brother! The Black Iron boss roared out. Although the Black Iron Ghost triad had done all sorts of evils in their lives, they still had a bond between them because they were true blood brothers. Now that they saw their blood brother being wasted in front of their eyes, even the most cold-hearted individual couldn't remain unresponsive. He's crippled third brother, the Black Iron second brother shouted, his eyes turning red. Don't be impulsive. We are not his match at all. The Black Iron boss could only remain as calm as he could. At this time, the only one he could save was himself. As he sent a sound transmission to his second brother, he fled with all his strength. But at this time, a voice of death quietly echoed in his ears like the whispers of the end. You are second. Fuck. I'll fight with you. The Black Iron boss was a ruthless individual. Since he clearly knew he wasn't able to run away, he erupted his astral essence to the limit, protecting all of his vital points as he swept his saber out towards Lin Ming's waist. But as his saber was slashing outwards, he felt himself suddenly slow down. All around him, time was distorting at incredible degrees. Time laws? The Black Iron boss was nearly frightened to death. As a saint race martial artist, his attainments in the laws were nearly nothing at all. A powerful saint martial artist could use their terrifying strength to crush through the laws and break free from the shackles of time or pierce through the void. But the Black Iron boss was far from accomplishing this. Who? Lin Ming appeared behind the Black Iron boss like ghosts and gods. His left hand grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear, and his right hand formed a fist that came crashing down at the Black Iron boss' spine. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. The body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was originally a body transformation system martial skill. And now that Lin Ming had fully opened the 8 inner hidden gates and had also seen the threshold of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, this punch could even pulverize the void. If this fist struck someone, especially a place as frail as the spine, even a saint race martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand it. Kacha! With a loud cracking sound, a wild and brutal vibration force spread through the Black Iron boss' entire spine. A horrifying destructive power began to ravage his bones, marrow, and nerves. The Black Iron boss cried out in misery. His entire body shook and his head drooped downwards. His entire spine had been ruined by Lin Ming. Even though Saint race martial artists had high regenerative abilities, this sort of wound was nearly the same as crippling them. Even so, Lin Ming accompanied it with a pulse-cutting palm. He would not allow his opponent any chance to stand back up. After all, a wound to the spine could be cured with good enough medicines. But a wound created from the pulse-cutting palm would require a great world king to spend a great deal of effort in order to concoct the correct pills to heal it. And it was impossible for the Black Iron Ghost Triad to obtain such medicines with their abilities. Rather, it was better to say that before they could find the necessary medicines, they would have already died a horrible death in the City of Discord. Pong! The Black Iron Boss spatial ring exploded. Lin Ming picked up the skull badge from the wreckage. As for the Black Iron Boss himself, he dropped next to his third brother like a pile of rotten meat. Lin Ming didn't even pause for half a step. The space beneath him shrank to an inch and he instantly crossed 100 miles. In the next moment he had overtaken the last of the Black Iron Ghost Triad. "Oh! I'll perish with you!" The Black Iron second brother's eyes were red with rage. His entire body began to swell up like a balloon. The astral essence within him rumbled like a volcano, ready to explode at any moment. Self-explosion. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Some martial artists, before they died, could galvanize the entirety of their inner world, their energy, and their blood vitality to explode. This explosive attack was 10 times stronger than their all-out strike. Even a martial artist that was an entire boundary higher than them would have to evade such an attack, otherwise it would be easy to be wounded. However, this sort of martial skill was far too vicious. It was a completely suicidal attack to bring both parties down. Normally, very few martial artists would study such a martial skill. Only those death-sworn martial artists and ruffians would ever think of learning such a move. "Brat, I may die, but I will drag you down with me." The Black Iron second brother's face was completely distorted like a deformed monster. This wasn't because he was angry, but because the astral essence within his body was nearing the point of explosion. Blood vitality began gushing out from all over him, and his muscles, bones, and meridians were already overflowing with chaotic astral essence in a complete mess. His body resembled a large meatball, disgusting and monstrous. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Black Iron second brother's 4 limbs stretched out. They suddenly turned soft as they swung towards Lin Ming like tentacles. During the battle at the Chaotic Blood Continent, there were Saint race martial artists that had used similar abilities. As a race who thoroughly cultivated the body transformation technique, they could make their bodies as hard as diamonds or as soft as noodles in order to bind their enemies. Blood energy lockdown. The Black Iron second brother bit down on the tip of his tongue and spat out a large mouthful of blood essence. This was 30 to 40% of his blood essence. Since he was going all out with his life on the line, he no longer had the scruples to care about this. As his blood essence burned, the Black Iron second brother's entire body erupted with a fog of blood. Then, Lin Ming felt his body slow down. It was like his entire bloodline was being attracted to the Black Iron second brother, wanting to leave his own body. Under this traction of blood energy, Lin Ming felt like he had fallen into a swamp. His movements slowed down, making it hard for him to move. This was the Black Iron second brother's so-called blood energy lockdown. Although it was an attack made by combusting his blood essence, Lin Ming could still easily work his way loose. But, in the brief moment that Lin Ming was doing so, the second brother's 4 limbs wrapped themselves around him. "Now that I've got you, you are dead. No matter how strong you are, we are going to die together." The Black Iron second brother maniacally laughed. At the moment before his death, he had fallen into madness. Even though Lin Ming was held down by the Black Iron second brother, he still remained as calm as before. He indifferently said, "Your self-explosion trick is useless against me." Lin Ming's 10 fingers flashed as he formed hundreds and thousands of seals. Divine seal art, God-forbidding seal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These God-forbidding seals instantly sank into the Black Iron second brother's inflated body. The God-forbidding seal was the first technique listed in the divine seal art. Every seal was in truth a miniature black hole. Lin Ming had once used the God-forbidding seal to break through Frost Dream's Dream Soul Immortal Melody, and exterminate the spiritual god of faith energy that she had summoned. At that time, in terms of strength, Frost Dream was no weaker than Lin Ming, and the laws she displayed had reached an inconceivable degree. Now, when Lin Ming and the Black Iron second brother were compared to each other, they were on completely different levels in terms of strength and skill. At that time, Lin Ming had forcefully blocked the spiritual god of faith energy. So what could this self-explosion skill from the Black Iron second brother hope to do against him? Chi chi chi. The god-forbidding seals were like a pack of starving beasts, as they wildly swallowed up the astral essence and blood vitality within the Black Iron second brother's body. Black hole seals originally had the ability to swallow all power. They could even swallow up the divine dream law's summoned power of faith, much less something as simple as astral essence and blood vitality. What? The Black Iron second brother's complexion changed. His body actually began to shrink and wither away. The hundreds of god-forbidding seals that entered his body were wildly swallowing up all his energy. Currently, the Black Iron second brother's body was like a giant water bag, and these god-forbidding seals were like hundreds of holes that constantly drained him. Explode! Explode! Why can't I explode? The Black Iron second brother's appearance was fierce and demented. This is impossible. Once my Saint Demon disintegration art starts, not even I can stop it. Just how are you doing this? In just several breaths of time, the Black Iron second brother's body had shrunk to an even smaller size than his original self. Let alone exploding with energy. His astral essence and blood vitality were at pitifully low levels, making him look like he was in the last waning years of his life. The divine seal art included the laws of sealing and also the laws of swallowing. Once everything was swallowed into these miniature black holes, it would naturally be thoroughly sealed away. The astral essence and blood vitality within the Black Iron second brother's body had all been swallowed up and sealed away. Naturally, he no longer had the strength to explode his body. This is it. What a shame. Lin Ming forcefully broke through the 4 limbs binding him. These 4 broken limbs didn't leak any blood at all. The blood vitality within them had already been cleanly swallowed by the god-forbidding seals. I am unwilling. The Black Iron second brother shivered, his face white. Could there be any situation more miserable than how he was now? He couldn't escape, and the suicidal self-explosion technique he tried to use had been easily resolved. To him, this was extremely pathetic. You're the third one. Pulse-cutting palm. Lin Ming thrust out his palm. With a light cracking sound, the Black Iron second brother's bones and meridians shattered as he fell to the floor. Like this, the Black Iron ghost triad had been completely eliminated by Lin Ming. Lin Ming took the last skull badge. Now that he had obtained 3 skull badges in addition to his own, he had 4. Still, he was 46 skull badges away from completing the Blue Soul level trial checkpoint and 96 skull badges away from completing the Zenith Black level checkpoint. Although it seemed the number of skull badges for the Zenith Black level checkpoint was only twice that of the Blue Soul level checkpoint, Lin Ming knew that the difficulty was more than double because as more time passed, obtaining skull badges would become increasingly hard. I should look for the remaining skull badges. Lin Ming glanced around. Everyone near the battlefield had already fled away without even half a shadow remaining. A smart choice, but unfortunately, it was useless. When Lin Ming had cut down the Black Iron Ghost Triad, he had simultaneously placed a Blue Soul Battle Spirit mark on their bodies. In this dimension realm, no matter how far they tried to run, in Lin Ming's eyes they would be like giant beacons of light in the darkness. Like this, the true hunter game could begin. However, Lin Ming didn't immediately hunt down these people. Instead, his figure flashed and he arrived above a field of tall grass. As he looked down, he icily said, "You've been watching for a long time. Come out." The winds rustled the high grass, but there was no sound of movement from within the field. Lin Ming pointed his phoenix blood spear downwards. On the spear point, the light of thunder and fire sizzled. "Then we can only fight now." "Wait, wait!" A deep voice echoed out. The tall grass was separated and a monster martial artist covered head to toe in green hair slowly walked out. He had an extremely ugly complexion right now. This green-furred monster martial artist was much shorter than ordinary monster race martial artists. Standing in front of Lin Ming, he was an entire head shorter. Lin Ming looked at the green-furred martial artist. This martial artist looked like a monkey with lustrous green skin that shined like moss. His body was thin and unremarkable. Compared to the handsome monster youth before, this monkey-like martial artist was far less pleasing to the eye. Even so, Lin Ming felt an unusual atmosphere from him. Lin Ming fell to the ground. The two of them were only 100 feet away, and they had both tightly locked onto each other. The monster youth's face was extremely grim. He was revolving his aura to the limit. "You actually managed to find me. What a freak!" This monster youth had been hiding in the tall grass from the very start. He had restrained his aura, and he was also exceptionally skilled at camouflage, concealment, and sneak attacks. He had long seen Lin Ming flying in the sky, but he hadn't chased after him. Instead, he hid beneath Lin Ming and waited for the other trial challengers to arrive and circle Lin Ming. His plan had been to use Lin Ming as bait and tempt more people to gather here. Then, once they were all exhausted from fighting each other, he would enter the fray and take all the profits. This was the so-called, the mantis stalks the cicada, while unaware of the bird behind. The green-furred monster youth had made the correct choice and also the wisest choice, however. His one mistake was that he never imagined Lin Ming would be this strong. This Lin Ming had exterminated the Black Iron Ghost triad at the very start, and his ruthless and merciless tactics left one scared. Not just that, but Lin Ming had also left a tracking mark on everyone else's body. This green-furred monster was originally a skilled assassin that specializing in concealing himself and tracking others. He naturally recognized that the tracking mark Lin Ming left behind was extremely difficult to undo, thus he had remained motionless. Even so, he had been detected by Lin Ming. "You've been watching for a long time already." Lin Ming waved the Phoenix Blood Spear. He had already noticed this green-furred monster martial artist at the start, but had simply been feigning ignorance. "My concealment technique is difficult to detect for even a holy lord or half-step world king. How could you have such sharp perception?" The green-furred monster youth tightly clutched onto a nearly transparent weapon. This weapon seemed to merge with the space around it, hidden in the void. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to spot. This was a dagger. From watching this small monster martial artist fellow in front of him, Lin Ming could feel the deep killing intent hiding in his body. This monster youth was likely some sort of master assassin. "You're an assassin? Your aura is quite strong, much stronger than those 7 other people just now. I heard that there was a 1-star Azura that participated in this trial. Was it you?" The green-furred monster youth remained silent, not answering. But Lin Ming was certain that this green-furred monster was the sole 1-star Azura out of everyone that had come. In the Azura Road, every person who possessed the title of Azura was strong in their own right. Moreover, the title itself could directly increase their strength. A 1-star Azura could increase a martial artist's strength by a small boundary. In other words, a late Divine Lord 1-star Azura would be equal to a half-step Holy Lord. Very good. I've long been wanting to experience just what sort of strength the title of a 1-star Azura can grant you. This hunter game is something that I must win no matter what. Lin Ming didn't plan on sparing anyone here. Out of the 10+ trial challengers here, he would eliminate them all one at a time, leaving no behind. Who? Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared. Atop the heretical god tree, thunder and flame wove together as a wild energy howled through the air. A deep blue light lit up on Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear. This was the light of a blue soul battle spirit, 6th level of the thunder and fire laws, as well as a blue soul battle spirit. The green-furred monster youth's face darkened. If this human youth was truly at the middle divine transformation realm, then perhaps he was the top genius of a great race. The monster race martial artist simply didn't have enough time to react. Lin Ming was already rushing towards him. Lin Ming's spear thrust out, causing a terrifying wave of thunder and flame to rise up. The void shook. The winds and clouds shifted. In an instant, All the tall grass around the green-furred monster youth turned into ash, and even the swamp around him was scorched black. Heavenly Tao Judgment. Bang! A terrifying explosion swallowed the entirety of space for 10 miles. A brilliant flare lit up the heavens, becoming the only light between the heavens and the earth. The monster youth wanted to dodge, but he was caught up and twisted in this horrifying power. His flesh and blood was unable to resist the tyrannical power of thunder and fire, and his entire body ignited. In the next moment, he split apart. Lin Ming was startled. This green-furred monster youth was quite strong. Lin Ming didn't believe that a single strike would be able to kill him. Moreover, when that green-furred monster youth's body had blown up in the explosion of thunder and fire, Lin Ming hadn't felt his soul aura at all. This is a substitute? This thought instantly flashed through Lin Ming's mind. At the same time, he felt a deep killing intent hone in on him. This killing intent was like a sharp needle. Although it seemed common, it was incomparably sharp, as if it were about to pierce through Lin Ming's protective true essence. Without thinking, Lin Ming recklessly released Grand Mist energy from his inner world. Grand Mist space. Bang! As the heavy Grand Mist energy spread outwards, all space for a radius of 100 feet turned into an impregnable fortress of absolute space. If an ordinary martial artist were to try to enter, they would be directly pressed into goo by the immense pressure of the Grand Mist space, let alone have any chance to attack. Ka. The monster youth's dagger slashed out like the claws of a death god. However, after it only cut through 3 tiny wisps of Grand Mist energy, the speed of his attack rapidly fell, and his striking power had also mostly dissipated. What? The monster youth was panic-stricken. And at this time, Lin Ming had already reached him. There is no place for you to run. Show! A brilliant spear light enveloped the monster youth, swallowing all. Oh! At this time, on the second level of Black God Fort, many martial artists were gathered. Some were meditating, some were talking, and some of them were even crowding around Dugu Li, congratulating him. Dugu Li had an extremely high status. He was close to becoming a 2-star Azura, and now that he passed the hunter game, his reputation had risen even further. Just now, a silver snow guard had spoken privately with Dugu Li. For this sort of situation to appear, that likely meant that the City of Discord City Lord had extended an offer towards Dugu Li. Because of Dugu Li's performance, the City Lord wanted him to enter the Silver Snow Corps. Once Dugu Li became a direct subordinate of the City Lord, then he would be able to receive a salary of origin energy runes every year. This was a wealth that many people were envious of. Moreover, those from the Silver Snow Guard would be given a free residence within the City of Discord. As long as they didn't betray the City Lord or didn't accidentally die somewhere, this residence would be theirs for the rest of their lives. This was a level of treatment that many people could only long for in their dreams. Haha! Congratulations, Brother Dugu Li. It seems you will become a Silver Snow Guard soon. Brother Dugu Li, when you enter the City Lord Mansion in the future, you must live well. Eat delicious food, drink great wine, and make sure to look after this little brother. Many people who were acquaintances of Dugu Li began flattering him en masse. Today, Dugu Li was undoubtedly the hero. As for those other trial challengers that entered the hunter game, such as the Black Iron Ghosts, they were only a small entertaining interlude. People looked towards them for some lively fun, but the true attention wasn't on them. However, no one thought that at this time, the portal leading to the hunter game would suddenly wildly fluctuate. Are some people coming out? How could it be so quick? Not even an incense stick of time has passed since they entered, and yet someone's been eliminated. Originally, many people didn't have much faith in the martial artists that entered the trial. Wanting to pass the checkpoint of the hunter game was simply far too hard. Now, there was someone that came out in less than an incense stick of time. That absolutely meant that they were eliminated. Wanting to pass the trial would normally take 14 to 16 hours. Who is it? Is it that human boy with the lowest cultivation? That is just too sad. It might not be him. Sometimes, strength matters less than luck does. There are those that immediately run into some difficult beast as soon as they enter the game world, or they might have their skull badges taken away by another trial challenger and then be directly eliminated. Everyone looked towards the portal. Lights flashed from within the portal. Then someone's figure was shot out. This person fell straight to the floor like a dead dog, even tumbling for several hundred feet as they left a trail of blood. The silver snow guard's figure flashed, and he appeared right in front of this person. As soon as the person stopped tumbling, everyone's eyes fixed onto them. This person's entire body was wet with blood. Their hair was a mess. A large hole was in their chest, and their organs were an utter mess. This is too miserable. In the city of discord, there were deaths occurring all day long. The martial artists present had already been long accustomed to these sights, so they weren't surprised at all. But after seeing someone enter the hunter game in high spirits and with a smug expression, and then seeing them suddenly end up like this, the visual impact of it was very large. His clothes are tatters and blood is covering his face. Even his hair is matted with blood. Just who is he? Could he be that divine transformation realm human? I recognize him. He's the Black Iron Ghost Triad's third brother. It really is the Black Iron third brother. How could it be him? He's hanging onto a single breath of life, but all of his meridians have shattered and he's been utterly crippled. A martial artist said after walking up to check on the Black Iron third brother's current state. Looking at the Black Iron third brother's chest, one could see a massive hole had been pierced through it and the surrounding flesh and skin had been twisted. This was enough to reveal the terrifying strength behind this strike. It could be imagined that when the Black Iron third brother had been struck, this attack had ripped through his protective astral essence and mortal body like wet paper without any resistance at all. Out of the some people that entered, there were indeed some strong individuals amongst them. However, none of them were strong enough to accomplish this and leave such heavy wounds. It was hard to imagine just what happened. It isn't a beast attack. It is definitely another trial challenger. A beast wouldn't break someone's meridians like this. Someone judged based on the attack technique. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, not sure what was happening. But at this time, the light of the portal flashed again and a second person was ejected. Someone else is coming out. Everyone looked over. This second person was in an even more pathetic state than the Black Iron third child. It was like someone had pulled out his spine. This person collapsed on the floor in a puddle as if they were made of liquid meat. What a cruel and ruthless technique. His entire spine has been shattered. This person is the Black Iron boss? First it was the Black Iron third brother and now it is the boss. Could it be that the Black Iron Ghost Triad offended someone so they were purposefully targeted? The Black Iron boss was already left in such a horrible state with a single strike. The difference in strength was far too great. This other party was truly ruthless. They had the intention of crippling him from the start. These two have been crippled. The one who did this used some sort of specialized martial skill to break all their meridians and vital points. Even if they have top medicines, it will be impossible for them to recover from this. As everyone was speaking, the portal flashed again and another person was sent tumbling out. This was the most miserable-looking person so far. His entire body was dried up like he had aged to the end of his years. His hair was as thin and sparse as weeds and all of his blood vitality was sucked out. Another one. Could this be the Black Iron Ghost Triad's second brother? Yes, it seems it's him. The Black Iron Ghost Triad brothers had each come out looking worse than the last. The Black Iron second brother's entire body was a mess and he seemed as if he would die at any moment. There was only a tiny bit of astral essence in his body that was barely maintaining his life. The Black Iron second brother tried to use the Saint Demon disintegration art to perish together with his enemy, but for some unknown reason his technique failed and he was the one ruined instead. This is too tragic. Someone must have been targeting the Black Iron Ghost Triad and was likely their personal enemy. This enemy was too strong for them, and no matter if they tried to escape or if they tried a suicide attack, nothing they attempted worked. The Black Iron Ghost Triad has made far too many enemies, but they wouldn't be stupid enough to offend someone so strong. Just who could it be? As everyone was wondering, the portal flashed for a fourth time. There was still someone else? Everyone looked towards the portal in surprise. The trial had only begun a short time ago, and yet people were already being eliminated one after another. At this time, there was no blood splashing on the floor. The martial artist who was ejected from the portal wasn't seriously injured. He was still able to walk and had a little bit of combat strength left. But after seeing who this person was, everyone was shocked speechless. This person was the only Azura in the dozen-some trial challengers. The one-star Azura Viper. He came from a sect of assassins, and his nickname in the City of Discord was Viper. This was because he was similar to a viper in his actions. When he decided to kill someone, he would first hide from his prey and then make a fatal strike at the most opportune time. Even those that were stronger than he weren't willing to needlessly provoke him, because no one wanted to be targeted every day and have to be vigilant against ambushes at all times. But this person was actually eliminated from the trial in less than 2 incense sticks of time. Viper, you? Duguli felt this all too unbelievable. Who defeated you? That green-furred monster martial artist called Viper took a deep breath. He seemed as if he didn't want to speak about what happened, but after a moment of silence he said, "It was that divine transformation realm human youth. Under his hands, I wasn't even able to last for 5 moves. If he didn't show mercy towards me, then perhaps I would have suffered the same fate as the Black Iron Ghost Triad." Human youth? That divine transformation realm human youth? Duguli was left dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his own ears. A bit after Viper said these words, he turned around and strode out of Black God Fort without saying a single word more. Everyone who was left behind had their mouths dropped open, not closing for a long time. They never thought that 4 people would be continuously defeated in such a short period of time. And the one who did so was only a middle divine transformation martial artist, the most improbable fellow of all. Oh! At this time, in the dimensional realm where the Hunter game was being held, 3 martial artists were floating beneath the gray and dimly lit skies. Strong winds howled through the world, carrying along the roars of wild beasts. Of these 3 martial artists, one was Lin Ming and the other 2 were the couple that had taken him for prey earlier and had wanted to take his skull badge. Currently, the couple had an extremely ugly expression on their faces, unsightly to the extreme. Although they hadn't planned on passing the checkpoint this time, they still thought they could experience the Hunter game and be better prepared for next time. However, they didn't imagine they would run into this dark star known as Lin Ming, causing them to be eliminated at the very start of the game. Now, those 200,000 origin energy runes were basically wasted. "Do you want to fight? Or will you withdraw yourself?" Lin Ming calmly said. His voice exuded a great pressure on the couple. "Che, you are ruthless enough." The man unwillingly tossed his spatial ring with the skull badge towards Lin Ming. His wife bit her lips and also followed suit. Like this, the total number of skull badges they had was 0. After a brief moment, this couple was directly sent out from the dimensional realm and eliminated from the game. 7. Lin Ming whispered as he received the skull badges in his hand. He was 93 away from reaching his goal. As Lin Ming chased the couple, he had seen a great number of beasts beneath him that were considered the prey of this Hunter game. Although these prey were extremely weak, he didn't doubt that they would grow increasingly strong as he gathered more skull badges. There is still that monster youth as well as an imp martial artist. Their position is still within my control. Lin Ming closed his eyes. Then, his figure flashed as he flew dozens of miles away. This rapid flight caused a dreadful sonic boom to follow him. The tall grass beneath him was crushed by this tremendous pressure. 8th. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light and he extracted the Phoenix Blood Spear. Just 10 miles away from him was a white-clothed monster youth, Charming. Charming already knew that Lin Ming would reach him sooner or later. He grasped a 4-foot-long sword, waiting for Lin Ming to come. "You don't plan on giving up?" Lin Ming was a bit surprised. Facing his overwhelming killing intent, this Charming was still releasing a powerful fighting spirit. "If I don't fight you, then how can I be willing to give up?" Demon subduing killing array. The monster youth waved the long sword in his hands and a massive array formation appeared for several miles around him. He knew that Lin Ming had left a tracking mark in his body, thus, he had prepared this array formation beforehand. This idea was quite good. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lin Ming. With a disparity of absolute strength dividing them, this array formation was meaningless. Grand Mist Space Break. The moment that Lin Ming rushed into the array formation, the aura of the Grand Mist Great Tao erupted from his body, wildly surging outwards. The star-heavy Grand Mist energy tore through the array formation seals. Lin Ming pushed his way through. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a horrifying explosion, the giant array formation seals were shattered by Lin Ming. With the protection of the array formation, the monster youth fought with Lin Ming in a fierce battle. But even though he had the advantage of the battlefield, he was barely managing to keep up with Lin Ming's onslaught. After all, the array formation he laid down was far inferior to the profundity of the Grand Mist space. After exchanging 4 or 5 moves, the monster youth was struck by Lin Ming, causing his blood vitality to tumble and make the energy within his body feel as if it wanted to explode. And then, behind Lin Ming, the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared. The crazy power of thunder and fire fell down in torrents, completely tearing the array formation to shreds. Heavenly Tao Judgment. Lin Ming's spear cut out, breaking through space. In this moment, the monster youth knew that he had lost. The difference in strength was far too great. This wasn't something that could be made up for with a hastily laid down array formation. He was originally confident that he could pass this trial during his first attempt, but now, he wasn't even able to see the shadow of a second skull badge. After being targeted by this dark star Lin Ming, he had been eliminated from the trial. Oh? Who? In Black God Fort, the light of the transmission array portal flashed once more. A dejected-looking monster youth left the transmission array. Although he wasn't injured heavily, his self-confidence had come under tremendous attack. Lin Ming was far stronger than him and much younger than him. There was no comparing their talent. As the gathered martial artists saw the monster youth emerge, they were left flabbergasted. Whether it was the crippled Black Iron Ghost triad that were on the verge of death or the only one-star Azura Viper, all of them were more noticeable than this monster youth. And after that monster youth came out, another person was eliminated in less than half an incense stick of time. Like this, when the Black Iron Ghost triad, Viper, and the couple were added together, there were now 8 trial challengers that had been eliminated from the Hunter game. In other words, within the Hunter game, besides Lin Ming himself, there were only 2 or 3 people left. The game had only begun a quarter hour ago, and just a bit more than 2 hours had passed in the game world. Yet during this time, 8 people had been eliminated. This rate of elimination was far too terrifying. This boy cannot possibly be at the divine transformation realm, someone said. Many martial artists of the Azura Road were limited by what they could see in their own world. They simply didn't know what levels of talent the peak genius of a race could achieve. He truly is at the divine transformation realm, Charming said, shaking his head like he didn't want to acknowledge this. It is because he is at the divine transformation realm that he decided to eliminate everyone else when the Hunter game started. That is because our existence there drags the game difficulty to a much higher degree, and he doesn't have the confidence to complete it at such high difficulties, of course. His goal might not just be the Blue Soul level checkpoint. As Charming spoke to hear, the several martial artists around him were stunned. If his goal wasn't the Blue Soul level checkpoint, then could it be the Zenith Black level checkpoint? 3/4 hours later, the several final trial challengers had also been eliminated from the trial by Lin Ming. Thus, in the Hunter game, there was only Lin Ming left. The martial artists outside all glanced at each other. Lin Ming's methods were truly as Charming had said. He had swept out all the other trial challengers in order to reduce the difficulty of the game so that he could pass it himself. This method seemed completely farcical because not only was every trial challenger who entered extremely strong, but finding them in the vast game world wasn't easy either. Yet Lin Ming had accomplished this, and his actions were neat and merciless. In just several hours of time, he had managed to complete all of this. His methods left one imagining just how he had accomplished them. At this time, in the game world, Lin Ming already had 15 skill badges. These skull badges had been taken from the other trial challengers. There were only 12 trial challengers to begin with, and the other 3 badges were from the prey that some other trial challengers had killed. Now, their hard work had benefited Lin Ming. It's time to hunt. This is when the true game begins. Lin Ming licked his lips. In this dimensional realm, there were all sorts of creatures. By killing them, he could obtain skull badges. He closed his eyes and let his sense spread outwards. Soon, he found the first prey. Lin Ming's figure flashed and he vanished from where he was, rapidly flying in a new direction. In just several breaths of time, Lin Ming had flown several hundred miles. Then he came to a halt. It's here. Right beneath Lin Ming was a swamp. The grass and waters were bright and calm, without any waves at all. Lin Ming fell down towards the surface of the swamp. Just when Lin Ming was 40 to 50 feet from the water's surface, the placid water surface suddenly exploded. A 100-foot-long alligator rushed out at an unbelievable speed, causing thousands of genes of water and mud to shoot up. The alligator's jaws were wide open, large enough to swallow a house. It bit down at Lin Ming. Gotcha! The alligator's jaws snapped together, swallowing Lin Ming. However, before it could fully swallow Lin Ming, the alligator's head exploded. His body split apart as blood rained down. A savage power of thunder and fire gushed out from the alligator's maw, instantly killing it. Lin Ming had used the Grand Mist Space to protect himself, and when he attacked with the thunder and fire laws, he hadn't been injured at all. A shining skull badge fell into Lin Ming's hand. This was the reward for hunting down the alligator. In this game world, there were only hunters and prey. Whoever was stronger was the hunter and whoever was weaker was the prey. These prey are really weak at the start. Lin Ming looked at the headless alligator corpse that was twitching beneath him. He flung out a fireball and burnt it to ashes. Soon, the headless alligator completely vanished, turning into a stream of pure energy that flowed into the swamp. So that's how it is. All of the beasts in this world are energy beings. They aren't illusions or material beings, but puppets made of energy. Perhaps the origin energy runes we paid to enter this trial are used to maintain the activation of the array formation. As Lin Ming was thinking like this, his figure flashed as he flew to the next prey. Under his incomparably powerful divine sense, none of these beasts could hide from his eyes. There wasn't a single prey that was able to contend with Lin Ming. Lin Ming's badge count slowly increased. From 10 to 20 to 30, 49. Lin Ming counted the badges. He hadn't encountered any difficulties in gathering this many badges so far. This is the 50th badge. Lin Ming looked at a giant lizard in front of him. This lizard was a tad more formidable than the monsters before, but it was essentially the same. It was easily cut down by Lin Ming. According to the rules, the difficulty of the hunter game was originally set to the cultivation of the strongest trial challenger. This was in order to test a trial challenger's talent and not their absolute strength. A lucky one-star Azura could already pass this checkpoint, let alone Lin Ming. After hunting down 50 prey, the strength of the prey rose to yet another level. They're getting stronger. The creatures grew increasingly strong. However, to Lin Ming, this difference was only killing them in 5 moves instead of 3. He still easily exterminated them. His number of badges had now reached 60. Another 2 hours later, he had reached 64. This is easy. Lin Ming took a brief rest as he readied himself to kill the 65th monster. If he continued at this speed, he would soon have killed 100 prey. However, he had a feeling that before he killed the final one, there would be some event that occurred. As Lin Ming was pondering this, the scenery around him suddenly changed. The power of space wildly flew around him, dizzying and mystifying. The grasslands vanished as Lin Ming suddenly arrived in a spacious wilderness. And at the same time, a pale red array formation appeared beneath Lin Ming's feet. The runes flickered and shimmered. These runes were similar to the most common god runes of the Azura Road. This is an array formation? As this thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind, there was a series of clanking sounds as golden-armored warriors began to appear in front of Lin Ming. These warriors wore thick suits of golden armor. Their faces could not be seen, but their aura was filled with a thick killing intent. Puppets. Lin Ming paused. He could feel that these golden-armored warriors were puppets formed from energy. They continued to emerge all around Lin Ming. Each warrior stepped atop an array symbol. In total, there were 36 warriors. 36 warriors? Lin Ming looked down at the skull badges in his hand. There were 64 badges, and with these 36 opponents that had appeared, that just happened to add up to 100. So that's how it is. Whether it was the previous prey or other trial challengers, all of them can only be considered an appetizer. No matter if I killed them with ease or with great difficulty, it still wouldn't affect the final result. Because in this hunter game I was destined to meet these 36 golden-armored warriors at the final checkpoint. No matter how many trial challengers enter this hunter game, the game will control the number of skull badges, making it so that only one person is able to face these last 36 golden-armored warriors. Otherwise it would have been impossible to collect 64 badges to begin with. This is the final battle here. Lin Ming thought. He began to sizzle with fighting spirit. If he could kill these 36 golden-armored warriors, then he would be able to pass this trial perfectly. Lin Ming extracted the Phoenix Blood Spear, his entire body revolving with energy. He did not underestimate these new enemies. The divine god that created the Azura Road had reached an unimaginable level of martial arts cultivation. If this person were to establish a trial, then the conditions for passing it must be extremely high. Even though Lin Ming was considered the #1 talent of his race, he still wouldn't underestimate anything here. The runes that these golden-armored warriors are standing on seem to correspond to the concept of the 33-layered heavens. But if so, how could the concept of the 33-layered heavens evolve into 36 positions? Lin Ming wasn't surprised to see the concept of the 33-layered heavens in the final pass of this hunter game. In his eyes, the concept of the 33-layered heavens represented the peak of the universe. Besides the divine realm, there were 32 other heavens, but these heavens only stood on equal ground to the divine realm, not dominating it. The concept of the 33-layered heavens was also the highest supreme concept formed by gathering together essence, energy, and divine. The supreme being who created the Azura Road was absolutely someone who had reached the pinnacle of this aspect. But now, there were 36 golden-armored martial artists in front of Lin Ming, 3 more than he thought there would be. Even so, when everything added together, it exuded an extremely harmonious feeling, as if nothing was out of balance. A massive circular post-celestial Tao diagram appeared beneath the 36 golden-armored warriors. At the same time, an invisible force covered Lin Ming, surrounding him. This is a domain? Lin Ming's mind turned cold. This was not just a domain. It was an extremely high-rank domain. This domain consisted of 3 different kinds of power: spirit essence, true essence, and astral essence. These 3 powers perfectly fused with each other and flooded the surrounding space. At this time, the 36 golden-armored warriors split up into 3 groups, each group consisting of 12 of them. For each group of 12 there was a leader, with the other 11 standing in different positions around this person. Their positions each contained profound and wonderful truths that were difficult to explain. This array formation diagram is extremely skillful. This should be the first threshold in the Azura Road that has a sense of difficulty. During his time in the Azura Road, Lin Ming could feel that this world's checkpoints were divided into many, many ranks. A trial challenger had to complete these checkpoints one after another in order to fully complete this trial. In the last 100 million years, only the Saint's Good Fortune Saint Sun and the Spirita's Young Genius Girl were able to surpass 80% in completing these checkpoints. And now, this trial challenger game in front of Lin Ming was definitely the first checkpoint that branched out from the previous difficulty. Lin Ming absolutely had to complete this in the most perfect manner he could. As Lin Ming was thinking this, the 36 golden-armored warriors began to move. They attacked together. With 12 people to a group, their attacks gathered into 3 torrential currents that flooded towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming revolved the energy within his body. The Grand Mist energy from his inner world flooded outwards. Grand Mist space. A heavy and boundless aura covered the void. As those raging currents of energy entered the grand mist space, they were immediately weakened by the heavy grand mist energy. By the time these attacks reached Lin Ming, they had less than a third of their original strength. Basically, they weren't able to pose a threat to Lin Ming. Break! Spear light swept out. These three strengths were crushed by Lin Ming's azure spear light with overwhelming force. At the same time, Lin Ming stepped forwards, hurtling straight into one of the groups of golden-armored warriors. This group of golden-armored warriors were Essence Gathering System martial artists. Lin Ming was well aware of the balance within this grand array of 36 golden-armored warriors. As long as he could kill any one of these warriors, he would be able to break the perfection of the array formation, and they would no longer be able to pose a threat to him. And of these three great cultivation systems, the one Lin Ming was most familiar with and the one that humanity excelled in the most was the Essence Gathering System. Thus, he didn't fear that his opponent was skilled in the Essence Gathering System. If his opponent used the laws, he could use his own laws to counter. Attacking the group of Essence Gathering System warriors was the easiest as well as fastest route. As for the Body Transformation System warriors, their defensive ability was formidable. Even 3 rounds of attacks might not result in any true damage done to them. As for the Soul Forging System warriors, there was no need to speak of them. Their mysterious and strange soul attacks held too many unknown variables for Lin Ming. Ha! The phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind Lin Ming. The massive heretical god tree rose straight into the skies. The wild power of thunder and fire raged down it, pouring into Lin Ming's phoenix blood spear. For a time, a purple and red sun seemed to appear within the void. Lin Ming thrust his spear out and a divine light swept over the world. Lin Ming's attack was far too strong. Even though 12 golden-armored warriors united together, they still found it difficult to withstand the impact of this spear strike. Lin Ming's attack had disrupted their formation. Bang! The post-celestial array diagram beneath the 12 golden-armored warriors paled. A bright light cut through Lin Ming's eyes. This was his chance. Just as Lin Ming was about to attack them, the other 24 golden-armored warriors came hurtling towards him. If he were to turn to deal with them, then the brief advantage he gained from his attack just now would be lost. Lin Ming didn't plan to let his opponents have any time to recover. He shouted out loud, galvanizing the grand mist space to the peak. At the same time, he opened the 8 inner hidden gates, increasing his defensive power to the limit. He actually planned to forcefully resist the attacks of the 2 other groups of golden-armored warriors and then quickly exterminate the Essence Gathering System group. If he could do this, then their array formation would be broken. Ka. 2 beams of energy fiercely collided with the grand mist space. This placed a great pressure on Lin Ming, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he thrust out his spear. 3 essences as one, eternal darkness. In that instant, essence, energy, and divine strength fused within Lin Ming. The phoenix blood spear emitted a clarion cry as an absolute dark black hole seed was shot out. A black hole seed could absorb all matter and energy. Now that Lin Ming was using the grand mist space to suppress the movements of the 12 golden-armored warriors in front of him, he could only use this strike. Bang! A horrifying explosion of energy rang out. The black hole seed caused a massive black vortex to appear. 2 golden-armored warriors were caught up in this vortex and were completely split up from the post-celestial Tao diagram beneath their feet. Then, their bodies were sucked into that twisting black vortex and torn into pieces, instantly dying. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 skull badges dropped into Lin Ming's hands. He took a deep breath. In that attack just now he had been forced to make a quick decision, and as a result he had withstood the strikes of 2 other attacks, leaving him with some wounds. But to his powerful mortal body, this degree of injury wasn't anything at all. It's over. Now that 2 of the 36 golden-armored warriors were gone, the array formation was no longer in balance. The remaining golden-armored warriors were not Lin Ming's match. Everything else was simply a matter of time. Lin Ming suppressed the slightly restless energy and blood within himself. He grasped the phoenix blood spear and hurtled forwards like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. An essence-gathering system golden warrior bore the brunt of this attack and was sent flying away by Lin Ming, losing all contact with the post-celestial Dao diagram beneath him. The golden-armored warrior tried to use the space laws to return to his position in the array diagram, but Lin Ming's space laws were even more profound. In just a split second, he immediately teleported behind that golden-armored warrior and stabbed his spear through his chest, immediately killing him. Lin Ming didn't stop here. He swept out his spear and shattered the neck of a golden-armored warrior behind him. And at this time, other golden-armored warriors began to slowly encircle Lin Ming. However, now that they had lost the balance of their perfect array formation, they were like tigers without fangs in front of Lin Ming, unable to pose any threat. 2 more golden-armored warriors were exploded into pieces by Lin Ming's heavenly Dao judgment. The more warriors that died, the less pressure he faced and the faster he killed them. In a quarter hour, all 36 golden-armored warriors were annihilated by Lin Ming, turning into 36 skull badges that fell into his hands. Like this, he had perfectly finished this trial. It's done. 100 skull badges. According to the difficulty of this trial, Dragon Fong and Hang Chi should also be able to complete it. They would only need to spend some effort. Even for someone a bit weaker, they could also complete it with a bit of luck. As long as they kill one person, then everything would be much easier. Lin Ming appraised the difficulty of this trial. In order to finish it, one would need to be a top genius of their race. However, they didn't need to be the most extreme of geniuses. Now that it's over, I should leave. As Lin Ming was thinking of exiting, the space in front of him suddenly twisted. A series of god runes began to appear in front of him. Within Lin Ming's mind, a mental sound transmission spoke to him. You have shattered the golden-armored warriors within 300 breaths of time. Due to this, you may choose to participate in the second challenge or leave the world of the hunter game. Another challenge? Lin Ming was startled. He could challenge this trial a second time? That battle right now could be said to be very easy for Lin Ming. When he killed those 36 warriors, he had done it in less than 300 breaths of time. It had only taken around 8 or 9 breaths of time to kill each one of them. If he participated in the second challenge, just what would he win if he passed? Would it be additional rewards? What kind of rewards? According to the information he knew from the start, the Zenith Black level drawing he gained from having 100 skull badges was the highest reward available. Lin Ming was a bit puzzled, but without a doubt, his choice was to participate in the next challenge. After Lin Ming made his choice, the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy began to surge all around him. At the same time, a massive number of runes fell down from the clouds until they linked into a single stream. It was hard to estimate how many there were. Lin Ming took a closer look. These runes were origin energy runes, the currency of the Azura Road. Whether it was the fee to enter the hunter game trial or purchasing mission badges, one needed origin energy runes. And now, these origin energy runes tumbled down from the sky in a massive deluge and then burned in the air. Hoo! Brilliant flames burned. These were flames formed by heaven and earth origin energy. Every breath of time, over 1,000 origin energy runes were burnt up. The horrifying conflagration burned through the skies. There are so many origin energy runes being burned. It seems my previous guess was right. The origin energy runes that we pay are indeed used to maintain the revolution of the Azura Road's array formations. If this array formation burns so many of these runes, then it's hard to say just how powerful it will become. Without a doubt, the difficulty of the challenge would rise to an all-new level. Perhaps even Hang Chi and Dragon Fong wouldn't be able to complete this challenge. Is this a test aimed at extreme geniuses? I wonder whether or not the good fortune Saint's son experienced this sort of challenge. What was his result? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile. The more difficult a challenge was, the more it caused his blood to boil over with fighting spirit. And at this time, in the outside world, only 2 to 4 hours had passed. In the past, martial artists would normally need 14 to 16 hours to gather the 50 mission badges needed for the Blue Soul level reward. However, in reaching the final checkpoint, Lin Ming had only used 2 to 4 hours. To have such a horrifying speed was because of his overwhelming strength and his sharp and powerful divine sense.